Ah.
Not a million, 125 billion. So they're just robbing us blind. The central area of the robbery is the Pentagon. It's not
Just
about keeping us
when we say
safe.
this money is gone, is this like they can't account for it, or is this like there are certain projects that maybe an Office of Inspector General can't have insight to without clearance, so we don't know? Because you're making it
No,
sound like the money is just like what they're pocketing it
gone.
or what?
They can't account for it. They
Well, there
literally
is a
say,
difference, though, Jenk, between spent on stuff we don't know versus we can't account for it. Those are two different things, admittedly. And I don't know if we have visibility into is the money gone or are they not?
not a million.
Can we start with peers? Well, yeah, that's basically what we're going to do. I'm just waiting for some people to come in.
Ukraine being diverted to cartels in Mexico, as American media personality Tucker Carlson claimed.
Fact is, Ukrainian military is selling a huge percentage, up to half of the arms that we send them. Half.
Dude, I just want to finish my latest novel. I'm on chapter 13, right at the climax, and people just keep screwing it up for me. But if you
Dodo Tillers, hi VG, what will we be looking at tonight? Well, if you read the title, we're going to be watching the Pierce Morgan debate with Fresh and Fit and Rabbi Shmuley about Kanye. And we're going to react to the Dr. Mike versus Jason Fung thing. Thanks for the donation there, Dodo.
you do want to read my latest novel, The Wind Machine, is available as a signed copy on Bunker Branding or on Amazon in paperback and Kindle or on Audible if you're a Marine. Now, for those of you who don't know who Tucker Carlson is, he was a former journalist who got his start as a newspaper fact checker. He later went on to CNN doing a show called Crossfire where he famously wore a bow tie. That show was canceled and he found himself...
Hello Richard, Trump here. I just want to say that it's going to be wonderful to have Canada as our 51st state. It's amazing? It's the best. Canada has the most beautiful mountains, and people. Almost as great as America. You are welcome, Richard.
That would be really weird. I could just imagine a ton of Americans, like, flooding over the border. Buying up, like, really shitty, cheap real estate in, like, Nova Scotia and shit. That'd be weird. Thanks for the donation, though, Donald Trump.
Himself at 40 and without a job. So he started a website called The Daily Caller, which mixed kind of conservative opinion with articles like Jennifer Love Hewitt's Cleavage of History. That's a fact. He worked at PBS for a year and MSNBC from 2005 until 2008, where he found time to be on the 2006 season of Dancing with the Stars, where he was the first celebrity eliminated. He was hired in May of 2009 as a Fox News contributor, where eventually he hosted Tucker Carlson Tonight, until he was dismissed in 2023 for using derogatory language about his colleagues. He eventually started a show.
Grey Knight, Donny Tellers, did you ever see the site shows the current progress of Project 2025? Well, that's not good. Yeah, that's not good at all. Like, it's funny, because a lot of Trump's own supporters are having to cope. They're either in cope mode, or they've gone full circle and they hate him. because he's making a lot of people lose their jobs. Everything's more expensive and all this shit. He said he'd not start any new wars, but, you know, look at his policy with, like, Greenland, fucking, what is it, Gaza and all that shit, so... Panama Canal. He also hasn't... I thought he was going to do it, but I thought he was going to end the war in Ukraine as soon as he got into office. But he hasn't done that. Weird. Thanks for the donation, though, Grey Knight.
On Twitter, now known as X, where he kind of reinvented himself as like this folksy fly fisherman in a cabin kind of thing. But in this video, he speaks with a YouTuber named, I believe it was Lieutenant Colonel Daniel Davis of the YouTube channel Deep Dive, which is basically the Colonel Douglas McGregor channel. Now, extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. When I first heard this, the first thing I thought of was the 31 M1 tanks that the U.S. had sent to Ukraine. Like, wow, half of those are in Mexico? Like, does that mean a battery and a half of Patriot missiles are in Mexico? And, you know, this is kind of an easy target because it's so absurd. And I actually created a few AI-generated images of American equipment in Mexico, which is pretty offensive, but also pretty damn funny, so that makes it okay. And, I mean, during this whole thing, I kept thinking of, like, a cholo trying to run a Patriot battery. Hijo de tu puto madre, man! Stop touching the radar! Now I gotta do a system reboot, yo! Pinche! Sorry, I just got one more. Shoot like a cholo. And while it is funny to think of the cartels operating HIMARS rockets, logically, if anything is being smuggled, it would be small arms, right? Maybe crew-served weapons, maybe some small anti-tank missiles. Now, this trope kind of started in June of 2023, just as the Russian disinformation machine was kind of finding its legs with the West. There, a video surfaced.
BG donate tellers, you only need to be a subscriber for 1 second before you can chat in his chat and tag him to ask for a debate. He's asking for people to
just in their works in addition to that. If it's
I've already debated him. Like, does he actually... Is he actually saying he wants a debate? Because last time I tried to debate him on Problem of Evil and shit, he basically just tried to run away and end the convo, and he wouldn't really allow for a debate to happen. But, yeah, I'm not going to bother. The guy is... He's kind of dumb and dishonest, and I've already debated him before, and he kind of ran away from it. Thanks for the donation, though, VG.
Which claimed that a cartel member was carrying a Javelin missile launcher, which was sold to the cartel from Ukraine. And there's a few problems with this. The first is that that's not a Javelin, it's an AT-4, which is a short-range, unguided anti-tank missile. And second, this is a demonstration trainer, you can tell by the yellow band. Occasionally, you can find them demilled and available at gun shows. God bless America. Shoot, I have a gun back there. I actually think I have a gun in every single room of the house, except maybe the bathroom. And kind of the funny thing here is that if Ukraine is attriting the Russian army with 50% of the weapons we gave them, what the heck does that say about the Russian army? Now, when it comes to corruption in Ukraine, you can kind of divide Ukraine into two chapters. There was the chapter before the 2014 revolution, and then there was the chapter after the 2014 revolution. Now, before the 2014 revolution, Ukraine inherited this very Soviet kind of legal system and the system of blat. And that's not to be confused with bliat. Blat is kind of like the petty, do me a favor and I'll do you a favor kind of corruption. Every nation has it. Where I'm from in New Jersey, it's more like, yeah, I know a guy, don't worry about it, it fell off the truck. What's the matter with you? In the South, it might be more like your network of good old boys. After 2014, Ukraine signed numerous anti-corruption laws in an effort to kind of get closer to Europe. Now, according to the World Justice Project, this has had some effect, but progress has been trending downward, although the war gave it a bit of a boost at the end. And that could be because Ukraine kind of realizes that if they really were corrupt, Western nations would stop sending aid. And, you know, the funny thing about this whole Ukraine corruption thing is that if Ukraine is so corrupt, why doesn't Russia just buy Volodymyr Zelensky? Like, here's a few billion rubles, bub, go sit on a yacht like the bad guy from Tenet. But no, he has to be like, oh, I'm going to fight for my country. Beware the honest man.
Me, I'm dishonest. And a dishonest man you can always trust to be dishonest. Honestly. It's the honest ones you want to watch out for.
Dude could have taken a ride, but he chose the path of ammunition. Kind of makes you wonder what the founding fathers would have liked more, Zelensky or Carlson. Now, a lot of hay has been made about a report made by the Inspector General of the United States which said DoD did not fully comply with the EEUM program requirements for defense article accountability in a hostile environment. And if you want to read that whole report, it's available at ryanmcbeth.substack.com, although a lot of parts have been redacted. Now, EEUM means Enhanced End-Use Monitoring, and it basically extends to very advanced weapon systems, things like Sidewinder missiles. And yeah, the Javelin missile too. But also things like communication security equipment and man-portable night vision devices. And no.
Well, I don't need $2. Let me see. Yeah, that's more or less true. Haven't figured it out yet. Haiti, Zimbabwe, South Africa stuff's happening in Ohio now. Oh my god. When they say white supremacy, they mean white people existing at all, anywhere. Blacks in Lincoln Heights, Ohio take to the streets with rifles in the name of community defense against white supremacy. Is that even anywhere close to what this actually is?
Yeah.
And yeah, Ohio,
What Piers Morgan is defending Kanye? What the fuck?
No, Myron's defending Piers Morgan. Or no, sorry, Myron is defending Kanye. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo. Yeah, and this is true, I think, for most states. There aren't any open carry laws when it comes to long guns, so it's legal to carry long guns. I also don't know anything about this community or why they're even gathering.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. Look at my baby. What the fuck you talking about? What is you talking about? My baby at, man. Yeah, what these doing fucking dick sucker coming? Let the cars come. Just don't let them people come back no more. Alright, cool. Let the cars come. Just don't let them people come back no more. I ain't gonna even say Cincinnati, nigga. This Lincoln Heights. Yeah.
It is insane to me that these accounts are allowed to be on Hitler, like on X. Like this person's literally claiming blacks are banding together to exterminate white people. And then some out of context video where people are gathered with long guns and you have no idea why they're even there. Heart of Gold, never for clout, didn't even realize this was being recorded and put on the internet.
I feel bad I didn't get you pants. You want this jacket?
You've given me enough already.
No. Here you go.
Oh, that is so generous. You're gonna make me cry.
No. Thank you so much.
It's my pleasure. And everybody just love.
Legitimately, you have Hassan giving the clothes off his back. The clothes off his back. He's like, you could have this because it's.
So first of all, he's a millionaire and he knows he's being recorded. Doubt he does this too often off camera. Retarded. Thanks for the donation, lol.
No surprise, typical anti-Semitis defending other anti-Semitis.
Yep, it's what they do. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Note that the report didn't say
you benched through 15 recently. Congratulations, Matthew. 3 plates is pretty sweet.
That weapons have been sold. It didn't say that weapons have been shipped to cartels in Mexico. It just says that the DoD did not fully comply with EEUM program requirements for defense article accountability. Basically, the DoD wasn't following its own rules for accounting for property. The report says that 59% of the more than 1.699 billion of EUM designated defense articles was delinquent for a serial number inventory. Now that doesn't mean that 59% of $1.699 billion is missing. Essentially, Ukraine wasn't always providing accurate serial number inventories, and the US wasn't always handling the information that it had accurately. For example, Stinger grip stock serial numbers. That's this thing right here. This is a Stinger grip stock. It is used to fire the weapon. The missile comes separately. It's kind of attached to the grip stock, and then the missile tube is discarded after firing. The serial numbers for the Stinger grip stock that was sent to Ukraine were provided by the Army to the DoD in an email in March of 2022. But DSCA, or the Defense Security Cooperation Agency, didn't enter them into their database until May of 2023. So for like 14, 15 months or so, it may have certainly looked like we lost those weapons because the inventory was sitting in someone's inbox for a freaking year. Again, that doesn't mean the Stingers are sold to Mexico, but it does mean that a bunch of weapons hadn't been entered into a database accounting for they were. That's our fault, though, not Ukraine's. We did that to ourselves. So, logically, could weapons from Ukraine make their way to Mexico? Think about it like this. Some of the best flautas in the world are at the Chili Pepper in Yuma, Arizona. I live in Silver Spring, Maryland. And even though the Chili Pepper has some of the best flautas in the world, I'm not flying to Yuma to go get them. If I want Mexican, I'm going to J&J.
Would over-nourishing cause fatigue? Like, what do you mean? Just having too much of a certain vitamin or mineral? I mean, I'm sure it could, potentially. So, like, if you have too much of a certain vitamin, it could cause, like, like damage to your liver or kidneys, not make you feel so good. Certainly having high blood pressure and stuff like that. If you're just eating too much food in general, like, that can make you feel like crap and fatigued.
Because it's right off Georgia Avenue where I live in Silver Spring. And the fact is that drug cartels do the same thing. They tend to get their weapons from the U.S. And this is to the tune of roughly 200,000 or so weapons a year coming into Mexico from the U.S. This isn't the Gifford Center saying this.
No, Gum Gum. Gum Gum, I'm eating. This is my food. I already gave Gum Gum his Num Num. Yes, Gum Gum already got his Num Num. But he still wants more Num Num. Can never give Gum Gum enough Num Num.
This isn't the Brady campaign or David Hogg. This is the Wall Street freaking Journal. Military weapons go missing every time. That's a fact. And if you've ever been part of Hands Across the training area, you know what I'm talking about. A missing weapon is a great way of turning a 5-day FTX into a 2-week exercise of walking through the woods looking for a weapon or a set of night vision device. The Army Times reported that 1,303 rifles and handguns went missing from the period between 2013 and 2019, and some have ended up in street crimes. The Army Times even showed a picture of a shipping container from Letterkenny Army Depot where 40mm grenades have been stolen. So if I'm a cartel member, am I going all the way to Ukraine for my flautas, or am I going to go to the United States, which is right next door? Now, once in a while, you do find things like rocket launchers in Mexico.
Dude, that is fucking crazy, stealing 40mm grenades from a military base. What the fuck are they planning on doing with them?
For example, this RPG-7 was found on December 28, 2024. Although this is an inert training model, you can tell that from the fact that it doesn't have a booster charge. So why would someone import an inert weapon into Mexico? I'm not entirely sure. It sounds like a good way of ending up like Helen and Ozark. And the truth is, yeah, maybe someone wanted to make a quick buck and wasn't thinking, or maybe the RPG is for branding. Yeah, the cartels might want to make it look like they have rocket bolt grenades so that police are more reluctant to mess with them. Now let's look at this from the standpoint of cartel leaders. Yeah, I might want things like rockets, especially since the Mexican police and the Mexican military use up armored vehicles. And some cartels have even been constructing their own narco tanks, which are mainly built on heavy-duty truck bodies, some of which have been captured by the Mexican government. And while these aren't tanks in the traditional sense, it could certainly give police officers who do not traditionally have their own anti-armor weapons a hard time. Now, one thing cartels have been doing is using drones for both ISR or using drone drop munitions like grenades. And one thing you might ask is, well, where are they getting the grenades? And I can tell you, look, if you have machinists that are skilled enough to create a narco tank or a narco submarine and chemists who can make drugs, making your own grenade really isn't going to be that hard, right? So while there's no doubt that the cartels got their idea of using drones from Ukraine, I have no doubt that any drone drop munitions aren't coming from Ukraine. They're most likely being homegrown or stolen from various militaries that are in Central and South America. So why would you run the risk of having a shipment from Ukraine be intercepted on the high seas when you can just make something simple like a grenade yourself? And finally, if these weapons have been entering Mexico from Ukraine, why hasn't Mexico provided a list of serial numbers? Every single weapon has a serial number. This dude is grabbing serial numbers off a weapons cache in Iraq. And every box of ammunition has a lot number on it. Things right here. I can figure out where the ammunition was manufactured, who made it, and trace it through the whole supply system just with this lot number. So if this is happening, Mexico has surely captured weapons, ammunition boxes. I haven't heard a single instance of Mexico giving these lot numbers to the United States, so the United States can kind of trace how these weapons arrived in Mexico. And also note that it's in the cartel's best interest not to buy any weapons from Ukraine. You know, look, the millisecond President Trump thinks the cartels are using high-end American weapons in Mexico, basically anything on this list, U.S. Special Forces are going to be in Mexico beating the cartels like a piñata. So, you know, this war in Ukraine has been going on for 3 years now. That is a long time.
Yeah, then again, anti-Semitis defending other anti-Semitis is pretty much what these Hamas supporters are about.
Yeah, they all do that. Also, there's Gummy. I love my gum gum. Well, thanks for the donation, Dodo. Yeah, people are chimps, man. It's fucking crazy finding out how many people are, like, legit Nazis.
For not a single lot number or serial number to show up in Mexico. So that's kind of weird. And you also have the fact that if you do a Google search for the term, are Ukrainian weapons ending up in Mexico, what pops up first? Tucker Carlson's video and a report from TASS, which is the Russian news agency that references Tucker Carlson's video. I can tell you something, Mr. Carlson. If you go to report something and then a Russian news organization uses your video to advance a Russian agenda, maybe you've been hanging out with the wrong friends. You know, I've often said that infodom war, information domain warfare, is a component of warfare. And infodom war can have kinetic effects. This is one of the reasons I have traveled around to various Army conferences advocating for striking foreign disinformation actors during wartime, either with cyber attacks or with more kinetic means. And here's an example of...
Destiny was talking about fiber and digestion. Was this a few days ago when he was reacting to Jason Fung or something? Why am I getting all these weird, what in the fuck? Why am I not seeing his channel? Oh, there we go.
Of how the adversary can use infodom war. Let's say that Russia doesn't want the U.S. to arm Ukraine with howitzer ammunition. What can Russia actually do about it? Well, they could launch a cruise missile at the Scranton ammunition plant. Russia has bombers. Russia has cruise missiles. It is within their capability to perform this action. Now, it's questionable as to whether such a strike would succeed, but doing so would almost certainly bring NATO into the war. And Russia doesn't want a war with NATO. They can't fight NATO. They can barely fight Ukraine. So option two, Russia could pay a saboteur to work the plant and maybe destroy the plant or destroy components of the plant. This isn't outside the realm of possibility either. Russia has supported sabotage operations in Germany, and they've also supported attempted assassinations. But again, if discovered, That could bring NATO into the war, and Russia doesn't want to fight NATO because they'll lose. But if you look at information war, if you can convince Americans that American weapon systems are being sent to Mexico when they're intended for Ukraine, then Americans could demand their congressmen to stop sending artillery ammunition to Ukraine. The effect is the same. That's why I say Infodom war is a weapons effector. Infodom war is a domain of warfare, and we need to start recognizing it as such, or we will be at an extreme disadvantage in the next war. It is becoming more and more clear that Tucker Carlson is playing a role in this information war, whether he knows it or not. You know, during World War II, there was this British man named...
Dude, like the guy is literally a Russian asset. If only we could deport people like Tucker Carlson. Like, he loves Moscow, right? Like, oh my god, the food here is so amazing. Oh, it's beautiful. Send him to fucking Moscow. Why keep him here? He's no good. Putin would, like the funny thing too is Putin would probably force him to fight on the front lines.
William Joyce, he was also known as Lord Haw Haw. He used to broadcast Nazi propaganda radio shows directed toward England.
Germany calling, Germany calling, Germany calling. You are about to hear our news in English.
The British Ministry of Misinformation has been conducting a systematic campaign of frightening British women and girls about the danger of being injured by splinters from German bombs.
After he was captured by Allied forces in 1945, he was taken back to the UK, tried, and convicted of treason, later executed in 1946.
No.
And while I don't see Mr. Carlson ending up like Lord Haw Haw, I do see him slowly turning into a sort of Kirkland.
Dude, one of the most fucked up trials from World War II was with Tokyo Rose. She was an American Japanese, and when the war broke out, she was in Japan, I think, like just visiting family. And they literally forced her at gunpoint to make these propaganda radio broadcasts. And what she did, and she was working with like some Australian dude who was also in Japan. The Japanese didn't really understand English that well, so rather than making actual propaganda for them, they tricked the Japanese and they just put out sheer nonsense that like the Allies would just laugh at. And she still got fucking tried for treason.
Brand, Alex Jones, or maybe a Ross Dress for Less version of Keith Olbermann. Person who pops up every once in a while where you say, oh, is that guy still around? So all that being said, no, Ukraine is not selling American weapons systems to Mexican drug cartels in mass at rates of up to 50%. The idea of that is absurd on its face. It is possible that some Mexican cartels have heavy machine guns and a few genuine anti-tank rockets that were either stolen from the Mexican army or smuggled up from the U.S. That is absolutely possible. And from the cartel's point of view, I don't see how it is either practical or sensible purchasing weapons or munitions from Ukraine at scale, even if those weapons or munitions were available. President Trump is about this freaking far from going to war with the cartels on his own volition, and the last thing the cartels need is any justification to make that happen. So, hey, if you want to support...
I don't know why the fuck you'd ask such a stupid question like that in chat. I'm obviously pro-Ukraine. What do you think, I'm fucking retarded?
Under the First Amendment. Hate speech
Actually,
is
it's not.
protected.
That's the point. It's not. You don't even know. You don't know enough about your own First Amendment.
I'm not saying that I support hate, but people have a right.
So if a white man walked up to you and said, "Hey, get out the way," you support that?
And let me guess, she was of course executed.
No, I think she just had a really long prison sentence. Yeah, Toki Rose, trial 1949, 10 years prison, $10,000 fine. It was really retarded. She literally did nothing wrong and did everything she could to, one, preserve her own life. Like, if she didn't go along with the Japanese, they would have, like, tortured and killed her. and she didn't do anything harmful for the war effort. So she went out of her way to not actually release propaganda and just trick the Japanese. So pretty retarded.
I support his right to say it.
Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
What is funny about beating up a woman?
People like you are the fucking problem.
This interview, respectfully, will be on your highlight career, living in infamy.
You're running around with someone that's literally a war criminal wanted by the ICC. And then you're over here calling for censorship. I'm tired of anti-Semitism. I'm tired of racism.
You are a Jew hater and you have a right to be a Jew hater.
Fuck your feelings, dude.
Free speech means the right
This is
to
gonna be
express
bad.
ideas and opinions without fear of censorship or sanction. It applies equally to speech, which many consider deeply offensive. In fact, that's arguably when it's most important. Otherwise, the loudest and most powerful voices have total control over ideas, and they have the ability to crush dissent. But there are limits to free speech, even under the First Amendment. There is no First Amendment right to share child pornography, threaten individuals, or incite violence. Rapper Ye, hereafter, I'm going to call him Kanye West. I'm done with calling him Ye. Unleashed a wild flood of anti-Semitic posts on X this weekend. He was misogynist, he was racist, he was frankly disgusting. He talked about violence against women, he talked about violence against Jewish people and enslaving them, he talked about loving Hitler, he talked about white people and Jewish people who are different and the Jews are always going to steal. And whether this endless vile tirade was tantamount to incitement of violence against Jewish people is, I guess, open to debate. He certainly wanted people to think very disparagingly of them, if not hate them. I would argue that identifying as a Nazi alone implies that, yeah, maybe he shares a mindset of people who literally exterminated millions of Jews.
If you're gonna, I mean, the Nazi ideology supports like mass extinction, genocide. If you say you're a Nazi, that is an open call for violence.
Not to mention his statement that you have to put Jews in their place and make them into your slaves. Something that he then followed up with this. He said, Jews were better as slaves. You have to put Jews in their place and make them into your slaves. He then said, sometimes you have to do it like the pharaohs. Make your Jews work for you, but watch them as close as you can. Whip your Jews. Whip your Jews as you treat them like slaves. What does that mean? Is that ambiguous? Is that freedom of speech? Or is that a clarion call to commit acts of violence against Jewish people? What seems crystal clear is that Kanye West was in clear violation of X's own rules on hateful conduct. The platform under Elon Musk has suspended more than 5 million accounts since he took over. It censored Kanye's account yesterday as not suitable for work when he posted legal pornography. And Musk has previously banned Kanye West entirely for posting a swastika interlaced with the Star of David, which he said was an incitement to violence. So why was Kanye allowed to spend the whole weekend unloading shocking abuse on Jewish people before apparently leaving voluntarily? And more broadly, just what the hell
Because Elon Musk is a Nazi.
is going on with this idiot? Well, joining me now to debate all this, host of the Fresh and Fit podcast, Myron Gaines, the rapper and podcaster Zuby, America's rabbi and author of Holocaust Holiday, Rabbi Shmuley Boteach, and the commentator and YouTuber Choke No Joke. Okay, let me start with you, Myron, because you and I got into a little Twitter exchange yesterday about free speech. And it seems to me, with Kanye and this tirade that's went on for days, there are two debates to be had. One is whether what he was doing was contrary to X's own rules by the same definition that they have suspended millions of accounts. And I posted a graph showing why people got suspended, a lot of it for harassment, hateful conduct, and so on. So I think there's literally no dispute or doubt that he did. So the question remains, why was he then not suspended, but able to leave voluntarily? But the wider debate that I think you and I were having was about freedom of speech and where that begins and ends. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but you seem to be suggesting that you don't think there is an...
Myron's streaming on his own personal... He's not on YouTube, is he?
Credit score to 730. Alboy says, you know what's funny? Check out the owner of Shopify every single time. Yep. You guys want to get involved in the show? Donate on Myron Gaines X. Okay, chat? Because, and here it is right here. Oh, shit. right here. Okay, guys, Myron Gaines X. You see that? MyronGainesX.com. All right, put that on the screen there for a second. And the reason why, guys, is because I'm using Restream. Rumble Studio was fucked up. That's why I had these technical difficulties. So, MyronGainesX.com. All right, I'm going to go ahead and pin in the chat for you ninjas, because it is going to be very difficult for me to read Rumble rants and Castle Club chats. So, let me... All right. So donate here, ninjas. Vegan Gains, why are you scared of debating me on veganism? Bro, I don't have a stance on veganism. What the fuck? Bro, I've never argued against or for veganism ever. That's a random ass fucking thing. Why are you scared to debate me on veganism? Bruh, I don't have an opinion on that. The fuck? Weirdo. Anyway, let's see here.
Well, there's your answer. While donate to others, they're talking about divorce. Go back 3 minutes. You can call them.
Would deeply upset. Like, I was like, I didn't know that I even had that much.
I'm not calling into the line, dude. That call-in show is a complete waste of time. They just kick you as soon as you give them any pushback, and all they do is scream. They're all just very immature children. Thanks for the donation, lol.
I don't see how anyone could defend someone like Kanye West at this point.
The only way to defend him is, one, by using some sort of mitigation tactic, like blaming this on his mental health issues, or just full-on supporting Nazism. Like, that's really the only thing you can do. But thanks for the donation, Dodo.
An end. In other words, you can say absolutely anything you want, to which I would say, well, I don't think you should be able to say to 32 million people on a platform that you want to make Jewish people your slaves and whip them. Do you?
Well, I think the thing is, when Elon took over X, he wanted to mirror it with the First Amendment. And the First Amendment allows a broad range of speech to be allowed. And the reality is, if we don't have free speech, we don't have a democracy. And that's literally from Elon Musk.
Elon Musk has banned accounts left and right for criticizing him. This guy clearly doesn't believe in free speech. And the Constitution doesn't give you protections on what you can and can't say on social media, so that makes absolutely no sense. Like, by the way, if he's a free speech absolutist, then why does he restrict sexual or violent content on Twitter? If he's a free speech absolutist, then aside from, like, actual fucking crimes, so, like, if somebody posts child pornography or something, then it should all be allowed. If people want to upload videos of them, like, shitting into a bucket, that should be allowed on Twitter because he believes in free speech.
Himself. Now, we want to talk about unequal punishment on X, based on some people saying this and getting punished and people saying this and not getting punished. That's a whole other conversation. But I think if you're going to mirror the First Amendment with Twitter, then you need to allow that speech in.
Right, but look, on the first point about X's rules, he clearly transgressed pretty much every rule they have. I think that's unarguable. So it's for Elon to explain why, in the end, he was only censored, which he was, because he posted legal pornography. It seems to me extraordinary that legal pornography is deemed to be more offensive and more worthy of censorship than saying that you should make Jews your slaves and whip them. So let me bring in on that, Zuby. You and I have debated free speech many times, but on that specific point, I mean, do you view the publication of legal pornography on X as better or worse than what he said about making Jews slaves and whipping them?
If I'm being honest, I think it's all bad. I don't think that hardcore pornography should be on X, if I'm being honest. It's not on any other social media platform. And a big reason for that is because kids use these platforms. And if you've got that many followers and you start posting pornography, then naturally you're going to get some minors seeing it. And so that in itself is a problem. When it comes to inciting violence or calling for violence, I think it's fair to say that he did cross that line. I mean, if you're saying to whip a certain race or ethnic group of people, whether he's pretending, and you've got the wider context of everything he's been saying beyond that, you'd have to go through it post by post. I think a lot of them, vast majority of them, I'm not a fan of. I would condemn what he's saying, but I would support his right to free speech. But when it comes up to the point of calling for violence, which he did in that specific one that you brought up, then yeah, that's a clear violation. I don't run X. I'm not Elon. I'm not a moderator. So I'm not in charge of that. I'm a very staunch advocate for freedom of speech.
Yeah.
But yeah, there is a line.
It sounds like you share my view. I mean, bringing in the rabbi here. I mean, Rabbi, if I was Jewish, I'm not. I'm an Irish Catholic. If I was Jewish, I'd have been utterly sickened by the constant tirade of blatantly anti-Semitic garbage that was being spewed by Kanye West. How are you feeling?
First of all, you're an honorary Jew because you've really supported Israel through this war, and we're grateful, Pierce. Tolerating
I'm an honorary Jew too.
the intolerable is the liberalism of fools. You can speak about being a free speech absolutist, but there must be three exceptions: incitement to violence, commission of violence, and admission of violence. What's missing from this discussion is not that Kanye said that Jews should be whipped. It's that Kanye said that he has beaten women. And he said that women should be slapped. And his wife is in an abusive relationship. And Bianca Censori's family, who live in Melbourne, Australia, have done nothing to rescue her. Are we talking about whether there should be pornography on X? There was pornography at the Grammys. Professional lip readers had him tell his wife, Bianca Censori, take your mink coat off, and she is totally glassy-eyed. There is no free agency. She is an abused wife.
Yeah, I saw that. I don't know what the fuck the deal is with their relationship. Yeah, she seems to be kind of shocked by what he's asking. Well. This had to have been planned ahead of time, so she wasn't wearing anything under that coat. So they planned it ahead of time.
Frank's gang stalking by the JEWs continues.
Oh god, he's still going insane? Okay, we'll watch that next. Thanks for the donation, Bleached N-word Butthole. I don't know, like, just judging by her face, it doesn't look like she's in too much distress. Does this look like a distressed person? So they planned it ahead of time, this narrative that she's getting abused. Like, I just ask, like, what's the evidence? Like, yeah, it's really weird behavior to be told to take all your clothes off at the Grammys, but it's the Grammys. Like, these are artsy-fartsy weird people, and Kanye's also kind of weird and crazy. I'd imagine if a chick had an interest in getting with him, she'd also be probably a little weird. So I don't know. Judging by how Kanye treats people who work with him, that private school he was making, I'm sure he's not the most pleasant person to be around, and he goes on, like, basically temper tantrums all the time, but I don't know how he's actually treating his wife. I wouldn't jump to conclusions and say she's clearly being abused. All right, let's see these Frank mints. Oh, somebody sent me a thing on through my email. Apparently, Frank lost his lawsuit with Paul Saladino via default judgment. So Frank's probably going to have to pay up a good chunk of change to Paul for defamation.
With everything that's been going on lately, I really didn't have a choice. I was going to ask you guys for help this week to support me with all the chargebacks and harassment.
USDA shows up in PA, Gangsta. Oh my god! He's getting investigated by the USDA again.
But lo and behold, perfect timing, USDA shows up to my door. Ironically, you know, this same day I was going to film that video about gang stalking and harassment, and there was actually a customer who was probably a corporate secret society shill that filed a complaint to the USDA, which sent them over here to me today, and I'll show you guys this conversation I had with them.
Hey, afternoon. How you been?
What's the deal, Tom? I thought we were buddies. You didn't give me a call when you were stopping by?
Well, we'll talk about it.
Oh, yeah?
So this is Mike. He's with our office as well.
Oh, yeah?
Mike, Frankie.
Yeah?
So we're following up on a complaint we received through our consumer complaint monitoring system. So I just wanted to talk about that and see. The complaint essentially was that they bought some Iberico pork collar, one of which was, they bought two, one of which was labeled, the other one wasn't. So just trying to make sure it came from a proof source and...
Yeah, we buy all the Iberico from the same product we've been selling.
Right.
We have a lot of customers that are trying to harass us, you know. We have a lot of people that are intentionally placing orders and filing chargebacks. People hired by I don't know who. I'm getting over, you know.
This guy's looking at him like, oh shit, he's insane. So Frank probably shouldn't be making these sorts of claims to this guy. Like, the easy thing to do would be, weird, we label everything. Either maybe she made a mistake and filed the complaint wrong, or maybe there was some mistake during the labeling process that was made. Like, we process a lot of orders, but yeah, we're getting all our meat from this thing. Like, that's the sensible way to deal with that. But no, Frank, yeah, I'm getting gang stalked by the Illuminati. It's a secret society of evil Jews that worship Satan and sexually assault and rape kids because they think it will give them eternal life. And they're also in communication with extra-dimensional beings that are also malevolent. And they're sending in all these false claims about my business because I'm the one and true savior of humanity, and they're trying to stop me from becoming a billionaire. I have all these billionaire ideas, and the only reason I'm not rich right now is because of the Illuminati evil Jews that are in cahoots with extra-dimensional malevolent beings. Like, he's gonna get investigated more, like, for saying stupid shit like this.
10 to 15 of these fraudulent orders every single week.
Okay.
And I'm losing a lot of money on my business. And these people are making outlandish claims. All of them are similar orders. Their first time.
Let's see.
Hey VG, bad news, spec king of anti-Semitism.
British Jews facing most hatred in decades amid hundreds of attacks. Wonder if this has anything to do with the Muslim community.
I think it's vitally important to work with both the Education Trust and to participate in the in the Holocaust Memorial Day. I think that, unfortunately, anti-Semitism is more prevalent than it has been in the past, because I think young people are no longer learning about the Holocaust as much as they did, and I think
that is definitely true. The amount of young kids who don't really know jack shit about it.
that young people are not able to distinguish between the state of Israel, which is a Jewish state, but what is happening in Israel is not the same as what we are teaching as part of the necessity of our.
More than 3,500 anti-Semitic incidents were recorded in the UK. Incidents recorded in 2024 included 201 assaults, one of which was classed by the CST as extreme violence. 157 instances of damage or desecration of Jewish property, including 37 involving posters or memorials for victims of the October 7th attack. Yeah, big surprise. Yeah, thanks, TikTok. Fucking retarded. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
When will Frank just uninstall his game? I am tired of his business murdering thousands of animals each month. Also fuck his Amish business partners, religious gay cucks. I hate all religions.
Yeah. I really would like to see Frank, you know, go somewhere else, you know? Go to a different realm or dimension or a plane of existence, you know what I mean? Thanks for the donation though, Klecker.
Customers, they're very hostile from the start, and they have adulterated my product, and they have made changes to the product.
Mayor of London was asked about this, and he replied with Islamophobia concerns. Dude, the UK is just the most retarded, silly place.
And take it.
Why do you think that people who eat animal products are so stupid with their arguments? I have a counter-argument towards any bullshit they spit my way. They just get themselves in circular arguments. I think people who eat animals deserve life in prison.
Yeah, they do. Most people are pretty stupid, and they're also not used to debating or defending any of the stupid horseshit they do. So if you get into a debate with them, yeah, they usually resort to circular reasoning or making excuses that don't make any consistent sense with their worldview. And then when you point that out to them, they just say, I don't care, I'm gonna keep eating meat. Like, yeah, they deserve life in prison when they get to that point. Thanks for the donation, Vegan for Life.
In fraudulent pictures in order to try to harm my business.
Okay. Someone called me and cut off the video footage of me talking about USDA grant denial. I was recording on my phone, and any incoming calls disrupt the video. Well, that's a very convenient excuse.
I applied for all the small meat processing grants. I applied for expansion grants. Didn't get any of them.
All right, so how come
I applied for, local farm promotion program. Didn't get it. I was trying to buy a USDA plant up in Watertown. Applied for USDA loan. You guys didn't grant me a USDA loan. And now you're here complaining that with BS customers, and now you're asking to come inside my business.
Oh my god, here we go. Like, these people could you know, in theory, shut down his business, and rather than just being polite and just giving rational explanations for certain things, you guys didn't give me money, you didn't give me a loan, I tried to apply to this, and you didn't give it to me, why are you such fucking assholes? Leave me alone. I'm like, it's just, he's so stupid, so dumb. Just the first thing he can think of is just having this whiny, hostile attitude. Random clips, please react. Donated $3.
Let's go,
go!
You probably would have had a better chance to debate Myron if you asked to debate Zionism or Israel. Maybe try that. Would be good ments. You were able to call Sneeko that one time. Maybe this will work.
Maybe. I don't know. He's already at so many viewers. Let me see.
Boom. This is a case that I worked on, guys. Mozaffar Kazi. I've talked about this before. So this was a big espionage case I did. Basically, long story short, this guy was sending sensitive military information to Iran. And this is a case that I worked intimately on. Actually, I was the one that found him, where he was at. Because he was hiding somewhere. But either way, the point I'm trying to make is, this is a case that I worked on. So there's no one else on YouTube, basically. I'm trying to tell y'all niggas.
Welcome, punch!
That has actually done a 793 espionage type case. I have. So I'm here to tell you guys, that case they had against Trump with the documents was by far the strongest case they had against Trump. Why? The reason why it was strong is because you can't have NDI or national defense information, okay, in your house. Simple as that. Like, you can't have it, right? It's got to be stored in a certain place, skiff room, whatever the fuck it is. And I know some people were saying, oh, well, you know, Donald Trump can declassify the documents. That is true. He absolutely can. But national defense information doesn't matter the classification. Anything that's NDI, military type stuff, is always going to be problematic to not have in a secure area. So, this case actually is what concerned me the most when I was looking at everything. This was the most serious case they brought against him, in my opinion. And the one that they had him dead to rights on. That's why, if you notice, this is the only case that really got dismissed before he got elected. Right? For those of you that don't remember. So, quick recap. FBI raids Trump's house, right, in Mar-a-Lago. FBI raids Trump's house. They go through it. They find all these documents. Some of them classified, some not. Now, the classification, like I said before, it doesn't matter because a lot of it is NDI. Then he obviously got indicted out of the state of New York. He got indicted in Washington, D.C., and he got indicted in Georgia. 2 federal cases, 2 state cases. Okay? Jack Smith, who was the special prosecutor, was the one running the federal investigations. He was running the Mar-a-Lago document case, and he was running the Washington, D.C. insurrection case. Now, the 2 state cases, we all know that's bullshit. Okay, having sex with Stormy Daniels, bro, okay, and paying her off, who cares? Then, out of Georgia, he had Fannie Willis had an overzealous RICO case against him and Rudy Giuliani, etc. Also a bullshit case, in my opinion. But, again, that was 2 state cases, 2 federal cases. Now, with the federal cases, if you guys remember, Jack Smith didn't dismiss the Washington, D.C. case until Trump was elected, right? He was like, okay, this shit's dead in the water, I'm going to drop it. But this case, and the reason why I suspect that they had to get this one out of the way ASAP, was because this is one that actually was the most dangerous, this document case. So what ended up happening was a district judge out of the Southern District of Florida, because remember...
That guy's too busy. Enigma, do I tell her isn't Myron a man lover? It appears that way. He's never really had a good explanation of all those photos of him sleeping with naked dudes and kissing other men. Thanks for the donation, though, Enigma.
Breach, breach! My God.
It's on.
It's kind of neat.
Let's go.
Should we help him? I don't know. Maybe he just needs some gas or something. We have gas in we have a gas can.
That's electric.
Hey, bro. Yo. Need help? Yeah, you don't mind helping me get some gas? Yeah. But I don't understand. You have a Tesla. Right. Yeah. And you need gasoline. Well, yeah. So we can. Where's the gas going to go? Show me. So basically, it goes in here, and that plugs into there, and then you're good to go. It's a believe I actually have.
Jump into the next questions. I would like you to share with me your screen immediately. Now.
Sure. Okay. Can you see my screen?
Yes. So tell me, how do you handle the conflict within your team?
Awesome. That's a great question, right? So to handle conflict within the team effectively, first, I would love to encourage open communication within the team.
All right, you guys tagged me in this and said this guy's got the ultimate whitening toothpaste routine. So charcoal toothpaste. I would stay away from charcoal toothpaste. There's a lot of abrasives in it that can cause damage to the enamel. Now, Colgate probably has an enamel safe one, which basically means they just made it black to market it as a charcoal toothpaste. Coconut oil, obviously a lot of people have been talking about coconut oil. A lot of studies say they needed to be on there for like 20 minutes of swishing, and really the studies really just show that it's just swishing away the plaque, so probably not something that's going to do anything crazy. Now, baking soda actually does have some good studies about whitening, and it's actually not too abrasive on the tooth. So I actually get a baking soda toothpaste though instead of putting the raw baking soda in there. That's gotta taste nasty. And a miswak. I'm not too sure why that would be any whitening effect. It's not really gonna have a whitening effect at all. A miswak is just basically a stick. It does have maybe some natural antioxidants and stuff, but nothing whitening. You just you're
These videos you sent me suck.
Water welding hourly wage. Subscribe.
Okay, thanks for the donation, dude.
Oh boo-hoo-hoo. Zeos are being harassed, are being called mean names, and while children are being bombed into just in a concentration camp by their fascist apartheid regime. Zeos are such poor victims. Cry me a fucking river. Fuck Israel, free Palestine.
I see you're still retarded, Ebony Gandalf. Thanks for the donation, dumbass.
Business, I mean, it doesn't seem like you guys have my best interest in mind.
All right, is that why you're not letting us in? Because you don't think we have your best interest?
No, I don't.
Right. I mean, you do know you're required to, right? Because you're essentially an online retailer. You're selling meat.
I'm a fulfillment company. I'm just
buying
shipping product.
Yeah. Right, you take ownership of product and then you resell it to your customers, right? Like an online retailer.
No, we're not under USDA inspection.
I understand that.
Yeah, we have certification through Pennsylvania Department of Agriculture as a retailer. We don't. We're not doing any USDA. We're not doing any slaughter. We're not doing any processing. We're not doing any wholesale. We're just direct retailer. We have certified inspection with Department of Ag here. We don't need any USDA inspection.
We're not asking for a USDA inspection. We're just asking for access to.
No, you don't. No.
Compliance with the federal meat inspection.
If you have any issues with products, I can give you the supplier that produced the product for us, and you can go inspect it at their facility. I'm sure, because we don't do any adultering to any product here.
I understand that, but you do understand what we do and why we do it. I mean, we've been through this before. So, and if you don't want to grant us access, I mean, that's one thing. I just want to make that clear that you're not granting us access to your facility today, correct?
I don't own this facility.
I I understand.
I don't own the facility. I cannot grant you access if I want to.
You're granting you and yourself.
Yeah, didn't he say he took out a mortgage for the grocery store? And even if he was renting the property, as a renter, you have legal authority to grant anybody access. So he's lying. He literally lied on camera.
Your employees have access, right? So I don't understand that.
I don't have employees. I work by myself.
So he's lying now. He does have employees.
Okay.
What did you speak that guy earlier? This building here, I have a bakery in front.
Okay.
I'm not selling meat up front.
And that's fine. So this is.
Let me see if I can geolocate the shit. Did you say it was like a 3-hour drive to New York? That's not it. Let me see earlier on. Does that say CPT? Trying to look this up on Google Maps. I can't find anything with that building out front. Damn it, that's not it either. I'm gonna download this. And I'll try to, no, it says CPT. I'm gonna download this and try to search it up later. I wouldn't be surprised if Frank deletes this because he's literally lying on camera. Yeah.
In front.
Okay.
I'm not selling meat up front.
And that's fine. So this is a former IGA, right? So I'm just trying to get the layout. And you have a bakery in front, and then you fulfill orders in the back or somewhere in the facility?
I'm not answering any questions.
Okay. right.
I also applied for food stamps, and you guys didn't even let me do that. I can't even accept food stamps. You guys denied every single loan and grant I applied for. There's probably at least 10 of them.
I don't know anything about that.
And I'm pretty sure if I filed the lawsuit I was going to file against you guys, you probably wouldn't be busting my balls today.
So, I mean,
you hear about...
You found it? What is it? 25... So that's it. Oh yeah, there it is. Nice, good job. Dude, this place looks like a fucking shithole. Yeah, there's the physiotherapy place. And there's Frank's weird building. This looks like an absolute shithole, dude. Well, might travel to the US and say hi to Frank. Who knows? Be pretty minty.
Did you hear about that poultry producer that got a $40 million grant and then they declared bankruptcy after?
No.
You didn't hear about that? That's too bad. Yeah.
So, we're good today. I mean, at least thank you for meeting with me today. We said we wanted to talk to you about the complaint received. You answered the questions to our satisfaction. I'm good with that. You have my contact information if there's any follow-up needed. You know, reach out, email, call. Yes, we're reachable. So just let us know.
You're reachable.
I am.
Yeah, you showed up to my business today trying to get in without me here.
I didn't try to get in. We knocked on the door. We rang the bell. We asked the person to come. We said, Tom from USDA, please tell Frankie we're here. We never attempted to make entry at all.
Is that all you guys need for today?
It is.
All right.
Now this is the guy.
Dude, that is not a big deal at all. And Frank just blew everything out of proportion. Like, wow. Grey Knight Donatello, send the address to your Discord so that activists can appear and protest his store, lol. I don't know. You guys know where it is now. I don't know if that violates YouTube's TOS. I'll consider it. Thanks for the donation, Grey Knight.
That actually raided my business when we were in New York. So I wouldn't be surprised if they got a warrant and tried to enter my building out here in Pennsylvania. I don't think they're...
If they had a warrant, they would have entered.
They're allowed to, because we don't have to be under USDA inspection. We don't physically own the product. It's purchased by a different entity. And we are under inspection.
That sounds like a lie.
Inspection by Pennsylvania Department of Agriculture, because we are a retail market. So, I mean, but hey, these government organizations can do whatever they want. Yeah, no, I was gonna, post the lawsuit. We filed a federal lawsuit, Frank Tufano versus Free Range Meat Conspirators. Of course, this secret society-owned judge just dismissed the case, and we didn't get any recourse for it. And I have a whole laundry list of chargebacks in my emails every single week. I'm losing at least $1,000 every week in chargebacks. So these people, these secret society members who are working...
He means the Jews.
...in the interest of themselves, because 99% of businesses are secret society owned, and they don't want me
90% of businesses are owned by Jews, right?
as a legitimate small business to compete with. It's as simple as that. When these people see that I am running a business and taking any shred of profit that they could be making themselves, it's unimaginable. It's unimaginable to these people. It's like life and death to them. These people will not stop until the day I drop dead of trying to shut down my business in any way possible, and it's absolutely disgusting. And the only recourse I have is by exposing these people on social media and showing what they're doing to me. Because as we've seen, the court system is just in their favor. The courts will not help me at all. And there's nothing I can really do. All these other influencers, or I don't even want to get into it, guys. I'll do some other videos this week talking about it more, but
Frank is losing his fucking mind.
Abused woman, how is the media becoming complicit in the absolute degradation and humiliation of this woman who he claims to have dominion over? And he says he slaps her around, and he says that he has practiced violence against women. Where is law enforcement? Why hasn't he been arrested? Why hasn't there been an investigation? Where is the rest of Hollywood and the Grammys to condemn violence against women? The two most targeted victim groups in history are Jews and women. And notice that Kanye, the ultimate bully, goes after both. And let me say one final thing. I utterly reject any belief that Kanye is sick. He is not. He is wicked. There's a big difference. He knows when to turn it off. At the Grammys, he was completely normal. He wasn't there naked in any way. It was all about his wife. He didn't lose it. He said you're going to get a lot of attention. Everything he does is willful. It is motivated by a desire for attention, building his businesses. He is not crazy. That is an excuse. He is wicked and he is evil.
Yeah, I mean, I would add to this, choke, no joke, that one of the most...
Like, he probably has a personality disorder. I think he was diagnosed with bipolar disorder at one point. But you can't blame his behavior on mental health. He's not seeing like angels and demons and fucking frogs everywhere. He's not cray, but he's like a fucking complete dickhead.
Most offensive things he did for me, in his defense of Diddy, for example, he suddenly produced a T-shirt which was a scene from the hotel lobby or the corridor where Diddy had beaten up one of his girlfriends, and it had her in the picture, right? This was literally a crime scene of appalling domestic abuse that we all saw the video, and he's trying to sell a T-shirt based on it. Now, that alone, to me, crossed any kind of line that should be tolerable for social media.
Yeah, well, first of all, how you doing, Piers? Thanks for having me back.
Good to see you.
All right.
If I hit it one time, I'ma pipe him. If I hit it 2 times, then I like him. If I fuck 3 times, I'ma husband him. Lighters up, steam out the roof, piped up, spitting like the grill need a tooth.
I don't know what song that's from, but thanks for the donation going, Anders.
Like the rabbi said, Kanye is just doing all this for attention. You know, he's not the topic of discussion in hip hop no more. The Super Bowl was going on. It was Kendrick's moment. He's trying to steal his shine because it's not about him. It's about Kendrick and Drake right now. And he is an embarrassment to the black man. You know, he is a pure embarrassment to the black community. 97% of us don't approve of what he's doing. He's disrespectful to women. I promise you, no disrespect to the Caucasian woman, but if that was a strong, sophisticated black woman, she would not have took her clothes off on that red carpet to satisfy Kanye chasing clout, which is fame or the spotlight. And I know Kanye. I was there the day he got signed at Rockefeller. I met his mother. I've been in.
This guy's kind of retarded. This has nothing to do with skin color. So if you're going to claim this woman's being manipulated, whether she's black, white, Asian, whatever, they could be manipulated. Oh, a black woman would never do this. Right, sure they wouldn't.
His apartment. I know the humble Kanye that fame, once he's allegedly sold his soul to this game. He became this dark person, and what, like the rabbi said, what he's doing is very evil. I don't think that's freedom of speech. What he's doing, that can incite a riot, that can incite a hate attack on the Jewish community, and all he's doing it for is attention.
Why do people bring up mental disorders to justify crimes? It doesn't matter. Hey dude, why the fuck did you stab my leg? Sorry dude, I have a mental disorder. Oh, that's fine, I guess it's not your fault that you did that. Have a nice day, dude.
Yeah, crime's a crime, regardless of how or why it was committed. So, the only time mental illness can be used, like, as a defense is if somebody has, like, no control over their own actions. So, but in that case, they have to be institutionalized anyway. Thanks for the donation, though, Klecker.
There's nothing wrong with him. He's just mad because he's not relevant right now.
You know what? I agree. In fact, when I interviewed him at length over a year ago, you know, he categorically denied that he had any mental illness. And I also asked him if he had any regrets, because he'd been through a storm about abusing Jewish people before, about saying he wanted to go DEFCON 3, DEATH, DEFCON 3 on Jewish people. And I asked him if he regretted it. Let's see what he said. You've now changed what you wanted to say originally. My question for you is, do you now regret saying DEFCON 3 on Jewish people? Are you sorry you said that? No. I don't think it matters. You should be.
Absolutely not.
When you insult the Jewish people and say you're going DEFCON 3 on the Jewish people, that is as racist as anything you say you've been through and any pain that you've experienced. It's the same thing. Racism is racism. And you know that, I think, don't you?
Yeah, obviously. That's why I said it.
So you said it knowing it's racist?
Yes. I fought fire with fire.
Okay.
I'm not here to get hosed down.
At least that's
a different
honest.
type of freedom fighter. I will say I'm sorry for the people that I hurt with the DEFCON, the confusion that I call. I feel like I cause hurt and confusion. And I'm sorry for the families of the people that had nothing to do with the trauma that I had been through, and that I use my platform where you say hurt people, and I was hurt.
But the truth is, he wasn't sorry about the hurt. Otherwise, he wouldn't have carried on doing it for the last 3 days. And just to bring you back, Myron, if I can.
He's back gaining attention, and I guarantee you, there's some music coming down the pipeline.
Right.
That's why he's doing this.
Yeah, it's attention-seeking for personal gain. Myron, let me bring you back in, because yesterday when you were getting into it with me about what you perceive to be censorship, you said, why the fuck are you calling for censorship when you have a show called Uncensored? The hypocrisy is incredible. But I was calling for a censorship of blatant, threatening violence in the language, abuse of Jewish people and of women, including trying to market a T-shirt based around an incident of criminal domestic abuse. Surely you would agree with that censorship, wouldn't you?
No, I don't believe in censorship. I think, context matters, and it's very obvious that, he's doing this as a marketing plug. I mean, look, we're talking about it right now, so he's done a fantastic job. He had a commercial with the Super Bowl. He's the talk of the town right now. He's basically stolen the attention from Kendrick Lamar. Some people here are trying to say that Kendrick is more relevant than Kanye when it comes to hip-hop, but he's stolen the attention how? From really smart marketing. Now, with that said, I don't think anyone's ability to speak should ever be censored. Now, do I...
Yeah, that is not smart marketing. Just because you can get attention, that doesn't make it smart marketing.
There was a chick who watched that stabbed a dude like 130 times and hers left 40 times or something, and she walking free cause she said it was a cannabis-induced psychosis. Almost she shed the one tear and every BG.
Yeah, I heard about that. That was one of the most stupid, lame-ass excuses I have ever heard in my fucking life. The only reason she walked free is because she's a woman. Like, imagine if some black dude said, oh, the only reason I stabbed that guy and stabbed myself was because I smoked weed. Like, that guy would be put away. But yeah, some white chick says, I smoked a marijuana and it made me crazy. Yeah, she walks free. It's just crazy. Thanks for the donation, Nutmuffin.
like everything that he says? No, but I'm going to fight for his ability to say it. I also think it's important to note that sarcasm and humor and making jokes is a part of what he was saying. Is he really going to run around and slap women? No. Obviously, he's being sarcastic, he's being funny, he's being edgy. And I think that's important because we need people like that pushing the envelope so we can protect free speech.
But he was literally trying to sell a T-shirt which had imagery of his friend Diddy, his new friend apparently, because they fell out, his friend Diddy involved in a criminal act of abuse against a woman. Literally, that's what he was doing.
Yeah, I mean, it's America.
Hang on one second, just to be clear though, Myron, you think that was acceptable?
Again, capitalism is capitalism. Do I agree with it? Do I like it? Maybe not. However, I will support his ability to do it because he's obviously marketing things. He thinks maybe he has some dark humor that he wants to do where he thought that was funny. But the reality is that this is America and capitalism is a thing here.
So when Elon Musk... hang on one second, I'll come to all of you. So when, just to be clear...
The question Pierce is asking is just about whether you think that's acceptable. So it's a little open-ended, like acceptable how, acceptable in terms of the law, acceptable morally. So Myron is just saying, well, there's no law that would restrict him from doing it. And we do have constitutionally protected free speech. So whether you like it or not, like, then yeah, it's acceptable under the law. But Pierce should just ask a more specific question, like, do you agree with it morally? Do you think it's legally okay or legally gray?
Clear, Myron, when Elon Musk replied yesterday to someone on X and said that he was now being censored for the legal pornography that he was posting, did you agree with that?
Well, I don't like pornography, but again, it is legal. There's a 3-part test in America with the Miller test to see if it suffices. And, you can make the argument that, it didn't cause any issues as far as...
So Elon was wrong to censor him?
With pornography?
Yes.
Well, again, I don't like porn. I don't think it should be on X at all, personally.
Okay, so you agree with censorship?
For pornography.
Right.
Oh my God.
I think you can't justify nihilism with maximum entropy and heat death of the universe. There could be a multiverse or different dimensions and planes of existence that humans could maybe someday escape to and live forever. I would not rule that out.
Nihilism has nothing to do with death. We could live lives that are infinite and last forever that wouldn't make life meaningful. Like, that wouldn't create objective meaning. So I don't think you understand what nihilism is. Thanks for the donation, though, Brian. So he's contradicting himself now. By the way, First Amendment free speech protects pornography. It's a form of expression and speech. So he's saying we should have the platform X be free speech absolutist, but then he says, no, let's restrict speech that I don't agree with. So he's not a free speech absolutist.
Let's be clear, you agree with censorship?
No, I agree with pornography not being on X. I think it needs to be contained.
Yes, that's censorship by definition.
In a certain way.
But it's legal. It was legal what he was posting.
Yeah, I mean, like I said before, I don't have to like it or agree with it.
But what about his free speech rights to post it if he wants to? It's legal.
Oh my God, he's such a dumbass.
Well, that's a whole other thing. I think with X and pornography, there needs to be some kind of middle ground where, if it's going to be on X, there needs to be a way where it's not necessarily on the main feed, but that's...
Oh, so he's pro-censorship. He's both pro and anti-censorship.
So you agree with censorship, don't you, Myron? I mean, for all your chat on Twitter to me yesterday, you actually agree with it.
To compare censorship of pornography to censorship on political speech or...
So you think
it doesn't matter, it's censorship.
saying that you should treat Jews like slaves and whip them, or bitches deserve to be slapped, that is not... Or try to sell a T-shirt of a domestic crime being committed. You think none of those things are worse than posting legal pornography?
Yeah, I find it interesting that you're, harping on this, but there's people that monetize murder and death all the time in the hip-hop industry. There's people that
I don't agree with that either.
I'm sorry?
I don't agree with that either.
Exactly. You don't have to agree with it for it to happen or for it to be allowed.
No, I'm curious why you think only the pornography, which was legal, to be clear, should be censored. You didn't think any of the other stuff should be. What's the difference?
Yeah, he's literally trying to defend things like anti-Semitism, calls for hatred against Jews, spousal abuse, but then he's saying pornography is a step too far, like legal consenting pornography. Like, it makes no sense. Yeah, I got him.
Pornography and political speech? Completely different.
No, pornography and saying that Jews should be whipped and treated...
What in the fuck did... He keeps changing the topic. We're not talking about political speech. We're talking about what Kanye did on Twitter.
He did the slaves.
Well, that's speech. I mean, if he wants to say that, you know what I mean? I don't have to agree with it, but I think if he wants to say that, he should be able to say that. I mean...
So again, consenting adults having sex and posting that is not acceptable, but treating Jews or saying Jews...
By the way, you don't even have to have sex for it to be considered pornography. Literally just in anything that's considered a lewd image. So if you post feet pictures, and the intention behind the picture is to, evoke, some sort of sexual response in somebody, that would technically be considered pornography. So posting your feet is pornography. Just nudity, plain and simple, just standing there nude is pornography. Showing your breasts is pornography. Like a girl just bent over in a really tight, pair of yoga pants. That's pornography. So you don't even have to go to, the standard of two people having sex for something to be considered porn.
Jews should be slaves and be whipped. That is acceptable for you.
Speech, you cannot conflate speech with pornography, Pierce.
Why
I see
not?
what you're trying to.
Why not?
They're not the same whatsoever.
Yes, they are exactly the same.
Why aren't they the same thing?
No, they're not.
Why not?
No,
Explain why the difference.
Because in order to allow speech in, you need to allow all speech in so that people can come in and be able to have ideas, right? We need to
What's wrong with people having sex?
But if you're going to go ahead and say, oh yeah, let's go ahead and conflate that with pornography, well, there's nothing really to debate there, any real discourse that could be had with pornography of watching people have sex. It's not the same whatsoever. And to try to conflate the two.
Okay, cool. So there's no real discourse to be had with people talking about how Jews are evil, so it's okay to ban anti-Semitism. There's no productive political discussion to be had with anti-Semitism. So it's okay to ban anti-Semitic content by that rationale.
One is legal, and the other one is actually illegal. To treat people like slaves and whip them would be illegal. Actually, legal pornography is legal. So you're in favour of censoring something that's legal, but you're not in favour of censoring something that's illegal. I find that fascinating.
Yeah, him saying that is actually protected under the First Amendment. Hate speech
actually,
is
it's not.
protected.
That's the point. It's not. You don't even know. You don't know enough about your own First Amendment. I seem to know more than you. Although, just to be clear, I have a house in America. When I come to America, like anyone who comes to America, you are automatically protected by the First Amendment as well, right? So I know a lot about the First Amendment. The First Amendment actually bans a lot of things, including incitement to violence, incitement to violent hatred.
Anyone that was looking at his tweets, right? Anyone that was looking at his tweets that has any level of common sense understands that it's dark humor, understands he's trolling, it's marketing. He doesn't really mean
nothing.
No.
Funny about it at all. Let me bring in Zuby. You've been watching very intently, Zuby.
Okay, so Myron's like an actual genuine retard. Let's debate if men can get pregnant. Well, if what you mean by man is somebody who only produces male gametes, then no, a man can't get pregnant. I don't know what you mean by man, though. You'd have to define that.
I mean, look, I think what we've just established with Myron, with respect to him, is that when you try and be a free speech absolutist, it gets very complicated very quickly. Because I can't for the life of me, maybe you can articulate it better, but I can't for the life of me understand why Elon Musk, with his action yesterday, censors the legal pornography, and by the way, I agree with him. He should have done that, but that he doesn't censor any of the blatantly illegal things that Kanye was spewing. Notably, the fact that you should treat Jews like.
Yeah. So when you say are trans women women, trans women are trans women. So you're trying to play some word game here where it's I'm not even going to bother bringing up Photoshop, but just because you recognize trans woman as a type of woman, that doesn't mean they have all the exact same qualities as a cis, biological woman. So you're just trying to play some stupid word game where I don't have the position that trans women are no different than cis women. Trans women are trans women.
Slaves and whip them. That is actually a crime in America to encourage people to do that, to incite that level of. Well, hang on, Myron. I'm going to Zuby here. It seems to me that once you get into absolutism about this.
Okay, fine. It's fucking stupid. I think it might still be. Yep. Thank you, Discord. Yeah, still not working. Try that, see if it works. Dodo donate tellers, what a stuttering, bubbling moron.
At a high level, if you say, what is the goal of Doge and I think a significant part of the presidency is to restore democracy. This may seem like, well, aren't we in a democracy? Well, if you don't have a feedback loop, okay, X, we'd have to, if you, it's all right. I tell you, gravitas can be difficult sometimes. If there's not a good feedback loop from the people to the government, and if you have rule of the bureaucrat, if the bureaucracy is in charge, and then what meaning does democracy actually have? If the people cannot vote and have their will be decided by their elected representatives in the form of the president and the Senate and the House, then we don't live in a democracy, we live in a bureaucracy. So it's incredibly important that we close that feedback loop, we fix that feedback loop, and that the public's elected representatives, the president, the House, and the Senate, decide what happens, as opposed to a large, unelected bureaucracy. This is not...
It sounds like he doesn't even understand how the U.S. government works, and that is just absolutely fucked-hearted. Nothing he said made sense. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Either the invite link didn't work or he's not showing up.
It just gets complicated very fast.
Yeah, you're right. Look, it does get complicated, and the reality is that different people have different lines. Different nations have different lines. Every single country has different laws when it comes to freedom of speech, freedom of expression, even things that are graphic, visual things like pornography and so on. Some people will say that falls under freedom of speech. Some people will say that it doesn't. Going beyond that, though, this is all happening on a platform, and social media platforms have the right to set their boundaries where they want the boundaries to be. On Facebook and YouTube, for example, you absolutely cannot post pornography in any form. However, on X/Twitter, for whatever reason, throughout its entire history, they have allowed that. A lot of people oppose it, but for whatever reason, they let that go. So the truth is, ultimately, we can discuss the First Amendment, we can discuss laws in different countries, but I think in this particular case, the question is really about X and X policies and what is enforced and what is not enforced and what crosses the line and what doesn't. I would absolutely say, look, I don't even think I saw every single thing that Kanye posted. I don't use X on Sundays, but from what I saw, the vast majority of the posts were certainly egregious, but they didn't cross a line outside of what is within the bounds of the First Amendment. When it gets to something like calling for violence, I think that's pretty clear cut.
Yeah.
So from what I saw, there were probably like 3 or 4 tweets, maybe somewhere between 2 to 4 tweets that crossed that line. So I'm not going to sit here and defend Kanye. I will defend the principle of free speech. Like Myron said, I don't think that pornography should be on X anyway. I think that's a whole separate conversation. So I think I can say that I think a lot of what he said was wrong, and I can be very critical of it. But the vast majority of it, I would not say is ban-worthy. However, there were a couple posts where he did cross the lines, and it's up to X how and when they enforce that.
Yeah, and Rabbi Shmuley, I would say that I'm a big fan of Elon Musk, and I'm a big fan of his free speech defense, which I think he's been very proactive in. But I think he's discovered it is very complicated sometimes, because there's no doubt to me that if any ordinary person had been spewing what Kanye was spewing, they'd have been suspended very quickly, as they would be on any social media platform. And what struck me as astonishing, I even directly posted to Elon saying, can you please do something about this? This guy is doing this with utter impunity and quite deliberately testing your limits of what free speech are. And the truth is, there are limits. That's why the First Amendment has limits to it. And that's why you've got to have some limits. Otherwise, people do what Kanye West did, which, by the way, he was doing it to 32 million people.
Is our reality Elon cringe in the Oval Office?
Yep, that is our reality. Elon Musk is the shadow president. Thanks for the donation, Nutmuffin.
Rabbi Shmuley. So 32 million people were seeing a very high-profile rap star boasting about being a Nazi, boasting about loving Hitler, boasting about wanting to, or ordering people, instructing them to make Jews be their slaves and whip them, saying that bitches deserve to get slapped, trying to sell T-shirts with domestic crimes on them. All of this, I thought, was just completely outrageous. And not a matter of free speech, but a matter of somebody literally spewing violent and criminal rhetoric.
I also like Elon Musk, and I'm very grateful to him for having gone to Israel right after the October 7th attacks, being escorted by the Prime Minister of Israel himself, Benjamin Netanyahu, to see the women that were raped, that were beheaded, families that were burnt alive. I was there 1 week after the attacks.
Dude, oh my God, this guy isn't on social media enough or something. Elon Musk is an actual Nazi.
As well, but I also agree with you that this is absolutely unacceptable. I saw your tweet, Pierce, and that's why I wanted to come on the show. Zuby, and wait, just a second. Zuby and Myron, you seem like very decent guys.
Myron, you can respond to it when he's finished talking.
Please, let me speak. I believe, respectfully, that this interview will live in shame for the two of you, for the duration of your careers. Am I really hearing, first of all, from you, Myron, that he was joking when he said he beats up women? Ha, I beat my wife, Bianca, and that's funny? What is funny about beating up a woman? What is funny about threatening violence against a people who in the lifetime of my mother were gassed at a rate of 10,000 a day and turned into ash. This interview respectfully will be on your highlight career, living in infamy. It is not funny to murder 1.5 million.
So, Myron's a Holocaust denier, so this might get interesting.
Million children. It is not funny to rampage through the Jewish community surrounding Gaza, beheading Jews and non-Jews, including Thai workers with spades. I saw their beheaded bodies. For God's sake, there's real consequences to this hate. There used to be an alliance between the black and Jewish communities, knowing that we were hated for no reason other than the fact that we were different. I asked you, Zuby, you believe in free speech completely? If I'm David Duke and I'm saying, in 1964 in Birmingham, Alabama, we blew up churches, the Klan, and we burned 4 young black girls alive. Let's go do it again. Let's organize it. This coming Sunday, 3 o'clock, we're going to burn those black girls alive. You're going to say, well, he has a right to say, give me a break. What you're going to say is that this man is a disgusting, filthy, excuse me, a disgusting, filthy racist. Now, wait, now just a second. Kanye did not incite violence. He confessed to violence. He said, I beat up women. And Myron, who the heck are you to say that he didn't mean it? Do you have evidence? You mean he's lying and you're telling the truth? We saw what happened with Diddy. And by the way, the only person here with any dignity in this debate is Choke No Joke, who's saying that this is offensive to black men. Do you guys not understand this is feeding every stereotype of black rappers? I love the black community. The greatest American of the 20th century was Martin Luther King, who died so that people could have dignity. But that's not what a lot of people think. A lot of people think that rappers are into using the word B-I-T-C-H-E-S, and Kanye says I'm a billionaire, and Choke No Joke comes along and says this is offensive to the stereotypes of black men. And it is. And you guys are frickin' defending this. I want to be clear. I'm sick of anti-Semitism. I'm sick of racism. There are white racists, nationalists who hate black people. Some of them are around President Trump, even though I think he's a great friend of the black community, but he has those voices. We have Tucker Carlson. Tucker Carlson denies the Holocaust, and yet he's in the president's ear. He denies the Holocaust.
All right,
please, stop defending hatred.
Okay, I want to come to Joke No Joke in a moment, but I think it's only fair and right that I go to both the people you've just spray gunned and get them to respond. So, Myron, your response to Rabbi Shmuley.
Yeah, again, I find it incredible that he's over here so critical of Kanye West, right? About, he beats his wife, whatever. Meanwhile, you're walking around with a war criminal that's killed hundreds of thousands of innocent people, bombed them indiscriminately, etc. I find
There's no death tally that's gone into hundreds of thousands in Gaza. They're all around 40,000. So he's lying. $2 donators. Is NSBM protected speech in your view? I don't know what NSBM is. It's considered a form of protected art, even though it's inciting anti-Semitic hate crimes and genocide and hates towards all religion. I have no idea what NSBM is. Thanks for the donation, too.
I find it very interesting that you're so hardcore on Twitter about some tweets that may or may not have been a joke, more than likely a joke, anyone that has common sense, sarcasm, dark humor, etc., versus you're running around with someone that's literally a war criminal wanted by the ICC that's killed tens of thousands of innocent.
The ICC arrest warrant is based on completely false premises.
Children, right? And then you're over here calling for censorship. I'm tired of anti-Semitism. I'm tired of racism. People like you are the fucking problem, because here's the thing. Americans are tired of censorship. We're tired of being browbeat into being virtue-signaling losers like you, who always sit there and try to raise people and say, you go ahead and you provoke problems with people. I've literally seen you do this. You go up to people, you provoke them, and they tell you fuck off, and then you get mad and you yell anti-Semitism.
National Socialist black metal. It depends on what the lyrics are.
Quite literally, what I want to hear is this. Rabbi Shmuley, until you can actually call people liars for what they say, no one cares about anti-Semitism anymore. You guys run around, use it for everything. We're tired of it. Stop trying to browbeat us and virtue signal, saying, that's anti-Semitic. How about this? When you can call someone a liar for what they're saying, then we'll start taking you more seriously.
One of the claims with the ICC arrest warrant was that Netanyahu is using starvation as a method of warfare, which is completely false. They've never tried to starve the Palestinian population. I think another one of the charges was indiscriminate bombings, which, again, complete false premise. It's just complete and utter horseshit nonsense.
Other than that, you're a fucking dildo rabbi.
All right, Zuby, your turn.
Okay, may I
you can reply in a moment. Zuby, to respond to you first. Zuby?
All right, I'm going to keep it calm. I'm going to take the high ground here, because that was a heck of a lot of straw manning going on there, because you know that I did not support what was said. I did not support anything hateful. And I actually very clearly said that I don't support inciting violence. And in fact, that is a clear violation. So you can try to straw man my position, but people can listen to this interview.
You did say that. I heard you very clearly say that.
Freedom of speech means racism. It means anti-Semitism.
It doesn't. The trouble is, Myron, it doesn't mean. It doesn't.
Yeah, no, it doesn't.
Doesn't mean you incite violence. That's the line.
Myron, I didn't interrupt you. Myron, let me respond calmly. Myron, let me respond calmly, please. This is speaking over each other doesn't serve the interests of the public, please.
I understand that, but I'm saying...
Why don't you finish interrupting me and then I'll speak?
Okay, because you've been yapping the whole time.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Myron, thank you, Myron. Thank you
Don't
for
talk over each
showing...
other because nobody can hear what anyone's saying.
Donated $2. Earlier in the stream, you said Frank lost the lawsuit with Paul Saladino. Don't you mean Dr. Taban? Saladino was years ago. He had the lawsuit with Paul initiated years ago, and it just finally settled. And he only just started the thing with Taban, and I don't know if he even filed it yet. Thanks for the donation, though. Dodo donated $2. If Trump were playing 5D chess, he would use aid for Ukraine as negotiation leverage as part of a deal to buy Greenland from Denmark. I don't know how the hell that would work, because Denmark obviously has an interest in Ukraine being supported by the U.S. I don't know if that's really a great bargaining chip, because the U.S. also has an interest in Ukraine. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Say.
Okay, Myron, thank you for showing your true colors. You believe that when Jews defend themselves against genocidal acts of violence, that we are the genocidaires. We Jews are never victims. You said that I provoke anti-Semitic attacks. I was recently attacked by someone while I was working on the acceptance speech of one of President Trump's cabinet picks, by the way. It's because he's a friend, did it as a favor. When a crazy Islamist came over and threatened to murder me, it was filmed, it was watched by tens of millions of people. You believe that Jews are never the victims of anti-Semitism. They are the, they are the culprits of anti-Semitism. They're the culprits. We invite anti-Semitism. This is the oldest, you have to let me speak. This is the oldest anti-Semitic trope in the book, that we Jews want to shake down the world for money because we're money obsessed. You are saying exactly what Kanye said. Now, I wouldn't stop you from saying it. You're a Kanye supporter because you agree with his ideology, and I have no problem with you saying it, because you're not calling for me to be whipped. You're not calling for me to be enslaved. So you can say it. You are a Jew hater, and you have a right to be a Jew hater. I agree with, because I'm a free speech absolutist. But Kanye West says, I beat women. His wife was ordered by him to strip naked. You're opposed to pornography, and you support what he did.
Dodo donate $2. Is it true that watching porn reduces gray matter in your brain? Seems like it. Probably doesn't. So I'm assuming these are mostly cross-sectional, right? Problematic usage of the internet has been linked to diverse structural gray matter changes in individual data studies. However, no quantitative. Yeah. Included original cross-sectional comparative studies that examined, so these are just cross-sectional. It's very likely the case that people that have less gray matter have a greater propensity to have problematic, like, internet or porn usage. So this says problematic usage of the internet, not even porn specifically. And these are just all cross-sectional. So, like, to show an actual effect of the exposure, which is problematic internet usage, you'd have to have a prospective cohort. So you analyze them over time and see if there's a reduction in gray matter. Across the two cohorts, not a cross-sectional study. This really doesn't show you, it doesn't give you any kind of ability to see if there's an actual effect of the exposure, or whether or not the exposure is driven by the effect. Well, it technically wouldn't be an effect, but yeah, this is just garbage. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Did it to Grammys to that poor abused woman? Let me ask you, Myron, why don't you speak out against what Kanye did to his wife if you hate pornography?
Again, I don't like pornography. I don't support it, right? You don't have to agree with someone 100% to still be able to defend them. Like I said before, there's people that hold views that I dislike, but I'll defend their ability to say it because I have freedom of speech. Whether it's racist, it's anti-Semitic, or whatever else, term people want to use, I believe in freedom of speech, and that means protecting speech that you might not like. Also, you lied. You walked up to Sneeko, you tried to provoke him during the election night, and he ended up embarrassing you. So you do go up and try to instigate arguments with people, and then you call anti-Semitism when they respond to you.
Okay, let me get a choke. No choke. Hang on.
$2. Well, why don't you look up what NSBM is then? NSBM is considered a protected form of art, even though all of it is inciting anti-Semitic hatred and genocide Nazi ideology. Okay. So I'm assuming national black socialists are a political group? Or is this purely a subgenre of metal? Because, if it's a political group, then you could say that it's inherently anti-Semitic or something because that's just the beliefs of the political group. But if you're just trying to say a type of music has an inherent quality to it, it's kind of like saying all rap music promotes gang violence. So it's no, not all rap music promotes gang violence. There's a lot of gangster rap, but not all rap music promotes, gang violence. So I don't know if that's the case, but I don't know why the fuck you're asking me about this.
Choke no joke, be waiting very
Thanks for the
patiently.
donation,
Look,
dude.
you can see how quickly this escalates into a lot of ad hominem attacks. What do you feel?
I would like to say, first, let's. I'm sorry. What's your brother? The brother name Marvin? Myron? What's your name? Myron. Brother, please.
Oh, National Socialists, black metal. Okay, yeah. So I don't know if Nazism is part of National Socialist movement.
We're on the world stage, man. I don't know if you're African American or I see you colored. I don't know if you're black, African American, but brother, please, because one, we're talking about racism.
Well, oh yeah, it would be. Nazis. So it's literally just Nazi black metal. Well, then yeah, if it's Nazi black... Why the fuck would you ask me that, then? Yeah, the Nazi Party is the National Socialist movement. So why are you asking for my opinion? Are you asking if I support Nazism? Why do you ask me such stupid fucking questions?
Not right. Idea's not race.
Hold on, brother. We're talking about race. We're talking about racism here, right? Now, if Pierce went on X and said black people should be hung by trees and whipped, right? Would you not think that we would not have the same feeling that the Jewish community is having right now with Kanye making these types of tweets?
You know what? I wouldn't really care if Pierce said that because I would say it's the freedom of speech. He can say that if he wants. I might not like it, but again,
my question to you is: as black people, would we be offended as the Jewish community? People would be offended right now.
Here's what I'm trying to say: fuck your feelings, dude. Nobody cares. Freedom of speech is freedom of speech. I don't care how you feel. You need to allow people to say what they want to say. If you don't like it, that's fine.
Okay,
but
here's the problem.
Nothing Myron is saying makes any sense. So he feels badly about pornography, and because of his feelings, he wants pornography to be censored. But then when people feel another way about something else that he doesn't feel badly about, he's against censorship there. Like he has no epistemic standards.
Hang on. Here's the problem I have with this. Is that Zuby has very clearly drawn a line. Right, Zuby, I know from interview. Hang on. Zuby has always passionately defended free speech, as indeed have I. But like me, he draws a clear line when people are inciting violence. There is no doubt that is what Kanye West was doing. And the only member of the panel who has not denounced that is you, Myron. And I'm baffled why you can't draw a line that is drawn by your own First Amendment.
Again, because I have the common sense to realize that he's not talking about really beating women. It's a joke. He's been making tweets trolling the whole day.
Brother, how do you know it's a joke? How do you know it's a joke?
Dodo $2. Why do you people ask me such stupid fucking questions, send me stupid shit to react to that I obviously don't care about? I love that. Alright, well thanks, Dodo. Appreciate the donation. That is a remarkably stupid fucking question. So what confused me was the black part of it. I thought it was like if he just said nationalist National Socialist metal, that would have made more sense because the National Socialist Party was the Nazi party, but the black metal part of it, I thought it was like black National Socialist metal. So I wasn't linking that with Nazis. And then his question really reduces down to, do you support the Nazis? It's like, why the fuck would you ask me that? I don't know, man.
Why do so many of these black people think fighting fire with fire is okay? Raxim is still Raxim regardless.
Yes, that is true. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
It's very obvious.
Can I finish my point?
Have you asked him?
Played twice.
Let me finish my point. First of all, brother, listen. You said, right, that it can be dark humor. You said it's common sense. Everybody don't have common sense. Kanye has fans that will do and follow whatever he does, right? I've seen his career go from the beginning up to now. I've seen people being influenced by him. I've seen people dress like him. I've seen people talk like him. So if he's influencing these hatred things, talking about he's Yadolf Hitler and influencing his audience to hate Jews, influencing his audience to
My high school religion teacher once said corn makes two chemicals in the brain when you watch it, and he write on the board, pathetic and lonely. Then he pulled up some BS website saying corn increases depression dramatically. Gay.
Your teacher's a fucking moron. Just outrageously fucking stupid and dishonest, clearly. Thanks for the donation, Nutmuffin.
No, I asked you if you consider it to be protected speech when it is, because it breaks your whole concept of censoring anti-Semitism when Teresa whole genre of music dedicated to it and is protected.
If they're supporting Nazism, then yes, that would be hate speech. Thanks for the donation, dumbass.
And speaking of racism.
Alright, thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Disrespect women, to influence young black men to have their women walk around naked. He has that influence, brother. So when you say, oh, it's just common sense, it's just dark humor, you're saying that because you lived a little, to learn to know. The youth, the young black men, they don't know. Like they thought in hip hop, dudes was really killing and shooting and stuff, and they thought that these people were real gangsters. That birthed the drill music. Because when they found out this guy was a wankster, he wasn't real, they had to go and shoot and kill first, then go to the studio. So it has influence, brother. Yep. And you breaking my heart because I watch you sometimes, and I didn't know that you would be. You're not ignorant, but what you're saying is pure ignorance right now. Everybody know my Instagram is real choke, no joke, right? I get censored for just telling the truth, being a strong heterosexual man, and I'm censored. What Kanye doing is not freedom of speech, it's hate. You know what I'm saying?
And that's a very interesting point, because a lot of people get suspended for far less than what Kanye said.
Dodo, $22. There's been several times at school where they would pull up some citation of something from a stupid blog article instead of scientific source. Whenever they did that, I took what they were teaching with a small grain of salt. I think it should probably be with a large grain of salt. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Zuby, again, I want to bring you back in here. Some people say, look, the best sunlight, and the sunlight can sometimes be the best disinfectant. In other words, you let someone like Kanye spew his vile garbage, and actually the court of public opinion sees him for what he is, and that settles the matter. I've got to say, I'm more with Choke No Joke, that of the 32 million people that follow Kanye on X until he disconnected himself, you just don't know how many might have an impression from him that they then want to follow. You just don't know, because they're not all smart people. A lot of people might be easily led down a horrible line of anti-Semitism or whatever it may be because their hero Kanye has said this. What do you feel about the sunlight disinfectant argument?
You think that's bad? Just look at the comments under it.
Love how he called out the couple stealing all the water in California. The fuck? This should have been performed at the Bread and Circus Games during halftime. Banger. Thank you for posting this. Power to the working class. Okay. Well, thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Yeah, look, I like to know who people are. It's part of why I like freedom of speech. You know, right here, we've got a lot of passionate people on this panel right here. There's people out there in the world who like some of us and who don't like some of us, right? I think every single person on this panel has said things in the past that people would have liked to cancel them for, ban them for, censor them for, and so on. So personally, when it comes to the concept of hate, people are allowed to be haters. People can be hateful. And I support free speech when it comes to people being hateful. I'm like, cool. Like, it doesn't mean I like what they're saying, but they have a right to say it. If someone wants to be nasty about white people, nasty about black people, nasty about Jewish people, nasty about whoever, Arabs, any ethnicity or race, I don't support that. I don't think it's good. But if you're calling, as I said before, if you're calling for violence, or if you're, really, that's my line. That's my line. If you're saying like these people should be hurt or this individual should be hurt, I'm not saying that I support hate, but people have a right.
So if a white
to
man walked up to you and say, "Hey, get out the way," you support that?
I support his right to say it, and he can deal with the consequences.
And you don't feel no way about it. You're just going to go about it.
What other consequences? You said he can deal with the consequences. But to be for you, what would the consequences be?
I'm not going to call the police on him.
Okay.
It could get physical.
Pierce.
In the same way, if someone goes up to somebody,
we're ignoring one of the most.
Wait a second, Rabbi Shmuley. Wait a second, Rabbi. Everyone, wait. I'm interested in Zuby's response to that. Is if somebody came up and abused you like that, what you're saying, I think, is that you would deal with it how you want to deal with it.
Exactly. Look, there are all sorts of things. Look, we're all grown men here. We all know that if you go up to a man and you just start insulting him, insulting his sister, insulting his family, calling him names or whatever, we all know that could result in physical violence. It doesn't mean that you're going to run away and you're going to call the police and say that he was being hateful and so on. And people insult each other all the time, online, offline. There's all sorts of nastiness that exists.
My god, Society just keeps going downhill. Just tell VG how much more do you think it will fall?
For some reason, when you've said that, I don't know, this image popped into my head. We need a dwarf police. Just start hiring dwarves as police officers. I wonder if there is a dwarf police officer. I don't know if there are any dwarf cops. I don't think there are. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Exist in the world, and I'm not trying to police it all. When it comes to the concept of freedom of speech, as I said, to me the line is not hatred. Hatred is extraordinarily subjective, and even when it's clear, people have a right to be hateful. But if people are going to make threats against individuals, or you're going to call on an audience and tell them, hey, get that person, do this thing to that person, go hurt that person, then to me that is absolutely crossing a line. And that's even why in the First Amendment in the USA, which is the strongest protection of freedom of speech, they recognize incitement to violence.
Yes,
so
they do.
To me, the concept of hate and incitement to violence, those are two different categories. On principle, I don't support the former, but I support people's right to say those things, and the latter, I think that's where it crosses.
Okay, so the interesting question for you,
consistent.
for Rabbi Shmuley, I would say this. Do you as a Jewish man, and I've had this conversation with many Jewish people, and many of them do feel this, what I'm about to say, that if the level of hate and hateful rhetoric gets to a certain scale, that in itself can just precipitate violence against Jewish people? In other words, if you encourage and I would say the same, by the way, about that hateful language towards black people, towards Arabs, towards anybody, right? In other words, that the scale of hatred through words can drive violence, even if it's not intended to.
Exactly. We call that defamation. Let's take, for example, how Jim Crow and segregation outlived slavery. You had white racists, especially the Klan, who basically told white men that these black men wanted to...
Dodo, donate $2. Well, to be fair, the little people need a job after not getting the Snow White role thanks to Peter Dinklage. Yeah. Like, I'm not sure exactly how I feel about that, because on one hand, yeah, like if you ever have a movie role where you have to have dwarves or something, now you have an entire class of people who will basically never get hired for a movie role like that if you think, dwarves or people with dwarfism being in movie roles playing dwarves is insensitive or something. I also get where Peter Dinklage is coming from, where it's like, yeah, just because I'm a dwarf, that doesn't mean I can't play other roles. I don't know, it's all stupid. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Defile your women. The Germans said the same thing about Jewish men in Germany. Now, that's one of the things that people feel most strongly about. I have to protect my women, I have to protect my wife. Then we saw lynchings. Choke No Joke made a very good point. We saw all these lynchings. Those lynchings were a direct reaction to, look at Emmett Till. Emmett Till was 14 years old. Arguably the most famous lynching in American history. They cut off his penis and put it into his mouth. We now have his coffin at the Smithsonian National Black History Museum because they said that he whistled at a white woman. Even a 14-year-old boy wanted to rape a black woman. Now, was that incitement to violence? Of course it was. The Klan is all about incitement to violence. When the Klan says that the black man by voting is going to take over the entire South and take your women and take your jobs, that is incitement to violence. That's why, Zuby, with all due respect, you're just being too general. You're not giving any strict categories here. Now, with Kanye, we know he said he beat women. There's no reason to say he was joking. We also know he said that Jews should be whipped. He's inciting violence against Jews. Now the question is the rest of the defamatory things, that Jews are parasites, that Jews steal your money, or what we just heard from Myron, that we Jews are guilty of genocide, killing that Netanyahu is a war criminal. Is that not incitement to violence? You're saying the Jews, wait a second, please. You're saying the Jews are murderers. Now let's be clear.
Well, hang on. No, I'm going to stop you there. No, hang on, Rabbi Shmuley, because you said at the start of this, by the way, that you wanted to thank me for being an honorary Jew for supporting Israel, as if somehow I've given you a blanket support. I haven't. I've been very critical of what Israel's been doing, particularly in the last few months. And in relation to Netanyahu, it may well end up that he faces war crime charges. So, let's be clear. Hang on. My point is this: criticizing a government or a prime minister or a president when they are waging warfare is completely legitimate, right? You may not agree with the terminology. I don't, for argument's sake, I don't believe it should be termed genocide. What's happening, but I do believe that Israel, having had a right and the duty to defend itself, I think has gone way too far. Now, I just think you've got to disseminate between being able to criticize Netanyahu and his government without being immediately accused of being anti-Semitic.
I agree. So let me respond to that. When I was Myron, I'll let you speak in just a moment. Let me respond to Pierce. Pierce, I agree. Israel's a democracy. We invite criticism. You can be an Arab citizen of Israel and stand outside Netanyahu's house in Jerusalem and call him Hitler, and nothing will happen to you. The Israeli authorities can do nothing, and you'll watch it. I film this all the time. The difference is that, and here's the key, Kanye actually wrote that I want to normalize discussion of Hitler. In other words, normalizing Hitler means that everyone is now Hitler. So I was there when Elon Musk did his salute. I was there in the audience. He never did a Hitler salute. It's a lie. And he wrote, we just normalize Hitler. So now Elon Musk.
No, he did a Hitler salute. This guy's being gaslit.
Is Hitler, and Benjamin Netanyahu is Hitler. Now, you spoke the other day to Tucker Carlson out of Saudi Arabia. It was a very interesting interview. And you made the point that the man that I consider to be the greatest statesman of the 20th century, Winston Churchill, he considers the villain of the 20th century. Again, the normalization of the discussion of Hitler. Who was the bad guy in the Second World War? Not the guy who gassed 10,000 Jews a day, not the one who brought belligerent war to Europe, not the one who starved to death 5 million Russian prisoners of war, but Churchill, the man who saved democracy. No, we are beginning to normalize the discussion of democratic leaders trying to protect people's freedoms. And in that sense, I say, Netanyahu, whatever you think about Netanyahu did not launch some aggressive war against Gaza. If anything, he allowed so much money from Qatar to go into Gaza that allowed them to fund October 7th. That should be the criticism. So the moment you start saying that Netanyahu is Hitler, that is where Kanye West begins to win. Churchill is Hitler and Netanyahu is Hitler. And now we can no longer distinguish between good and evil, between free societies fighting to stop the gang rape of women and the beheading of children versus Hamas, who preaches the gang rape of women.
I don't want to get into the wider thing, other than to say that on that point, I'll come to Myron for this. When Democrats have called Trump Hitler, for example, repeatedly the last 8 years, I kept telling them, if you do that, it will inevitably backfire, because most Americans know he's not Adolf Hitler, and he's not going to murder 12 million people. He's not going to incinerate 6 million Jews in ovens in the Holocaust. So, it's such a fatuous, horrible analogy to make. But Myron, I wanted to ask you as we come to a close here, is there anything you've heard change your mind, in particular, perhaps, what Zubia said? Because you both passionately believe in free speech, but he has clearly drawn a line, the same line that is drawn by the First Amendment, when it is an incitement to violence. So are you rethinking, perhaps, your blanket defense of everything that people say, including if they incite violence?
I think context matters. I think if someone's being sarcastic or funny or saying something in a joking term, I think it's important for everyone to understand that he was doing this in the middle of a marketing run, right?
And if I said to you now, sometimes you have to do like the Pharaohs. You have to make black people work for you, but watch them as close as you can, whip your blacks. If I said that to you now, literally taking his words about Jews, what would you say?
I would laugh, because
you find that funny?
Yeah.
I don't think you would. I don't think you would. And by the way, nor should you. Nor should you, because it's not funny.
And to you, it might not be.
Beating women is not funny. Beating women is not funny. There's nothing funny about beating women.
Hang on, let me finish.
Again, humor is subjective. What you might find funny, I might not find funny, and vice versa.
There is
Again,
nothing subjective about beating a woman. It is absolutely
Let
wrong.
him finish,
It's not
please.
subjective.
Let him finish, please, Rabbi Shmuley.
Beating women is not
Let him
funny.
finish, please.
Hold on, Rabbi, I get it. You know, you got your panties in a bunch here, but remember, again.
So you accept that your view is a contradiction, Lamau? Like I said, it is a protected form of art, which is a fact. If you disagree, you're wrong. How is it any different from baby killer inciting kid genocide? Dumbass.
Baby killer isn't a political movement. You idiot. Thanks for the donation, retard. Oh my god. Just day in, day out. Just retards. I just...
Again, I don't have to like something for it to be allowed. And the other thing too is that humor is subjective. I don't get angry at race jokes. I don't get angry at anything. People call me all kinds of deplorable things, but I don't get angry because I don't let racism or any type of ism affect how I think, because that's how they control you. So again, I will defend people's ability to say anything, even if it's offensive. The other problem too, I think that's very important here, that Rabbi Shmuley and Cho keep mentioning, is this whole, outrage culture and feelings or whatever. That's precisely the problem. We live in a soft society where people are more concerned with what other people are saying and pay way too much attention to it. Look, Kanye did a good job because we're clearly talking about this, and his marketing has worked.
No, it's not. No, it's not. He hasn't. I don't think he has. I think he's completely fucked his career. Honestly, I do. And I'm sorry to use the F word, but we are uncensored. I think he has self-imploded in such a way that actually you watch. There's no way this has been a good marketing thing for him. No way at all.
He doubled his shirt sales, Pierce. Huh? He doubled his clothing sales
from
doing this.
Just watch. Let's look back in 6 months' time and see how good this has all been for him. I want to end. We've run out of time, unfortunately. It's been a brilliant debate by all of you. Thank you. But Choke, no joke. Let me just go to you for the final word on this.
I'm just so disappointed in my brother right here. But just make sure y'all.
Well, that was nice and retarded.
The top Trump economic advisor. He says something very funny in this interview. You know what? We'll just skip to the funny part first, and then we'll watch the rest of it, okay? Listen to this bit. You've probably seen it on Twitter. If you haven't, you got to adjust who you follow.
I'm telling you that
Not recommending you follow Aaron Rupar.
when we talk economics,
He thinks
our objective
outside
is
the box.
increase supply. We want increased supply and lower aggregate demand. That'll give us, wealth for the people, wages for the people, and lower inflation. And that's what I mean. That's 100% is what the strategy is.
So this is Trump's top economic advisor straightforwardly saying that he wants a recession. It's not even like euphemistic. Increased labor supply means more people looking for a job, means lower employment, and reduced aggregate demand means people consuming less, which normally I would say is good. But in this system, lowered across the board consumption, well, why do you think the consumption's lowered? Everyone just woke up and became more ecologically conscientious? No, it's because people have less money. Could he have misspoke? I mean, you decide for yourself. We'll watch the whole segment, but again,
I'm telling you that when we talk economics,
He thinks
our objective
outside the
is
box.
increase supply. We want increased supply and lower aggregate demand. That'll give us, wealth for the people, wages for the people, and lower inflation. And that's what I mean. That's 100% is what the strategy is.
it's pretty straightforward. They want to trigger a recession because that's what caused World War II and the rise of fascism. Well, depression did, but the recessions are phenomenal for the ultra wealthy because they can float the losses short term and then they rebound and consolidate power when things come back. They love that shit, I mean, think about what happened in 2008, right? Like after that, like the consolidation across the board was massive, Republicans, or I should say maybe like the most aggressive advocates for capital interest, they do not like low unemployment because low unemployment means that labor is in high demand, and labor being in high demand means that people who are laborers can make stronger demands, and people
always say.
All right, Jason Fung versus Dr. Mike. This guy is a complete quack retard, by the way.
Started. Dr. Fung, I'm really excited to talk with you on a topic that very much needs more attention, the topic of obesity. As you've said in previous conversations, I mean, we've had guests talk.
No, Myron's not strong. None of his lifts are impressive.
Talking about it, we're in a crisis state. We're 60, maybe now 70% overweight or obese as a nation here, at least in the United States.
Dodo, donate $2. Breaking news: Trump pardoned Snowden, and Elon Musk offered him a job at Doge. Not really, but I could definitely imagine this happening. Like actually 5-10% chance of it happening. Could you imagine? There's no chance. Literally zero chance whatsoever of that ever happening. Trump has always said Trump's never been sympathetic to Snowden. Elon Musk has never been sympathetic to Snowden. And Snowden was a very low-level employee at the NSA. He's not a particularly smart person. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
I'm assuming similar figures in Canada, or
a little less, but
a little bit less,
yes,
but also
but
climbing,
also very high.
and truly a worldwide issue, right? More pandemic than epidemic at this point. I've heard your very strong interest in the topic, but you're a nephrologist, which is a kidney specialist, and not necessarily the specialty that usually talks about obesity. How did you find that to be a topic that you were so passionate about?
Yeah, it sort of followed from type 2 diabetes. So what happened, from 1977 is that obesity went up. And about 10 years later, 12 years later, what you saw is a huge epidemic of type 2 diabetes, which is very closely related diseases. And so once you have the type 2 diabetes, you can develop kidney disease somewhere around 10 or 15 years into the diagnosis of type 2 diabetes.
Neither is NSBM, it's a subgenre of black metal that focuses on anti-Semitism and genocide with songwriting and lyrical content, not a political movement, you idiot, and it's a protected art. Dumbass.
It's National Socialism. It's clearly part of a political movement. You're retarded. Thanks for the donation, stupid.
So as you get, 1977, you start to see this uptick in obesity. By 1990, you see uptick in type 2 diabetes. By 2000, 2002, when I'm getting out in practice, now you're starting to see diabetic nephropathy, like all over the place. And it's by far and away the biggest cause of kidney disease. So the two big ones really is type 2 diabetes and hypertension. So both of them are related in some way because they're very much metabolic diseases. They're related to weight and so on. So,
and to lifestyle.
And to lifestyle, exactly.
Right.
And the point was that around 2008, 2009, I realized that as a nephrologist, as a medical profession, we had been thinking about this completely the wrong way. So when people develop their type 2 diabetes, we give them medications such as insulin. They gain weight, but we didn't actually change the course of the disease. And that's in 2008, 2009, several very large trials.
They gain weight because they're fat, not because you're giving them insulin. Like, they're just fat fucks who keep eating. What does this have to do with insulin?
The Accord trial, the advanced trial, and the VADT came out. All of it showed that if you control the sugars, the blood sugars, by giving lots of insulin, then you actually don't change the course of the organ damage. So you're not slowing down the kidney disease or heart disease or mortality in any
That's not the point of the medication.
Significant way. And so I really started...
Wait, are you saying by controlling sugar levels, blood sugar levels, you weren't controlling mortality and morbidity rates?
Yeah. So we all learned, like I learned, so I went to school in medical school in the 1990s. So we all thought that the sugar in the blood was what's causing all the problems. The sugar in the blood.
So, by the way, this isn't true. If somebody's severely diabetic and you don't give them insulin, they're going to die earlier than if they receive the medication. So what he's talking about, I think what he's talking about, is they don't live any longer than age and weight matched controls.
Blood causes glycation end products, which would cause atherosclerosis, which would cause heart disease, kidney disease, and the whole rest of it. So the idea was we should give people lots of insulin, get their blood sugars down. And so that was the trial, a big NIH trial, multi-center, randomized control trial, 3 different ones.
I don't know much about the culture in nephrology, but I've never heard of nephrologists thinking that kidney disease is a symptom of high blood sugar. Like, obesity and high blood pressure are the 2 biggest risk factors. So I don't know what controlling blood sugar would do if you're still obese and your blood pressure is super high.
Actually. And what they did was they looked at giving people lots of drugs to get their A1Cs down, which is a measure of the blood glucose. And sure enough, you could drop their A1C from about 8 to about 7, 6.5, something like that. But the thing was that that's not what they were interested in. We knew we could get that blood sugar down. What we wanted to know was whether we could slow down the heart disease or the kidney disease or the total deaths. Turns out it wasn't effective at all. So if your sugars were quite high and you didn't treat it, it was basically the same as if you did treat it, which was a huge, shocking thing. So that this was the Accord study. In fact, those who got the insulin and the tight glucose control did worse. They died at a higher rate, which was completely opposite from what we thought the result of the trial was going to be. The problem with
So is this guy suggesting that if you're diabetic, just go blind, get your legs amputated, whatever, go into a coma? I don't know exactly what he's fucking trying to say or even what he's talking about.
Was that people didn't change their practice after that, but I thought it was actually very striking because it wasn't one trial, it was 3 large randomized, multi-center randomized control trials that showed the same result.
That's so weird because right now, my guidance from the major organizations, the American Academy of Family Physicians, ADA, AHA, is controlling the hemoglobin A1C or the fasting glucose to a range will not necessarily solve all the problems because there's usually comorbidities happening at the same time, as you mentioned, high blood pressure, usually some lifestyle issues related to either obesity, poor sleep, all those factors. But controlling the blood sugar does yield better outcomes, even in the sense of you're preventing patients from ending up in DKA.
Yeah, the acute things were DKA for sure. But no, if you had an A1C of 8% versus 6.5%, no difference in mortality whatsoever. In fact, maybe, according to one of the studies, but not the other two, maybe even a higher mortality. So in fact, a lot of the guidance prior to 2008 was a target A1C of 6.5, actually. That all changed to about 7 to 8 is considered acceptable now. It didn't make a difference. And there's a good reason why. And it's because their understanding of type 2 diabetes was fairly rudimentary. They didn't focus on the weight loss part of it. This is the thing that struck me as crazy. So at the time, of course, there were not the same number of medications. We treat people with insulin. And so what happens when you give people insulin, right? So you have a type 2 diabetic, their A1Cs are high, you give them insulin, what happens? They all gain weight, right? It's just universal. So patients would go out, I'd give them insulin, because I followed those guidelines, and they gain weight. And as they gain weight, their diabetes got worse, right? Because that's what happens. As their diabetes got worse, you had to give them more insulin, which made them gain more weight. And they all knew this because
It's not the insulin causing weight gain, they're gaining weight because they're just fat.
It was happening to them. And they kept saying, what are you doing to me, right? Why are you giving me this insulin that's making me gain 20, 30, 40 pounds? I didn't really have a good answer. But the point was that the insulin wasn't doing anything good for them. They're actually hyperinsulinemic. We know that those people had too much insulin, yet we were treating them with more insulin, which was making actually the underlying diabetes worse because they're gaining weight, so their diabetes was getting worse. And we knew it was getting worse because we're giving more and more insulin.
This is so strange because my practical experience is that if I have a patient with a hemoglobin A1C of 8 or 9, and I treat them, in most cases in type 2 diabetes, I'm not jumping to insulin unless their hemoglobin A1C is above 10 or they're very poorly controlled.
Yeah.
So I'm treating them with other medications. Right now, obviously, GLP-1 medications are very popular, but starting even with the basics of a metformin, a sulfonylurea, with all the risks that can come with that, and they do better.
Their blood sugars do better.
But also clinically, they're less likely to be hospitalized. They're less likely to end up with amputations, eye issues.
No, it didn't reduce. So this, remember, first it's 2008. So the GLP-1s and SGLT2s, which I agree are actually quite good medications because they cause weight loss as opposed to weight gain. But the sulfonylureas cause weight gain and the insulin causes weight gain. So the idea in
metformin also causes weight loss as a side effect.
Yeah, a little bit. It's sort of weight neutral. It's not as good as GLP-1s.
Of course,
but, for sure. But metformin,
I think it's 5% weight loss that you can expect.
Is the only drug
after
at the
a
time,
year.
right? That was really it was weight neutral. At the time, you had metformin, sulfonylureas, and insulin, right? So by the time you got through metformin, which was virtually everybody by the time they saw me, they were all heading into sulfonylureas and insulin, which is causing weight gain. So we all expected in 2008, and remember, this is 15 years ago, right? So we all expected that we would see less, microvascular disease, less macrovascular disease, less heart attacks, and less deaths. But it didn't show that, right? That's what it didn't show, and that's why all the guidelines got loosened.
Is that because they were treating with insulin? Because again, this is before my time when I wasn't in medicine yet. I started practicing medicine in 2014. That they were treating with insulin too early, like they were jumping in and treating with insulin at a hemoglobin A1C of 8 and trying to get it to 6.5.
We all had the targets were 6.5 at the time. So absolutely, we were
the
trying
starting
to,
point is my curiosity. I can see if you're starting insulin too early that you may run into some issues, but because now the guidelines are starting insulin above 10.
Yeah, but remember the targets were 6.5 at the time, right? So in 2008, the targets were 6.5. So you'd start with metformin, and if you were still at a 7, the next step was sulfonylurea, and then the next step was insulin, right? Because you only had those.
When was the DPP-4s and the SLG2s? When did that all come out?
SGLT2s didn't come out till much later, 2017, 2016, 2017.
Yeah, so my sort of timeline of this is a little bit off.
You may not remember this.
Right, so I guess let's play a little catch up. So now we're in the present, and what is happening now in the diabetic space?
Yeah, in the diabetic space, actually, those drugs are much different because the thing is that if you think about what was happening in type 2 diabetes with insulin particularly, because a lot of the patients, because there's only 3 drugs, right, a lot of people wound up on insulin. So for a while, it was,
Aha, so I guess Christian metal, stoner rock, psychedelic and hardcore punk aren't genres but all political movements since they all have ideological views, says genre right here really shit at debating now and don't know genres.
I don't know what the fuck this has to do with anything, and yeah, you could consider punk rock a political movement, but they're also not promoting hate speech. So you could have a liberal Democrat like metal, black metal. What does that have to do? There's not really any point in communicating with you. You're like kind of fucking retarded. If you're communicating a political movement or political ideas that promote violence towards a certain group of people, whether it's in the form of a song, whether it's in the form of a protest, or just typical normal speech, yeah, that should be illegal under hate speech policies. I don't know what to fucking tell you. You're an idiot.
You know, like 5 of the top 10 drugs, like by revenue, was insulin, right? So for a while, it was like a huge, huge seller, right? And that's where a lot of the debate got into with the pricing of insulin and so on. But the whole point was that the insulin wasn't making people better. It was making them gain weight, but it wasn't, and it was getting their A1Cs down. It was getting their blood sugars down. But the question was, where's all that sugar going, right? Nobody really thought about that. It's like, okay, well, you're giving insulin, their blood sugar's 8 or 9, you know, their A1Cs are 8 or 9 or 10. What's happening to all that sugar, right? And it's like, well, if you just think about it, you know what's happening to the sugar. It's all turning into fat because that's what insulin does. It tells you to store that sugar, goes through the liver, becomes through de novo lipogenesis, creates fat. That's what insulin's supposed to do, right? So if you're giving people insulin, you're telling them that they should be gaining more fat. So you're turning that glucose into fat, and that's why all of my patients were gaining weight. But the weight gain...
They're gaining weight because they're in a caloric surplus.
Was the problem, which was causing that type 2 diabetes, right? So we're treating the symptom of the high blood sugar as the disease.
So would you...
Do you think that Luigi Mangione could be the precursor and forerunner to the class war in a similar way that John Brown was one of the major catalysts to the Civil War, or do you think the material conditions are too distinct to make them analogous?
Yeah, the likelihood of America going through another civil war is incredibly low. Like class war? I don't know what you mean by that. Like you could call something a class war by I don't know, just people not buying things, like choosing to enact boycotts against large corporations. I don't know, you could call it people demanding workers' unions. Like, I don't know what you mean by class war. Or do you think, like, poors are going to go out in the street and start shooting, like, everybody at Wall Street? Like, I don't know what you mean by that. The Luigi Mangione thing... it looks like most people are on his side, and there is a very legitimate risk of jury nullification, so he might actually walk free, or they're gonna try to set up another trial. But I don't see that really triggering... Really... I don't see it triggering a civil war, certainly. Would it trigger, like, I don't know. Like it might encourage people to adopt some different political beliefs when it comes to, you know, wealth and corporations, but I don't see it triggering any, like, widespread violence. Thanks for the donation, though, Ben Boy.
Say in that situation that those patients were over-consuming calories, perhaps carbohydrates, and as a result, getting insulin simultaneously, thereby storing it, gaining more weight. You're saying instead of been focusing on the insulin, we should have been focusing on their dietary changes.
Absolutely, and that's where we are now, right? So the most
with my education, for sure.
So the most recent ADA guidelines was weight is actually a huge part of management strategy, right? But this is I don't know when they came out, 2023, something like that. But back then it wasn't. Nobody cared about it. Weight was not even in the ADA. So anyway, to finish off how I got interested in it. So what happened was I realized that we're coming at this all wrong. If type 2 diabetes is primarily a dietary lifestyle disease, and all we're doing is giving medications, you're never going to make it better. In fact, what you need to do is get these people to lose weight. When they lose weight...
That's directly contradictory with what he just said, because he just admitted we can solve this with medications like GLP-1 agonists. So the answer would be either dietary or lifestyle modifications or new medications that cause a change in diet and lifestyle.
Then their diabetes gets better. Everybody knew that, right? And the crazy part, and I called this one of the ADA's biggest lies, of course they've changed it since then, was that type 2 diabetes was a chronic and progressive disease. So you know the criteria for remission didn't come in until 2023, so last year. Up until 2023, if you look on the website, the ADA said it's a chronic and progressive disease. But it was a complete lie because everybody knew. Nurses knew, I knew, patients knew. If you lost weight, that type 2 diabetes would either get much better or go away completely. Everybody knew it.
Well, the disease itself, in terms of the sugar regulation, could be managed, maybe put in remission. I guess it's like a issue of vocabulary.
Yeah.
But the risks that were created by becoming a quote unquote type 2 diabetic, of having a higher risk of ASCVD, of kidney issues, of peripheral neuropathy, those risks stayed elevated. Is that fair to say?
If you're
then compared to
A1C
a person who's never had an abnormal A1C.
It's still elevated because they still have some insulin resistance.
Yeah, exactly.
But, you know, if you have somebody, say you have somebody who's A1C of 8, 20 pounds over, and compared to an A1C of 6 and 20 pounds less, like I think their risk is much different, right? And the point was that at the time, we weren't focused on getting the sugars down through dietary control, and neither were we focused on getting that weight down either. Nobody cared. We were applying them with so much insulin that they couldn't lose weight, right? And I saw it day in, day out because I'm a kidney specialist. I see
You would see the worst cases.
Yeah, I see the worst cases, and almost my whole practice is like, because it's that because it's just, you know, it's much more common than polycystic kidney disease.
Yeah, I think where, again, I came in 6-7 years into medicine after that, seeing bariatric surgery cases where we saw the big.
Paul Saladino's LDL is 150 is the fruit he eats, the reason why his LDL isn't over 200. If I remember correctly, when he was on the carnivore diet, his LDL was like around 250 or something. It was very high. An LDL of 150 is still quite high, but yeah, the reason his LDL went down is because he's eating less meat and saturated fat, and he's eating more fruit that also contains fiber.
Biggest cases of remission after a drastic 40% of body weight being lost, where everyone hesitated to use the term cured.
Right.
But we saw drastic improvements where now it could be managed with just dietary control as opposed to getting medications on board. And perhaps we still recommended some preventive medications, managing blood pressure more thoroughly by getting an ACE inhibitor on board, managing cholesterol a little bit more aggressively because we consider them high risk by getting a statin on board. But in general, I think bariatric surgery provided us a really good window into seeing how drastic weight loss can impact diabetes.
And at the same time, we had all these studies of bariatric surgery, which basically proved that it was a reversible condition, right? Because it's defined by that A1C greater than 6.5 on no medications, right? That's how you define type 2 diabetes. So when you change their diet, and this was a very drastic measure, of course, right? But that diabetes came down like within a month, like within weeks. Those sugars came right down. That's what all the studies showed. So if it's reversible, why would you tell people it's irreversible, right? It's all.
Well, I think they were talking about the risk.
The risk of what? The risk of
that the risk stays elevated. That you can't really reverse the risk. I think that's the thought process.
Okay, but the diabetes.
It's
Oh, kind of like Terry's Rabm against NSBM. You don't even know your genres and you're trying to debate black metal when all of these are just subgenres within metal, kind of like crustcore, Christian hardcore, or power violence in hardcore with different ideology.
That's great. Thanks for the donation too.
Is reversed.
I would say it's controllable, but the risk is always ever present.
Well, according to current, like this is since 2023, it's considered in remission, right? That's the term.
Yeah. But and also like why pre-diabetic range is so interesting. It's the range that is considered the time where you can reverse it.
Yeah.
And completely stop the progression into type 2 diabetes.
But it can be reversed in that you can go from diabetes into diabetes in remission to pre-diabetes and beyond, because these are all defined, right, by the A1C.
And honestly, these will change as time goes on, as we get more data. So
the point being that up until 2023, nobody ever said that this was a reversible disease. It could not be reversed, which was crazy, because it's like, yes, I can get that A1C down from 8 down to 5.5. Bariatric surgery proved that, right? And not over a short period of time, like really fast, right? Those bariatric surgery trials, if you remember, that before they lost a significant amount of weight, their A1Cs came down to normal. It was like 2 weeks, right? 3 weeks. And the sugars were completely normalized, right? So it's long before the rest of that weight loss took place. There was something happening there that, you know, and from 2010, 2012, when all these bariatric surgeries came out, that's 12 years before the American Diabetes Association said, yes, it's reversible, because it's really important to tell people that it's a reversible disease. Because if you tell people it's an irreversible disease, they'll be like, okay, I get it.
Yeah, it's demotivating to hear that.
Exactly.
Yeah, I think it's like in science, we get very caught up in the nuance of vocabulary.
Yeah.
And we sometimes put too much emphasis on it, because in a condition, whether it's reversible, remission, curable, at the end of the day, what's the practical implication?
Exactly.
We don't want to demotivate patients, so keep them as motivated as possible and say, there are factors that are under your control. that are valuable. Which at the same time, you want to be careful because it's easy to get into then a victim blaming situation where it's this diabetes is your fault, and that could also be demotivating. So there's a range and barometer. Of
but you know, to me, it's like you got to tell people the truth.
For sure.
If it's reversible, and if it's largely a dietary disease, then that should be the first message you give people. It's a dietary disease and it's reversible. Let me help you do that, which is what they didn't say, right? And that's where I say, well, that's really tough, because I remember telling patients, look, this is a reversible disease. So just to finish, so what happened was I started to realize that weight loss was really important, which of course everybody agrees on. That's actually in the standards of care for in the latest sort of 2024 American Diabetes Association guidelines. Weight loss is actually quite critical. But I realized that weight loss is really important, and that's where I became super interested in weight loss, because if you could get people to lose weight, then you could reverse their type 2 diabetes, which means they never got diabetic kidney disease because they don't have diabetes, right? Or you'd reduce the risk at the very minimum.
Yeah.
So then I started talking to people about a couple of things. One is lowering their carbohydrates, right? And again, it's not a new thing. Like cutting carbohydrates has been around a long time. And if you look at the American Diabetes Association nutrition guidelines, the scientific guidelines, they say there's actually the most data. This low carb diet has the most data of any diet for control of blood sugars. And that makes sense, right? Because if you eat white bread, you know that the blood sugar goes up. If you eat an egg, you know the blood sugar doesn't go up. So eat less of the white bread and eat more of the egg. That's sort of logical, right? And then I started talking to them about intermittent fasting. So this is in 2010, 2011. And at the time, again, you have to remember that everybody thought it was the dumbest thing they'd ever heard. Intermittent fasting, not eating, was known to kill people, right? There was so much bias against that. And I said, well, let me look at the data here. What's so bad about it, really? What happens to your body when you fast? And it's like, well, if you're diabetic, if you're overweight, if your blood glucose is high, nothing bad happens. Remember that your body has the ability to store calories. It stores calories, which is a form of food energy in the form of glucose, right? You can store glycogen, which is chains of glucose, and you can store body fat. When you don't eat, your body is going to start burning the glucose or start burning the body fat. And you have too much of both. Therefore, if you fast, that's all that's going to happen. And it's a completely natural process. It happens in everybody. Back in caveman days, people were fasting all the time, whether it's voluntarily or involuntarily. It's the very reason you have body fat. It's not there for looks. It's there for you to use when you don't eat. And as a doctor, I had been prescribing fasting to patients. Pre-op, you have to fast. Colonoscopy, you have to fast. Post-op, you have to fast. Treatment of pancreatitis, you have to fast. For fasting blood glucose, you have to fast. So it's like, okay, if I'm telling people they should fast for all these reasons, then why can't they do it from a therapeutic standpoint? It doesn't make any sense, right? So I told them, you should fast, and I started them on a fasting regimen, and it was crazy.
What regimen did you choose?
I used a 24-hour fast 3 times a week for my patients, and that was just because at least you're eating once a day, and they could take their medications if they had pills and stuff. It wasn't too much and it wasn't too little I wanted to go gently.
Got it.
And so I had this one patient, which I wrote wrote up as a case report. I had been treating him for like 10 years. He was on 120 units of insulin, and he was very dedicated, wrote down everything, wanted to know everything. So I told him, you should try this, right? And keep track. Within a month, he came off all his insulin, all of his blood pressure, all of his blood sugar pills, and his A1C went down to like 5.9. I'm like, holy crap, in a month. And then I had 3 of these cases in the first 6 months. I had 3 cases just like that. And I thought to myself, holy crap, I've actually been doing all my patients a huge disservice. I've been treating them for the last 8, 9, 10 years as a type 2 diabetic that had it for the rest of their life, and they would inevitably go on to nephropathy when that type 2 diabetes was completely reversible. You gotta recognize that we call it diabetic nephropathy. It's like if you don't have diabetes, then you're gonna have less chance of getting the diabetic nephropathy. It happens, but it's unusual. So it's like, okay, that's crazy. All because I didn't focus on the right thing. And that's where I started really to think about both weight loss and fasting as a therapeutic tool.
So the summary of it would be that you started seeing this uptick as a result of the huge spike in people gaining weight, being overweight, obese, then developing diabetes, then developing kidney disease. And instead of just treating the condition, you started thinking more preventively. How can we get ahead of this?
Yeah.
And the dietary aspect, the weight loss diet, the weight loss aspect is probably the most efficacious way of doing it, which we see now and we're talking about more so these days. Why did you choose fasting specifically as your approach to helping people lose weight as opposed to the low carbohydrate diet, caloric restriction, keto? There's all sorts of avenues by which people try and lose weight.
I mean, it's just another tool. You don't have to fast to lose weight. You can lose weight actually a lot of different ways. You can use low fat, you can use low carb, you can use carnivore, you can use vegan. They actually all work, right? There's a lot of stuff that works. But it was something that people had always done. So the funny part about fasting is that there's so many advantages from a weight loss standpoint. So if you do caloric restriction, most people have zero idea how many calories they're eating in a day. It's actually very difficult because if you buy broccoli or steak, you have no idea how many calories are in that piece of steak or whatever. If you fry it up with, butter or without butter, what sauce you put on it, all these change how many calories you take. So it's a complete guess how many calories you're eating and a complete guess how many calories you're burning. And the amount of calories you're burning actually fluctuates because some people try and measure it, I'm burning 2,000 a day. Well, that actually can go up or down by like 40%. It can go up and down a lot. So you have no idea how many calories you're eating. You have no idea how many calories you're burning. How are you supposed to actually use that as a therapeutic strategy? As opposed to simply saying you should not eat for 16 hours of the day or 24 hours of the day. Oh, well, it's very easy to figure that out. If you only eat once in a day, then that's it. You're following the rules, right? So as a therapeutic strategy, it's much, much more effective. So there's a huge
So the practical aspect.
Practically, yeah. It was something that people had never done. Like at the time I started using it, 2013, 2014, like 0 people thought it was a good idea, right? I mean, it seems strange now because it became very popular. But I published.
So he is kind of making a good point. There is a big aspect of dietary adherence that has to do with like complexity of the diet and the kind of mental effort and calculations you have to make in order to follow a diet. So if you if you tell somebody you can only eat like I don't know, like 1,700 calories in a day to lose like 3 pounds per week or something, then they have like an unlimited amount of options with what foods they can have within that kind of constraint, but then they're going to have to track their calories. That means like weighing their food. They're going to have to select certain foods that don't have too many calories to go over their caloric budget. They're also going to have considerations with like, you know, their protein intake, in order to spare muscle, micronutrients to make sure they don't become deficient. And like average everyday retards, like most people are just really fucking stupid. So they really struggle with, you know, that sort of commitment to following a dietary guideline where they have to eat a restricted amount of calories, you know, and getting enough micronutrients, and planning in all their meals throughout the day, when they're going to eat, what they're going to eat. So if you have like very, very simple guidelines where, okay, you can only have 1 meal a day, that has its own set of problems with like meeting nutritional needs. But as far as it just being stupid easy, like anybody could just follow that program as long as they can, you know, get through hunger pain and stuff like that. Like, yeah, it's very simple, and they can eat whatever they want. Like, they literally don't have to think about it. They could have like ice cream as their 1 meal. But then you have that other issue of nutritional adequacy and crap like that. And there's like other interpersonal issues with dietary adherence. Like, you know, some people just really, really feel shitty if they only eat 1 meal a day. They might not have enough energy, or like social issues where they go out to lunch with their friends and stuff. So yeah, making sure like there's a simple kind of program for people to follow is very valuable for sure. It's just kind of strange though that you have, you know, a nephrologist telling you to only eat 1 meal a day, and then he's like claiming, oh, I've had so many success stories. Like, I mean, what patients is he telling to do this program, and what is his adherence rate? Because like this is like there's huge selection bias here, right? Like he could tell every single one of his diabetic patients to go on a fasting regimen, but like only, you know, 1 in every 100 follows it. But the 1 in every 100 who actually follows it, oh my God, amazing success, but he's not telling you about the other 99 patients he sees. Or the people who follow it might get great weight loss results and, you know, cure their diabetes or whatever, but they also have other problems where, okay, now they're vitamin A deficient or something. And on top of that, like, since he's a nephrologist, like his patients are in really bad fucking health and they might be desperate. So they may be more willing to adhere to a diet. So touting this as like, oh, why isn't everybody recommending fasting? You haven't provided any data compared to any other type of diet strategy that this has better adherence and better success.
The Complete Guide to Fasting and the Obesity Code in 2016. So I started using it around 2012, 2013. And there was nobody who thought it was a good idea. Even up until about 2020 or so, people were still really against fasting. But why
do you think people were against fasting?
I think it's because it was not something that they had heard of before. So then people just thought, oh, well, if I haven't heard of it, it's got to be a bad idea, right?
You mean the general public, academics, doctors?
Well, the general public was much more accepting than academics and doctors. They are the slowest to.
And you believe that academics and doctors never heard of fasting before this?
They never recommended it. Or when they talked about it, it was in a, like, you shouldn't do it sort of an idea. Never
what was their concern?
I don't know that they had legitimate concerns. Their concern was that if you didn't eat, then you would binge eat afterwards, which can be a concern. But on the other hand, if it is a problem, like it can happen.
Sure.
But everything has its problems. If you restrict certain foods, you don't eat sweets, which is a good idea. You might binge, right? If you don't eat chips, you might binge when you get out. Like that's the college 15, right? So there's a risk with all of that. But the whole point is that if you think about intermittent fasting as a strategy for weight loss, it's simple, right? So everybody understands it, right? It's free. So it's not like I'm telling you to go to Whole Foods and buy like all organic, grass-fed, this and that, right? That's going to be so expensive, but that's not accessible. This is free. It's convenient, right? You're not putting more time, right? You're not like, oh, I need to do this and home make all my meals. It's like you're not eating. So you're taking less time than before. You're taking less money. It's, and it's, you can change it up. Like you don't have to always do it. You can do it more this week. And then next week, if it's Thanksgiving or if it's Christmas or whatever, you can decide not to do it and then do more the week after, right? So a huge number of advantages. But the main thing is that if you look back, people have been doing it for thousands and thousands of years. Like I didn't make it up. I mean, you can find references, lots of references in virtually every single major religion, which means that even back, 2000 plus years ago, people had talked about fasting as something which is very healthy for you, right? It wasn't, when they talk about fasting, my priest used to talk about it every Easter, right? Around Lent. And he talked about fasting.
Well, to be fair, they'd also talk about bloodletting. Like, just because this is talked about historically, it doesn't mean it's a good idea. So, like, people also used to have the idea that bloodletting, if you bleed either through, like, literally making an incision in somebody and drawing blood or giving them leeches, what was causing the disease is bad blood, and when you make new blood, then you get better. So this really doesn't mean anything. Joelington, Donny Tillers, can you rate my singing?
1, 2, 3. You ever been fucked by a nigga? Pumped and dumped by a nigga. They like to wear the hats on backwards, swagging with their pants hanging down. They like to smoke that dope and they like to do those lines. Yeah, they like to be gangster. Have you ever been fucked by a nigga who has 5 baby mamas, doesn't pay child support? Yeah, I think it's...
I'd give that like a 7. Thanks for the donation, Joelington.
Fasting and purification and praying and all this sort of stuff. And I remember thinking at the time, I don't think anybody fasts. We're all told not to fast. You're the only one who ever talks about it. But, clearly it's in that tradition, and you can find it in Buddhism, you can find it in Hinduism, you can find it in, Islam. You can find it in every religion, and it's not ever in a negative connotation. It's not like you're fasting because it's punishment for you, right? It's like, oh, you need to fast to make yourself better. Yeah, it's always a choice, and that's the important thing, because I always get this thing, oh, it's starvation. No, fasting is the voluntary abstinence of food. You could eat, but you choose not to eat for whatever reason. It could be religious, it could be weight loss, it could be whatever. But the point is that if you fast, if there's something wrong with fasting, like, wouldn't we have figured this out like 2,000 years ago?
I mean, I hate to harp on extremes. I'm just going to point out the devil's advocate of it, is that there's a group of people who believe that it can fuel an eating disorder, where they say starting to think in this way of withholding food can create perhaps an unhealthy relationship. I don't think that's the general case for...
Yeah, I think it still hasn't been published yet, but there was a study that was put together, I think, by the American College of Cardiology, and they found people who did... like a certain fasting regimen, they had a way higher risk of heart disease. It was something like 55% or something. So I think they looked at people who had like a 4 to 6 hour fasting window. They had a massively increased risk of heart disease. It still hasn't been published yet, so nobody knows why they found that, had that finding, but it's kind of interesting. It might just be a cultural thing where the types of idiots who do fasting are just more likely to eat like really shitty, high saturated fat foods. It's entirely possible that there's like a metabolic phenomena that increases cholesterol or something, but who the fuck knows?
Most people. And I also think it's unfair to take away a strategy from a great sum of people, because there are people who can be harmed by it. Because just the topic of talking about weight loss can be unhealthy for one individual who perhaps has disordered eating, versus there's still value in talking about weight loss for those who are morbidly obese or obese, what have you.
I think it's a legitimate point, because it's like saying that, it's a tool, right? Fasting is a tool, just like everything. Low carb is a tool, low calories is a tool, everything's a tool, which means that it has the ability to hurt you, and it has the ability to help you. You have to know how to use it. It's like a knife, right? It can kill somebody, or if it's a scalpel wielded by a surgeon, it can cure somebody, right? It's the same knife. You don't ever say, "Ooh, knife bad. Well, must not use knife." It's like, okay,
maybe hammer's a better analogy for that one.
Hammer, yeah. But you know what I mean, right? So fasting, yes, there are definitely problems. That's why you need to know about it and know how to use it. And fasting does not mean 40 days and 40 nights, right? It can be any length of time. You think of the very word breakfast. Breakfast. It's the meal that breaks your fast. If you don't fast, you cannot ever break your fast. So therefore, even from the beginnings, the origins of the English language, we acknowledge that there's a period of time that you should be feeding, and that's when you're going to store calories, right? Insulin goes up, and we know the physiology has been so well worked out. You eat, and assuming you're eating a variety of foods, your insulin's going to go up, you're going to store calories, because you eat, say, 1,000 calories
Of course,
at
you're not
dinner.
going to burn it off right away.
Exactly. You can't burn it off. So you need to store some of it. Why? Because you don't want to die in your sleep. So you store it. Then when you fast, when you're not eating after dinner, right, 12, 14 hours, your insulin's going to go down. Now you're going to pull those calories back out. So you fast from, say, dinner, say it's 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. That's a 12-hour fasting period. Then you break your fast, or if you don't eat breakfast until 10 o'clock, right, you sleep in.
What he's saying here is a little misleading. So for one thing, fat is not insulinogenic. So you can eat something that's pure fat and not raise your insulin. Secondly, both carbohydrate and protein is insulinogenic. So I'm pretty sure this guy's promoted like low carb diets for a while. Your insulin is going to go up if you eat a very high protein diet. Insulin is required for metabolizing protein, and to this day, a lot of people don't know that. And certain proteins, particularly dairy-derived proteins, so whey, it's actually more insulinogenic than pure glucose. So the whole insulin thing does not matter. What matters is energy balance.
It's 10 o'clock. You're talking 13 hours. And people did that every single day without calling it a fast, right? Then all of a sudden in 2019, 2020, it's like, oh my God, you shouldn't be going more than 6 hours without stuffing your face, even to lose weight.
It's so interesting. I never came across, because I also talked about...
Hi VG. I hope that you are great tonight. I didn't know MAGA voters are so dumb that this guy pleads guilty to fraud against them and they still support him. Lol account.
Steve Bannon pleads guilty in border wall fraud case. Pleaded guilty to fraud on Tuesday for misleading donors in the We Build the Wall campaign, avoiding jail time under a plea deal. Received a 3-year conditional charge requiring him to stay out of trouble. Leaving court, Bannon said he felt like $1 million and called for an investigation into New York Attorney General Letitia James and Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg. His attorney, everyone knows Steve Bannon. He always wants to put up a fight. Plea deal bars Bannon from fundraising for charities in New York or using donor data from the campaign. Bragg called the resolution a victory against fraud, emphasizing New York's commitment to protecting charitable giving. Initially indicted on charges of money laundering, fraud, conspiracy. Yeah, they don't care. I guess they figure as long as you're on their side, they'll let anything go. Thanks for the donation though, Ben. Ben, thanks for the membership, dude. Appreciate it.
About intermittent fasting at some point when we started the YouTube channel. I never got feedback that intermittent fasting was terrible. The only feedback that I got, which I think is very accurate, I'm curious if you agree, that the reason why intermittent fasting works is that it's another way of lowering calories consumed because you're eating in a smaller time window.
Yeah, so I think there's some truth to that, but the whole calories thing is a whole other debate I have with people. So one is that it is a way that you're going to eat fewer calories because it's actually harder if you compress the time that you're eating. And there's lots of studies to back this up. It's harder, right? If you take 3
and harder
meals,
to absorb.
Yeah, exactly. So a lot of it's going to pass through. But if you compress the time you eat, it's harder because you get full.
Of course,
right? So you can't.
That has not actually been shown. They've done studies on fasting regimes where you literally do not eat for like 3 or 4 days, and the only food you get is only on, those remaining, 3 or 4 days. And stuffing yourself for those remaining few days does not result in weight loss as long as calories are controlled for. So presumably you could not eat for 6 days and then eat your caloric requirement for day 7 for weight maintenance, and you'll stay at weight maintenance. There doesn't seem to be a beneficial, effect of just really stuffing yourself full of food really quickly and then all that food can't be absorbed. Like, no, by all accounts, it seems that whatever food you eat, it is actually like absorbed and used, even if it's within a very short feeding window.
Can't eat 3 meals at 1 meal. It's very difficult.
Less snacking.
Less snacking. So the compressing it does make you eat fewer calories. But I think there's actually another benefit to it, which is the hormonal benefit, which is what I talk about a lot, because it's like, to me, the idea that it's all about calories is highly destructive, because it leads, I think, in one sense, to this sort of blame game, blaming the victim, where it's like, it's all calories in, calories out, and therefore it's all your fault if you're overweight, you should eat less or you should exercise more. That whole idea is, this whole idea of fat shaming and all that stuff. I think it's a little bit destructive, because I don't think that it comes down all to calories. I think that it also depends on the hormones, primarily insulin, right? You need to lower insulin in order to lose weight.
How do you lower insulin, though?
There's lots of ways. So
Taking
low
in
carb
less
diet.
calories?
Less calories will definitely do it. But the point is that there's an overlap between calories and insulin, but certain foods raise insulin more than other foods, right? So if you eat a cookie, like 100 calories of a cookie, your insulin's going to go way up. If you eat an egg, it's not going to go way up, because it's mostly proteins and fats. So the idea that you can take 2 100-calorie portions, so 100 calories of cookies, 100 calories of egg or broccoli or something like that, and the people who say it's all about calories will say they're equally fattening, because they're both 100 calories. I'm like, there's no way they're equally fattening, right? Because they're different. This one will spike your insulin. Your glucose will go up. The cookies, your insulin will go up. Your glucose will go up. What does the insulin do? Well, we know what insulin does. It tells your body to please store those calories as either sugar or fat, because that's the way it is. So you take
That is not what insulin does. So again, insulin's required for metabolizing protein. So does eating protein make you store fat?
100 calories of cookies, insulin goes up, you store those 100 calories directly into glucose or body fat. Well, there's nothing left for your body to use, so you're still hungry, so you go out and eat, right? If you eat an egg, well, the insulin doesn't really go up, so it's still circulating around. You've still got 100
The insulin
calories.
does go up.
With eggs?
Yeah.
Not really a lot. So protein...
Well, yeah, it'll spike less.
A lot less.
And there's also the thermic cost of breaking down the proteins, which will decrease the amount of calories absorbed, therefore lower the insulin spike.
Yeah. The thermic effect of food is relatively small.
Yeah.
But clearly those two foods have very different insulin profiles, right? We can measure it. You can do a glycemic index, right?
Right, yeah.
Easy as pie. One of them's very high. You eat white bread, glycemic index of 95. You eat an egg, glycemic index 0. So insulin, which follows fairly closely for that, is going to be the same. There is going to be some insulin rise with protein, but protein tends to raise both insulin and glucagon. But either case, a lot less insulin than white bread or cookies or something. So to pretend that change in insulin makes no difference to people, why would we do that, right? I'm not asking if the two are equal calories. We're setting the two as equal calories, but the minute you put them in your mouth, your body is going to respond very differently in terms of the insulin.
But I think the people who talk about calories in and calories out, I mean, I'm one of those people. I don't think we equate each calorie being identical. I think we just kind of zoom out and look at it more practically and holistically and say, if you look at the studies that have changed the amount of carbohydrates one group consumed literally in human trials in metabolic wards, and said, if you feed less carbohydrates to one group of people, more proteins and fats to another group, or swap it the other way around, you see the same weight loss depending on the amount of caloric intake they have. The one difference that I could see that happens is, from an insulin standpoint, is perhaps behavioral change, because there could be a craving effect that happens that can create a person wanting to eat more often or snack more often or consume less healthy choices. But to say that the fact that a certain calorie, depending on which macronutrient it comes from, will impact the amount of weight loss hasn't really been borne out by evidence.
Well, there's also no trials that have shown that if you reduce calories without affecting anything else, that you can actually lose weight in the long term. So all of those studies, like Women's Health Initiative...
What? I'm sorry? That is the most bizarre statement ever made. Is this guy literally claiming that you can be in a caloric deficit and not lose weight? Like if that's the case, he could presumably solve world hunger. Like, please tell us how you can magically do this so that nobody in Africa starves to death.
Initiative, like DPP, they're all a kilo of weight loss over 6-7 years.
Well, the failures in a lot of these studies is that keeping weight off with diet and exercise is very hard. And the reasons for that, I don't think most people would say is because of insulin.
You see, I have a different opinion. See, again, I think if you...
By the way, this is being debunked. What's his fucking name? It's on the tip of my tongue. He's worked for the NHS before, and he's done a lot of studies. Even that idiot reporter or journalist hired him once. Can't remember his name now, but he literally did a study design to see if net insulin secretion had any effect on weight loss, and he found it didn't. He had a high carbohydrate diet group and a low carbohydrate diet group, and they both had the exact same energy deficit, and they had no differences in weight loss, despite the high carbohydrate diet group having, I think, a 30 to 40% higher net insulin secretion. So, yeah, no, insulin doesn't have at least a substantial effect on weight loss or weight gain. Like clinically significant anyway. It could be like, milligrams difference, but as long as calories are controlled. So what he's saying has been debunked. Kevin Hall. Yeah, if you look up Kevin Hall's research, he's done these sorts of experiments. Net insulin secretion doesn't have any clinically significant effect on weight loss.
There is a difference in terms of eating behavior, and you alluded to this, right? So if you eat 2 slices of white bread and jam, so all refined carbohydrates for breakfast. And, there was a study in pediatrics, Dr. David Ludwig did this. He had people taking instant oatmeal, actually, which is a high glycemic index, and steel cut oatmeals, which is a medium glycemic index. So he gave these to the two groups would switch afterwards. So it's not the people. He gave them the same calories, same carbohydrates, in fact, the same food, even oatmeal, just differently processed so that they actually have different glycemic index. The glycemic index of the high glycemic index, instant oats, was like double that of the steel cut oats. Then he tested them and said, how much do you eat at the lunch afterwards? They ate like 30, 40% more.
Right.
So the point is that you don't eat because of you're trying to fulfill a certain caloric quota or whatever. So it does come down to the calories you eat. But what determines how many calories you eat? It's how hungry you are, right? So if you're eating certain foods that are going to leave you hungry, then you're going to eat more. And that's the whole point. If you're eating these high insulin.
Well, this guy is completely ignoring another variable here. It's not just that these foods have a different glycemic index, they also taste drastically differently. I would imagine your average person would think white bread and jam tastes better than steel cut oats that are just plain. So again, this is another study that Kevin Hall led, where he found the perceived taste of a food, how good it tastes, actually motivated people to eat more. So that's another huge variable. It doesn't just come down to glycemic index. Like it could very well be the case if sugar tasted terrible and it tasted really bitter. It could raise your glycemic index, but just because it tasted so bad, you're going to be motivated to eat less.
Foods like refined carbohydrates, a lot of that's going to just get sucked into storage, which is going to leave you wanting more. So when you're talking about eating behavior, you're going to wind up naturally eating more calories. Yes, you can artificially try to, keep all the calories the same. And that's what they do in these metabolic wards. But that's not real life, right? It's like, I used to tell people, like, for decades, you got to count your calories and all this. It didn't help with, like, barely a single person. Like, and I look at these studies like the Women's Health Initiative, where they had, like, 300 calories less per day for, like, 7 years. And the difference between the usual diet and the low-fat, calorie-restricted diet, 300 calories per day for a year should equate to about 30 pounds less.
Well, that's not true, because as they lose weight, they will have a lower caloric requirement.
True, but the actual weight difference at the end of 7 years was like a quarter of a pound, right? Usual diet between, and these people are...
Yeah, so they're clearly not adhering to the diet. That is just absurd that this guy is saying if you cut your calories by 300 per day below maintenance, you're only going to lose a quarter of a pound over 7 years. Like, that is insane.
Followed, right? They're not just like people are measuring what are you eating and trying to calculate how many calories you eat. They reduced 371 calories per day every day for 7 years. And by the
No, they didn't. They were asked to do that. If they only lost a quarter pound on average after 7 years, they clearly weren't adhering to the diet.
The end of that, they weighed a quarter of a pound. So somebody who followed their usual diet might weigh 200 pounds. The person who followed this calorie-restricted diet weighed 190.
And was it 300 calories less than they were originally eating, or what?
Both groups actually dropped. So if you look at, and that's probably just an effect of time, as they got older, both groups actually ate less. So, but the difference between the two groups and the Women's Health Initiative, and that was published in JAMA in I think 2007. But either way, it's like it's sort of.
I guess to simplify the question is, if you take someone who should be consuming, let's say 2,000 calories, if they cut out 300 calories, no matter what insulinogenic food or on the opposite end, a low glycemic index food that they eat, they will lose weight. Agreed?
300 calories per day? They didn't. So compared to the usual diet group.
I'm not saying in that study. I'm saying if you calculate for a group of individuals what they're supposed to consume to keep their base metabolic weight, or their base weight, let's say it's 2,000 calories, and you cut it down to 1,700.
He's going to say something stupid, isn't he?
That group of people will lose weight, or you disagree with that?
No, because all the studies show you lose weight for about 6 months, and then that weight always comes back up.
Oh my God. This guy is absolutely fucking unhinged. So if you go on a diet, you're going to gain weight even if you don't increase your calories. So if your maintenance is 2,000 and you eat at 1,700, you will gain weight magically somehow. Your body breaks the laws of thermodynamics.
Right?
Well, behaviorally.
Yeah.
Not because metabolically something's happening.
No, metabolically something does happen. When you lose weight, the metabolic rate goes down, right? So
sure,
the
the metabolic rate goes down 5 to 15%, and usually is tied to how much weight also people are losing. So it's a pretty small factor.
No, actually, there's been multiple studies on this. So even in 1991, they did a big meta-analysis on this. They did 29 studies.
It's the metabolic slowdown thing is extremely insignificant. You have to follow a diet for a very, very prolonged period of time for a reduction in calories to actually match metabolic slowdown. I think Kevin Hall did a mathematical equation about this and a study, and they adjusted the model based on the experimental outcomes. Like, if you reduce calories by 500, it takes you, like, at least 3 years. It takes you at least 3 years, something like that, to actually not be in a caloric deficit anymore.
And they looked at it, and they took all the studies about 10 to 20% reduction in calories. So, 300 calories a day sort of thing. And then when they looked at the metabolic rate, the reduction was about 10 to 20%. So if you're eating 10 to 20% less calories.
Oh my God. He's Asian. How does he not know how to do math? This is insane. So if you reduce calories by 10 to 15% and your metabolic rate slows down by 10 to 15%, that doesn't mean you're not in a caloric deficit anymore. Holy fucking shit, what an idiot.
But burning 10 to 20% less calories in response to that, well, you're not going to lose weight, right? You're eating.
Oh my God. Oh, what a retard. Oh, this is so stupid. So for those of you who don't understand, I'll so let's say this is your what is it? Maintenance calories. So let's say it's at 2,000 maintenance. So then you want to restrict by it by 300 calories. So you're at 1,700. Oh my God. You're at 1,700 calories now. So some of this is taken up by, so then we'll have another graph here. So this is energy. So this is energy expense. So let's say BMR, that's your, so let's say that's 500. So that's just your basal metabolic rate, which is what they're talking about right now. And then the rest of this is filled up with, exercise and non-exercise energy. So this is just exercise and non-exercise energy expenditure. So if you reduce calories by, like, just back of the hand math here, by 15%, you go from 2,000 to 1,700. But then over the course of your diet, you reduce your basal metabolic rate gets reduced by about the same 15%. That 15% is going out of 500. So a 15% reduction in 500, that's that's like what, 400 calories, something like that. So you'd still be in a 200 calorie deficit. He literally can't do fucking math. That, like, it's retarded. It doesn't come out of your total energy expenditure, including exercise, non-exercise energy expenditure, and BMR. He's fucking retarded.
20% less and burning 20% less.
Right. That's what makes it hard, but it doesn't mean that's a window you can't overcome. Because there's at some point where you, like, if I cut down to 1,000 calories, my body's not going to cut down to 1,000 calories.
Because people have come to me and they've done the studies and stuff they wanted to. I have people who are like at 800 calories a day. They're barely burning any energy. And that's why they don't understand. I'm eating 1,200 calories.
No. So, it's bad self-reporting. And again, he has clientele that are going to be particularly bad at self-reporting. So these are overweight diabetics who really have a bad handle on what they're eating, and they massively underestimate their caloric intake. So if somebody who's overweight diabetic, weighs 300 pounds, comes to you and says, I've reduced my calories down to 1,500, I'm barely eating, but I can't lose any weight, you know right away they're not accurately tracking their calories. They're eating way more than they think they are. And then when you ask them, oh, what are you eating? Oh, well, I just eat like a salad in the morning, then I have a protein shake at lunch, and then, you know, for dinner I just have some chicken and broccoli with a little bit of rice. And then you like ask them, okay, what do you put on your food? They slather it in tons of fucking ranch dressing, and it's like an extra 1,000 calories just from the ranch dressing they put on their salad. They end up putting like a ton of peanut butter in their fucking protein shake. And then like for dinner, they, like, the way they make their broccoli and their chicken, globs of butter in the pan. Like, why would he assume that patients are coming to him claiming they're only eating like 800 calories and then they're barely losing any weight? Like, the obvious answer is they're massively underreporting what they're eating.
It's like your metabolic
But energy-wise, how do you gain weight or not lose weight when you're under-consuming that many calories? Because the amount of calories out is not just your basal metabolic rate. That's important hugely, but it's also your NEAT, your exercise, the thermogenic effect of food. There's so many variables there that are not being accounted for besides the metabolic rate.
Yeah, but if you look at the metabolic rate, so Rudy Leibel did that study where he sort of adjusted people, gave them a diet, made them gain weight, and looked at their metabolic rate, it went up. And then when he made them lose weight, their metabolic rate went down. So it's clearly in response. So that metabolic rate, if you don't look at anything other than calories, what happens, and virtually every study has shown this, that as you start to lose weight, your metabolic rate starts to come down almost in lockstep, right? Even those biggest loser studies.
Well, the biggest loser studies, even at the most, they had someone's basal metabolic rate in extreme form where they were on extreme starvation-esque diets, extreme exercise. I think the highest that they had someone come down was 499 calories. And that's the most extreme case in the biggest loser study.
In the metabolic?
Yeah.
Oh,
so like
strange.
to
I
see,
actually didn't see that.
Well, because if you factor in how many other things cause caloric burn throughout the day, the numbers are quite small. Even when we say, like, if you overeat, the body can regulate by burning more calories, like if you have a bigger meal, that's a pretty small margin. Because while the human body does try and self-regulate, it does a way better job at self-regulating by storing than it does by burning. Do you agree with that?
I think that the human body has to self-regulate the amount of body fat, because if you think about it, like the average person will gain about 1 pound a year, right? That's the average weight gain of an American and European. It's about 1 pound a year, right? So that's 3,500 calories. Most people are eating around 3,000 calories a day. So your accuracy rate of, this is the whole population, most of whom are not counting their calories and most of whom's caloric variation is huge throughout day to day, right? Is like, 99.8% or something like that. To consume 365 days of
The sunglasses that I wear on stream sometimes, they're just some cheap circle sunglasses that I found on Amazon.
2,000 calories, and then at the end of the year, only be off by 3,500 to have gained that 1 pound, with Christmas and, Thanksgiving, all in between, means that your body has to be regulating how much body fat you have. That's why it's so difficult, right? Because if you try to now artificially turn that to lower your weight, your body's going to resist it by making you more hungry or reducing your metabolic rate. And the question is not then, how do you...
So, by the way, this guy keeps playing a game. So he'll make a claim that reducing calories doesn't make you lose body fat because some hormonal thing like insulin is still high. Then Dr. Mike will say, well, that doesn't really matter because you're still in a caloric deficit. So are you literally claiming you could eat like nothing and maintain insulin levels through some means and then not lose any weight? And then he'll go back and make a practical claim and say, oh, well, you'll start eating more because you'll start like binge eating and be more hungry, and then you'll move less and stuff like that. So yeah, that's accounted for by the standard energy model. But then he'll go back and say, oh no, there's like this hormonal effect that compensates, and then you can't lose weight anymore, and you have to control these hormones. And then Dr. Mike will go back again and say, like, how do you account for this? This massive energy deficit without like weight loss. And then he'll make another practical explanation using, again, the standard energy model of weight loss.
You adjust your calories, but how do you adjust that so that the body sort of adjusts your body fat to the correct
You're saying that we overeat so many calories but only put on a certain amount of weight?
Well, the average American gains a pound a year, which is 3,500 calories, roughly. A pound of fat is about 3,500 calories,
sure,
right? So that means the average American or European has matched their caloric intake to their caloric expenditure to a sort of 99.8 or 9.
So this is very, very misleading. The way people gain weight isn't this very, very, very steady rate of weight gain over time. What happens is people will eat like fucking crazy during holidays or something, and then they'll never lose the weight. So Christmas comes around, oh, you start eating turkey and gingerbread or birthdays, like you have your cake and everything. You'll gain like a few pounds from those events, and then you won't lose the weight. And then you're roughly at energy maintenance. And then, holidays, birthdays and stuff comes around again. Then you'll gain some weight. Then you'll stay around there. That's usually how weight gain occurs in most people. Obviously with like super morbidly obese people, like, the 600-pound life dipshits, they just eat constantly and just constantly gain weight. But if we're talking about the average American, they're not meeting their caloric expenditure within like a 99% margin of error. They just have certain events that happen in their life, like holidays, birthdays, or maybe a bad breakup, and they start eating ice cream or something. And then they just will never lose that weight, and it just keeps piling up over the years.
9% accuracy rate without counting their calories or knowing how many calories they're burning.
I mean, a big part of that is because, again, as they gain weight, their basal metabolic rate goes up because they have more weight that they need to maintain. And as you store fat, you're also storing more lean muscle tissue so that you are burning more calories by being heavier, which is a concern of why, if everyone gets on GLP-1 medications, are we going to find a hugely sarcopenic population? Because they were overweight and having decent amount of muscle because they were overweight, but then once they lose the body fat, that they actually get exposed for not having enough muscle. So I think that is probably the higher likelihood of why people don't gain as much weight as they do per year, despite the caloric intake.
I think to me, it's about both the calories, but also about the insulin, not just insulin, but the sort of hormonal effects of the foods that we eat. Because to me, I see food as containing two things, right? It contains the energy, which is the calories, and it contains certain information. So you eat a food, your body reacts to it by producing hormones, which then translate what you're telling your body. So if you eat a food and you produce a lot of insulin, your body is going to respond differently than if you eat lean chicken breast. So you eat cookies, for example, your insulin's going to spike way up. You eat chicken breast, same calories. Your insulin not going to spike up. Your GLP-1 will spike up because the protein actually tends to raise GLP-1. Or you eat a really high fiber, lentils or something like that, right? All that fiber gets into your colon, which produces, short chain fatty acids, which stimulates GLP-1. So you eat all that fiber, you got stretch receptors, you got GLP-1s, you're going to be full. So those two are very different to me So all I'm saying is that you have to account for the hormonal effects of the food, which means that some foods are more fattening than other foods, right? Which to me doesn't seem like a huge leap, but that's really all I'm saying. Like you have to consider more than just the calories, because the foods affect the hormones, the insulins, the GLP-1s, the stretch receptors in our stomach, the peptide YY, all of those things.
For sure. Yeah, I think the idea that certain macronutrients of food play a role in behavior and how the body behaves, I don't think is disagreed upon by people in the nutrition space. I think it's widely, in fact, celebrated to incorporate lean cuts of protein, that the villainization of fat was kind of a really big mistake that we made, because there's actually very healthy fats that can contribute to a healthy metabolic profile, that can contribute to weight loss, that can contribute to satiety. And that refined carbohydrates is probably the main reason why our American standard diet is so terrible. We frequently, especially on podcasts, get into the situation of nitpicking a specific chemical, saying, oh, high fructose corn syrup, that's the thing. If we only replace it with cane sugar, we'll fix all our problems. No, we're not.
That's not much of a difference.
Yeah, exactly. That's in those situations, I think we're getting more into the headlines as opposed to the practical implications. So I don't think most people would disagree on that.
Well, I hope so, because to me, I think both things are very important, right? So 100 calories of lean protein is different than 100 calories of refined carbohydrates. Like to me, that's just obvious. But I don't know. A lot of people come at me and they go, a calorie is a calorie. It's all calories. It's like, it's all the insulin fairy. Like, it's like, no, because it has a physiologic role. That's all I'm saying, right?
I think I think it's just a situation of talking about, again, the nomenclature, the words of it all. Because if you really look at it, and again, I think you'll agree with this, for me, it's very obvious if I consume 4,000 calories, I'll gain weight. If I eat 4,000 calories of Oreos or 4,000 calories of beef, I'm gaining weight. And I think like that's a starting point we have to agree on before we move on.
Yes, we'll agree on that.
To varying degrees.
But they've done those studies, right? And the thing is that you will gain weight, yes. Yeah. But then when you stop the study, what happens is that your weight just goes right back down, right? And they did these studies.
What do you mean goes right back down?
So Ethan Sims did these studies in the 1960s, and
it's because they're changing their diet.
Researcher.
You're saying it's not lasting weight gain if I get it through protein?
Yeah. So Ethan, do you remember this? So Ethan Sims in the 1960s.
I mean, we're going way back.
Yeah. Okay. So this is very interesting because he was trying to get mice to gain weight, and he couldn't do it.
Yes, mice. I wasn't aware that mice are the same as human beings. This is going to be great.
The mice would eat a certain amount and stop, and they wouldn't go and become obese. So he thought, okay, well, this is very strange. So then he got college students. So he went to Vermont College, and he got college students and said, I'm going to do a study. You're going to come, you're going to eat, and you're going to gain weight, right? That's all I want you to do. And they're like, no problem, right? I'll just eat, right? They couldn't do it. They couldn't eat too much and gain weight. They couldn't gain weight. So he said, okay, well, maybe because they're exercising more or something. So then he went to the prison. This is before they had like ethical reasons. You can never do this now. So he got these prisoners and he basically forced them to eat and restricted their exercise. And it turns out that he did eventually get them to gain about some weight, 10 to 25%. But they had to eat like 8 to 10,000 calories to do that. Their bodies were fighting at every step.
Yeah, that never happened. So, I'm pretty sure I know of the study he's talking about. Gary Taubes talked about this. This was a guy who was trying to induce weight gain using a ketogenic diet. So it was very high in meat and fatty animal products. And people just couldn't stomach the food. And the prisoners weren't consuming 10,000 calories per day. They did not manage to meet their caloric targets, and some of them were able to eat in a slight energy surplus and gained a little bit of weight, but as soon as they stopped the diet, they went back down, and it's just because they ended up eating less. So he's not even accurately representing what happened in the study.
Step of the way. So he got them to gain the weight. Like, it's a lot harder than people thought. He was actually stunned. And then at the end of the study, he said, okay, fine, you're done. Just eat whatever you want. Their weight actually fell right back down within like 2 months. They went back down to their normal weight they weren't trying to lose weight. They just stopped eating. So there's natural mechanisms to do that, right? So it will gain in the short term, but what happens in the long term in those studies?
What's your takeaway from that research?
I think it's that your body has a natural set weight.
What does he mean by fact check?
Which is sort of determined, and you can artificially push it up, but your body will eventually lower it down. So we know that, for example.
Eventually, based on what timeline?
So in those studies, it was like 2 months. So we know a lot about.
I mean, if that's the case, why are we just exponentially going up with our obesity?
Yeah, it's a good question, right? Because I think that what happens is that in those situations where they artificially made them gain weight, so those people, their fat cells expanded, right? They gain weight. They're eating with 8 to 10,000 calories. Their fat cells then produce leptin. Leptin causes anorexia. They stop eating. So then they lost all that weight. So there's hormones that will push your body weight upwards, like insulin. You give somebody insulin, they gain weight. And there's hormones that will push it back down. So leptin did in that case. Obesity mostly is a leptin resistant state, but GLP-1 also pushes it down. So I think the point is that the changes in the diet, in the American diet from like 1977, where it started to spike up to, today, there's been such a change in the diet that has gradually been pushing it up. And a lot of it, I think, has to do with the processing of foods, which tends to make foods it sort of hijacks the
The change to our food is it just tastes better. That's the difference. We just have better tasting food and it motivates people to eat more.
brain, right? So if you eat natural foods, it's very hard to overeat those foods. Why? Because we have natural satiety hormones, because it all comes down to hormones. So you eat, for example, beef or steak or chicken. You eat that. Well, can you keep eating it until you explode? No. There are restaurants that will give you a free steak if you do that, right? No, but they're not giving away a lot of free steak. Why? Because the peptide YY goes up, the cholecystokinin goes up, and these satiety, the GLP-1 goes up. These satiety hormones are so powerful that
GLP-1 isn't really a satiety hormone. Naturally occurring GLP-1, it only stays in circulation in your bloodstream literally for minutes. So they actually had to modify the GLP-1 agonists so that it stays in circulation in your blood longer.
What is gig? Did you accidentally ban that faggot again?
I don't think so. I didn't ban anybody in chat today. Sometimes YouTube automatically bans people. I don't know what the fucking deal is with that, but I think he's just not around right now. Thanks for the donation, dude. Yeah, so when people say, oh, well, steak drives up GLP-1 in your blood, well, it doesn't. It only stays there for a few minutes. It has no effect on satiety. That's why those GLP-1 agonist drugs have gone through multiple generations. They just keep increasing the amount of time it stays in circulation.
That they basically stop you from eating. So just like if you eat a pork chop at a big buffet, then you're so stuffed and somebody says, here, have this pork chop. You're like, oh, I'm going to throw up, right? Mm-hmm. It's the same pork chop. But the difference is that your hormones are, on full satiety. The difference with ultra-processed foods is that you're taking away all those satiety signals. You change them into ultra-refined carbohydrates. So there's no protein, there's no fat, so there's no peptide YY, there's no cholecystokinin. If you eat a bulky meal, like lentils or something, or beans, well, your stomach fills up, right? And your stomach stretch receptors and through the vagus nerves tells you stop eating. Just like if you have a bezoar or something, right? You have to stop eating. So big volume, high fiber foods are going to do that. Other foods like the GLP-1s are going to slow down your gastric emptying rate. We know that. So you eat lots of protein, gastric emptying rate is going to slow down. Fiber, it gets fermented in the gut, becomes short chain fatty acids. GLP-1 goes up, slows down the movement of the gut, right? So if you're slowing down the gastric emptying rate, stomach stays full longer, you're activating those stretch receptors. So natural foods is very hard to overeat because you have protective mechanisms against that exact thing. Because you have to, people always say, okay, body fat, we're designed to store fat. And now that calories are easy, we must gain fat. No, that's absolutely not true because no wild animal becomes obese. Why? Because if you're fat, you can't catch food and you can't run away from predators. You're going to die if you've got too much body fat. So body fat is regulated. Eating behavior is regulated.
It's hard to relate us to other species because if you're hunting for your food and you're obese and you can't run to catch your meal, you're no longer going to be fat. So that's a self-fixing problem there. But I think
you might get caught.
Jesus loves you.
Jesus is a Jewish guy that lived 2,000 years ago and he's dead, so he definitely doesn't love me because he's not alive anymore. Thanks for the donation though, dude.
Well, yeah,
but anyway.
But the point I want to point out with this whole situation, because I think I agree with you in totality when it comes to the hyper-processing of food, with how non-satiating it is. And really those are hormonal issues, the non-satiating, the fact that it causes you to overeat, the cravings of it all. These are all hormonal issues. But the issue that I feel like we're not talking about when we're discussing that is how those hormones, either as you mentioned with leptin resistance, become resistant, dysfunctional, which then throws our mechanism by which you described in that prison experiment completely off. Because the reason, in my expert opinion, why the prisoners were able to lose the weight is because they didn't yet develop a sort of resistance to those hunger hormones, because it was a short-term weight loss, weight gain and weight loss. But when you have a population like we are that is already obese by the majority, you're overweight and obese by the majority, you're getting into a situation where A, you're having resistance to those hormones. So I think it's almost less valuable to focus on the hormones. And second, when you're at a point of obesity, even once you lose weight, the fact that the presence of those fat cells were there at one point creates an easier environment to refill those fat cells and therefore regain the weight.
Yeah, I think that's true. I mean, obviously it's better not to be in the situation we're at now. Yeah. But that's what I mean. It's like it all comes down to the hormonal effects, which is why it's important. Because if you eat foods that are hormonally, not the insulin spikes, lots of, satiety hormones, then you're not going to overeat. So it's not about the calories per se. It's what's driving the calories to go above. Like, people say body fat equals calories in minus calories out. That's always true. That's not what I'm debating. I'm saying that it's the difference in hormones that's driving the calories in above the calories out.
Which is a behavior.
Which is a behavior.
So you're saying calories in, calories out plus behavior.
Well, the behavior is what drives the calories in, calories out, right? So if you eat ultra-processed foods, you're not getting any satiety signaling, you're getting a huge insulin spike. So therefore, you are going to wind up eating more calories. So you can't just say, eat fewer calories is the solution, any more than you can tell somebody, you're a heroin addict, take less heroin. Like, that's not helpful, right? Let me deal with the addiction, because that's your problem, the heroin addiction. Let me give you counseling, let me do this. You can't just say,
well, do people just say that?
I don't know. A lot of people say that to me. Because whenever I talk about, because I always think about the hormones. I always think about how they're important and how you can change the hormones, right? And fasting is really a way to change the hormones. I will say that. But, when I'm just telling people what to do, I don't say count your calories any more than I say count your insulin, right? Both are horribly, not practical, right? What I do say is that...
Why do you think counting calories... Oh, I guess you mentioned that it's not super accurate and hard?
It's inaccurate. Clearly, it's like all the... So you can get only a calorie count on processed foods. Any food, like you buy a head of lettuce, no, it doesn't come with a calorie count, right? So you have to guess. Yes, you can weigh it, but that's not most people don't weigh all their food. Mm-hmm. How you cook it is going to be important. So now you're going to have to not only count how much broccoli you have, but you have to count how much butter you're putting in.
But isn't that a valuable educational, I never really recommend calorie counting per se for most people, because long-term at least, because I think long-term it can be overwhelming and something that most people probably won't stick to. But I think for a period of 2 weeks, 4 weeks, to get a sense of, usually when I order a fistful of chicken or a fistful of steak, when I get it from the butcher shop, this is how much calories it has on average. And that's a valuable education point, at least that I've seen with my patients, who are empowered to make that change. And not every patient will be.
Yeah, I think it could work. I think it could work. But I actually tell them to eat natural foods, right? So
whole foods,
whole foods. Yep. Try not to eat anything out of a box or anything, and only eat at certain times that you designate, right? So stop with all the, snacking. You can have this. And I think this is one of the things that really makes it difficult, is this idea that you can eat whenever you feel like, right? Never skip a meal. You have, mid-morning snacks, you have after-school snacks, you have bedtime snacks, and you can eat anytime you want. I'm like, no. What you want to do is eat natural foods as to the best of your abilities, eat until you're full, and only eat at those times. Any other time, don't eat. So if you're hungry in the middle of the night, you don't eat, because that's not what we used to do in the 70s. It's a simple rule. Once you establish the eating structure, then people can follow it, right? Rather than saying, I need to get to 2,000 calories. This is what, I don't know, but this is how a lot of people see it. I have 2,000 calories for today, right? I'm going to take a little here, and then I'm going to little here, and I can eat whenever I want, and I can eat whatever I want, as long as I get to the 2,000 calories. It's like, well, that's not all that, it's not an intuitive way to eat, as opposed to saying, you eat breakfast, you eat lunch, you eat dinner, you don't eat snacks, you don't eat after dinner, and you're only eating at a table real food, right? Because people eat foods, they don't eat calories, right? That calories is sort of that extra step. So while I don't doubt that counting calories could work, it's this sort of artificial structure, and energy or body fat equals calories in minus calories out, right? And that's always true. But that's not the way it always works, right? Because that assumes that the calories can go in and out of the body fat, which is the storage, anytime it wants. But it can't, right? So you think about your fridge, right? Your fridge is a store of food. So you go to the grocery store, you buy food, you store some of it in the fridge, and you eat some of it, right? Mm-hmm. So if you have extra food that you bought, you put it in the fridge.
Right.
If you didn't buy so much, you take it out of the fridge, right? Mm-hmm. But what if there's a lock on that fridge, so that sometimes you can put the food in?
Is the fridge like fat stores?
Yeah, the fat stores. So sometimes the fat stores, you can only put the calories into storage. And sometimes you can only take them out of storage, right? That changes everything. So let's take the situation, 2,000 calories in, 2,000 calories out. So you're even, right? Body fat doesn't go up or down. Mm-hmm. Now you want to lose weight. So you cut it down to 1,500 calories, right? Mm-hmm. So 1,500 calories going in, 2,000 coming out. What happens to body fat? Well, what if you eat very high insulin foods? You're eating refined carbohydrates all day long. Insulin's up. Well,
and you're fighting those cravings.
Yeah, exactly.
You're able to
exactly. So insulin's up. Well, what happens? Well, you cannot take energy out of those fat stores, because insulin, it's a storage hormone.
But insulin's...
What he's saying here is complete pseudoscience.
Spikes and then drops down 2 to 3 hours later, so you will be able to access it.
No, but if you're eating every 2 or 3 hours, which is what a lot of people used to say, right? Mm-hmm. 8 times a day, eat snacks.
I don't think I've ever said that, or my institution ever taught that. But
I think it's probably...
So this guy's saying if you eat an apple in between meals, you're never going to be able to lose weight, even if you're in a caloric deficit. Like, this guy's retarded.
Probably from more like 5-6 years ago, people used to say that a lot. Like a lot of dietitians used to say, eat, every 2 hours, eat something, keep those metabolic fires stoked. I don't know if you've ever heard that, but I heard that a lot. But say you keep insulin high, right? So this is just a thought experiment. So 1,500.
And high is also kind of a weird statement, because eating any food that has some sort of caloric intake will create a spike in insulin.
Yeah.
High, I mean, a beef steak will spike your insulin pretty high.
Yeah, a steak can, although it also spikes glucagon, so therefore glucose doesn't go up.
But I'm saying the insulin spike is pretty high.
It can be, yeah.
So like, I guess it depends how much you're eating every those 2 hours.
Yeah, but I mean, as I said, it's just a thought experiment, right? So suppose that you keep it high, like by whatever, right? Say you're just taking crackers.
But I just don't know how you're keeping it high at a 1,500 calorie diet every 2-3 hours. That seems like impossible.
I don't think so, because certain foods spike it really high, right? The refined carbohydrates, right?
So
White
every
bread,
2
crackers,
hours,
you're eating like a slice of toast or a crackers or something like that.
That's a lot. That's going to be more than 1,500 calories. Like the math doesn't add up in that thought experiment.
So you're saying that if you eat 1,500 calories, your insulin has to go low?
Yeah, lower than if you were eating the 2,000. Which
yeah. If you're eating the same foods at 1,500, it's going to be lower than 2,000.
Which means you're either eating less of the food or less often.
Yeah.
So then you'll have less insulin spike, whether you're measuring the amplitude of the spike or the frequency of the spikes.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at, like, there's a huge difference. So in that David Ludwig studies, he compared an omelet to the instant oats, same calories. The spike is like, 4 times higher with the instant oats. So the high glycemic index, like you can get way higher spikes. It's not like a little bit higher, right? So even if you cut your calories, but change your diet so that you're eating all high glycemic index refined carbs, you can keep your insulin pretty high, right?
And you're saying you won't lose weight?
Well, if your insulin stays high, and you can get this by injecting people with insulin, or if they have a lot of insulin resistance, right? And this is where it comes down to, if you have a lot of the insulin resistance and the hyperinsulinemia that goes along with it, then it's actually really hard to lose weight.
Sure,
right?
of course.
So say you have the insulin resistance, then insulin levels are high. Well, what does insulin do? Well, insulin inhibits lipolysis. It also inhibits glycogenolysis. So that's well known. That's sort of first year medical student physiology. It means that when insulin is high, you're telling your body you want to store, calories, right? You don't want to pull them out. And you can't do both at the same time. So if you're taking 1,500 calories coming in, 2,000 going that you want to burn, but insulin is high for whatever reason, you can't get any of those calories out of your fat stores. So the only way to balance the equation is for your calories out to drop to 1,500.
We just talked about that study with The Biggest Loser, where in the most extreme starvation diet with the most extreme energy expenditure, they were cutting it by 500. And in this situation, we're dropping it that aggressively, the basal metabolic rate?
I'm not sure that, I don't know about The Biggest Loser study. Like some of the ones that I saw were actually down almost 1,000 calories. But if you look
I've never seen 1,000. That's so
No, it was never, no one ever dropped their basal metabolic rate. So first of all, almost everyone's basal metabolic rate is around 600. It varies very little from individual to individual. So, if somebody dropped their basal metabolic rate by 1,000 calories, that I don't even know if that's possible. I've never even heard of somebody having a basal metabolic rate over 1,000.
So the
basal metabolic rate you've seen in studies drop by 1,000?
In one of it, that was in the New York Times. They had this graph of that guy they profiled. Anyway, his dropped, I think, from 3,800 to 2,900 or something like that. It's quite a bit. This is not the
basal
average.
metabolic
That's not basal metabolic rate. That's total energy expenditure.
rate was 3,800, or his total expenditure?
Total energy expenditure.
Well, is
not
that
the basal metabolic.
Okay,
total energy expenditure,
which is not just the basal metabolic rate. So that's energy that he fidgets, energy moving around. So are you saying in that situation when they're cutting from 2,000 calories and they're eating only 1,500, their entire out will drop to 1,500 through behavior?
Curious $20. Australian doctor and nurse admit to killing Israeli patients.
Chilling footage has emerged this morning of a New South Wales health doctor and what appears to be his nurse claiming to have killed Israeli patients in a Sydney hospital. Watch the shocking video, then share it, and then help us hold the pair accountable by signing the petition at terrordoctor.com. Take a look for yourself.
You know what? Oh, shit. How are you, man? Good, how are you, my man? Pretty good. Are you a nurse, a doctor?
I'm a doctor, my man.
A doctor? For what?
In hospital. What about you? Where you from?
I'm from Israel, from the Holy Land.
You know what? I'm gonna be really honest with you.
All right.
I'm gonna be really honest with you. You actually got a really, really beautiful eyes.
Thank you, man.
But I'm so upset that you're Israeli. Like, eventually you're gonna get killed and you're gonna go to Jahannam, inshallah. But like these pretty eyes, they should stay in this.
Yeah, if you see a Muslim doctor, just run away, book another appointment.
World for longer.
Why do you think? Why do you think I'm gonna get killed?
It's Palestine's country, not your country. You piece
How
of
are you?
shit.
What's your name?
One day, your time will come and you will die the most.
We spread
listen to me.
peace.
Listen to me.
And you spread
when your
death.
time comes.
How are you doctors? Wait.
I want you to remember my face.
Okay,
so
okay.
You can understand
Gotcha.
That you will
I have a question
the most
though.
disgusting death.
All right, for sure. I have a question though.
Yeah, what's
I have a question. Let's say an Israeli.
I
God
won't treat
forbid.
them. I won't treat them. I'll kill them.
You'll kill them? So if an Israeli is in Australia and God forbid something happened to him and he comes
Not
to your
God forbid,
hospital,
I hope to God.
would you kill him?
Okay, you have no idea how many Israeli Khara dog came to this hospital and I sent him to Jahannam. I
For
literally
real?
sent him to Jahannam.
Vile, dangerous racists. These people took the hypocrite.
Well, I know 2 people who are losing their job. That's absolutely fucked. Thanks for the donation, Curious. Donate tellers, get ready for cultural enrichment on steroids. Let's see. Palestinian migrants have been granted the right to settle in Britain after applying through a scheme designed for Ukrainian refugees. Yeah, rip Britain. Britain should change its name to something else. It ain't great no more. Yeah. Yeah, they're gonna get some cultural enrichment, alright. Oh my god, when will anybody learn? Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Mice Elf the Land? Or, sorry, Mice Elf the Lamb. Donated $2. Now $6 in the hole sending these messages. How does it feel being a celebrity? Smile more often. Watch my deep end spirituality video sometime on your own, please. You didn't link me anything, so I don't know what that video is. But thanks for the donation, Mice Elf the Lamb.
Behavior change as well? Well, in this thought experiment, if you can't get any of your calories out of your body.
Faggot donated $2. Why would doctors of a religion of peace do that? Weird. Yeah, it is weird. It's almost as if they were lying about it being peaceful. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Fat, that's the only response that you have, right? If you're eating 1500 and
well, once you clear your storage of sugars in your body from your liver, from your muscle, you will start breaking down fat.
Yeah, yeah. But you're not going to, because if your insulin is high, say you have high insulin resistance and insulin levels just very high, you can't get that you can't get the glycogen to break down.
There's a dysregulation of it for sure, but you still can. Otherwise, people would die in those scenarios if you can't get any energy.
Yeah. As long as you're, and this is why I recommend fasting a lot, because it's trying to drop it as much as you can to overcome that insulin resistance.
Drop
right? Well, during fasting, you're going to drop the insulin levels as low as you can, right? Because you're not taking anything, right? Because there are other things, protein can stimulate.
But then your insulin spike will be higher because you're going to be consuming higher caloric load when you do eat.
Yeah, but then over the 24 hours, that's the comparison, right? What's your insulin over that 24
So is your
hours?
theory, or I guess hypothesis, that if you have less insulin spikes in general, that is a healthier state than if you had more insulin spikes, irrespective of calories?
Yeah, I think it's a total insulin effect. I mean, to me, it's like, you know, if you give somebody insulin, they gain weight. And it doesn't matter so much how much, you know, willpower they have or anything. It just always happens. So therefore, to me, it's a causal
Well, it doesn't always happen. If they're not eating enough calories, it's not enough energy to store.
No, they've actually done the study. So they did the study, and that's not true, because they did this study, and this was about 10 years ago, where they actually gave people insulin. So type 2 diabetics, they went from, it's a 6-month study, they went from 0 units of insulin to 100 units of insulin. And the idea was that you should give people lots of insulin to get their blood sugars down. So they reduced their calories. So they went from 0 to 100 units of insulin over 6 months. And when they measured the calories that they're taking in, the calories went down about 250 calories. This was from Henry.
Controlled?
This was
meaning the calories were controlled?
They weren't controlled because there's a 6-month study.
So people were just self-reporting how much they're consuming.
Yeah, because of they told them not to eat so much, you know, for all.
So they gave them general
guidance.
guidance.
General guidance, right, to maintain your weight. But your insulin went from 0 to 100 units a day, and your calories went.
So we're just assuming they adhered to the diet again.
Down from about, I think it was around 2000 to like 1800 or something like that, right? So the question is, which one is more important, right? If the insulin is more important, they'll gain weight. If the calories are more important, they're going to lose weight, right?
Well, they're not equivalent in that scenario.
They're not. 100 units is a lot for sure. But they're
it's like cutting someone's calories by 1,000 and saying, look how much better it is than insulin. Well,
but the question is, if it's all about the calories, they're eating 200 calories less per day. They gain 20 pounds.
I don't know what they were consuming before.
He has no idea how much they were actually eating because it's self-reported.
Or then to get started in that study.
Yeah, I mean, they don't report that in the study because, of course, they only counted the calories.
I'm just curious, like in the metabolic wards of these scenarios where they're eating foods that are potentially hyperinsulinic, that they produce more insulin with the foods that they're eating.
Yeah.
In a metabolic ward, they gain or lose the same amount of weight, strictly depending on calories. How do you take that randomized controlled data from meta-analysis and say that insulin is more important, where we have people that have high insulin with their high carbohydrate diet versus a low carbohydrate diet, and if the calories are maintained the weight doesn't change. How do you make sense of that? In your mind?
I think that,
Besides the behavior component.
Yeah, the behavior component, I think, is actually very important. That's where the metabolic studies don't really give us insight into that, for sure.
But that's not what you're saying when you're saying that insulin is...
That's not what he's talking about. He's talking about metabolic and hormonal factors. He keeps trying to change the goalpost.
More important than calories.
Well, in this study, for example, they all, on average...
But that's not a randomized controlled study. So
no, it's just it's not a randomized control trial. But and you can't do it over 6 months, because over 6 months you will lose weight. Like every weight loss study has shown, over 6 months you're going to lose a lot of weight. Then you're going to regain it 1 year. By 2 years, by 5 years, it's going to be virtually the same. And that's why it's hard, because you do a randomized control trial, and there were a few on low carb diet.
People who bitch and whine about calorie counting are such pussies. You numbers? You data? Oh my god, I'm gonna get an eating disorder because I have to actually track how many calories I consume. Stop bitching and just embrace the suck to achieve your goals.
Well, most people are lazy and stupid, so, yeah. That's asking too much for most people, apparently. Thanks for the donation, though, Son Goku.
Diets. Remember the Shy study, and there's a few other ones that showed some minor differences. To me, there's clearly something more than just the calorie story. Like in the end, I don't think we disagree as much as it comes out to, because we're sort of arguing around the periphery. Like everybody sort of agrees that, don't eat cookies, eat chicken, right?
As I said, the ultra processed foods are the issue. The satiety of it all, the behavior of it.
Exactly, the satiety and all that, those sort of things. In the end, it probably doesn't make as much difference as we say. It's more about the mechanism of how it works, because I think the hormonal impact of the foods that we eat does play a role, whether it's insulin or GLP-1s or peptide YY or cholecystokinin or gastric stretch receptors.
Or one we haven't named yet.
Exactly. Because fiber, for example, fiber has no nutrients. So why is it important? Well, because
mechanical.
Exactly. It plays a role. Baroreceptors and,
slowness of gastric emptying, absorption.
Same thing with, you can do the same thing with, I can't remember what they did, glucomannan or something like that. It forms like this gel inside the stomach, and then it slows down the gastric emptying, which made a difference, right? And there's lots of studies. But in the end, it's not necessarily just the calories, right? That's all I'm saying. It's not just the calories. There's other factors, whether it's stretch, volume, right? These volumetric diets.
Yeah, again, I think no one argues that. I think that the people who have disagreed with you won't argue any of those points. Because I'm trying to just take their standpoint on this, and also mine as a family doctor. And I don't think that there's much disagreement here on a practical level.
On a practical level, I don't think so. Although I have heard a lot of people tell me that it's all about calories. Calories is everything, right? And maybe
you could see as a purist, you could see why they're saying it. Because if you see that in a metabolic ward, whether you're consuming carbs, proteins, fats, ultimately, if you control the calories, you control the weight. And that's been proven over so many randomized controlled studies. But then you have to go into the real world. You know, like I have the studies that show me how well condoms work in terms of contraception. And then I have real world numbers, which are lower, still effective, but lower because people don't use them right, or they say they use them and they lied, what have you. So there's the real world implications. So I think like calories in, calories out in the research, clinical world, metabolic world, that's key. That's what works. And then you have the real world, and it gets a little bit more muddled and nuanced.
Yeah, but I think I agree with that. Although I'm not 100% sold that it makes no difference, because if you give somebody 100 units of insulin and reduce their calories by 200, they'll still gain weight.
Well, because the numbers are not the same. Like you're giving way more insulin and taking up so few calories.
Yeah, but if it's all about calories, if it's only about calories, they should lose weight. But it's not, right? Because clearly that huge dose, and I agree with you, that's a huge dose, right? That huge dose of insulin has told their bodies to slow down their metabolic rate enough so that 1,800 calories, they're going to gain weight, right? That's the only way.
And also, like, the idea why I think it's so valuable to talk about the calories in, calories out is that there's an educational component to it. You can learn a little bit more about the foods that you're eating and how difficult it is from an energy expenditure standpoint to burn off those foods. Because some people are like, oh, I'll eat a Snickers bar and I'll go for a walk. It's like, do you know how long you have to walk to burn off a Snickers bar? And it's a good education point. But like the example that you're creating of 100 units of insulin or lowering by 200 calories, one is very doable, lowering by 200 calories. Giving 100 units of insulin is not just impractical. It's not really going to happen in the majority of cases.
Yeah. This is just
so that's why, like, I don't know what to do with that information.
Well,
nor is it comparable.
And the magnitude is different, but there's plenty of people. I mean, I guess I hear a lot of critics who are like, no, insulin doesn't make any difference at all. I'm like, yes, it does, because it has an effect on the body, just like GLP-1s have an effect, just like all those other hormones. Fiber has an effect. I think all of those things are important and shouldn't be, like, I think, you know, as I said, I think we're just sort of around the peripheries of it. In the end, it's still about eating the right things. But where I also
eating less,
because
that's what time restricted eating.
But it's also about eating less of the right foods,
of course,
right?
Of course,
and that's where
you can eat toilet paper and lose weight. That's not what's recommended.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like you're going to eat less junk food. You don't want to eat less broccoli.
It's the same way that people say eating vegan's healthier, and then they eat Impossible burgers, which are junk food in the vegan sense.
Highly processed. Yeah, exactly. And I guess it's sort of, because I hear a lot of this. It's all about the calories. It doesn't matter what the food is as long as the calories are the same, right? I hear that a lot. And
if you're going to be strict with it, and treat yourself like you're in a metabolic ward, that's true.
Yeah, and even then, it's only in the short term, because I think that what happens if you eat, you know, less calories but all ultra processed stuff, I think it makes a difference. I think you're going to gain weight, actually.
Yeah, I think on a practical level, because you're going to not be full, you're going to reach for cravings. All those things are absolutely. And then there's the whole world that is unexplored of the microbiome and what impacts the ultra processed foods have on that and how that impacts your cravings. Because we've seen initial ideas of how those cravings can be impacted by the signaling of that microbiome and how those change. We don't understand it yet, and people.
I really like you, Rich. I've been watching since the beginning of your channel. I hope you're doing well. Seen you working out with your mom, that was cool. Do you still have OnlyFans? And do you accept request? I want you to drink 150 grams sugar in water.
I do have OnlyFans. I'm not gonna bother drinking 150 grams of sugar in water, though. Thanks for the donation, Vegan Gain.
Being much more than just calories. There's a whole hormonal component. Then intermittent fasting was the second. Third was type 2 diabetes being a reversible disease, which is just now sort of being mainstreamed, accepted that it is a reversible disease and all that sort of stuff. I think the next thing, and then I wrote another book actually called The Cancer Code, which was actually, I thought, really the most fascinating stuff that I had written. It's about the evolutionary paradigm of cancer. It's like how cancer develops. Had not a lot to do with insulin, although there is actually a correlation between the two. So that was, to me, the most interesting, although the least sort of practical book that I did. And then now I think what I want to talk about more is about that whole more than insulin and like how are you going to affect the insulin? Because it's not the carbohydrates necessarily, right? So everybody thinks that it's just reducing your carbohydrates is how you reduce your insulin. That's one way. But there's actually a whole lot of ways. There's lots of different, like instant oat versus steel cut oats. Massive difference in glycemic index between the two, even though they're the same food. Same calories, same carbohydrates, same food. So what is the effect of the food matrix? Because it's really important, because it's not the carbohydrates or the calories necessarily, it's the insulin effect that your body actually sees in the end, right? So the food matrix is how foods are sort of composed. So when you grind that wheat, if you use stone grinding, for example, it's very different than if you use a modern flour grinder where you get this very, very fine dust, because the absorption of the modern flour is instant because everything is ground up. There's no
the
intact
brown
cell
rice,
wall.
white rice
It's the same
conversation,
thing.
or fruit juice versus eating the whole fruit. So yeah, there's absolutely
exactly. So those are important. So food order is important. If you eat carbs first versus carbs last. If you eat vinegar, for example. This is actually really interesting. So vinegar and acids, if you eat them with carbohydrates, so you want to, have some dumplings and you dip them in vinegar, the insulin effect is far different. And why? Because it turns out that vinegar, which is acetic acid, partially inactivates the salivary amylases, so your body actually doesn't break down as fast. And it was always thought that when it got into the stomach acid would neutralize the salivary amylases, but it doesn't. So in fact, by taking it with vinegar or fermented foods, so things like, sauerkraut and stuff, you can actually really reduce the glycemic and insulin effect of fine with artificial sweeteners. But there are a lot of people who don't do fine because I think the sweetness triggers off a lot of cravings and stuff. Like I have a bunch of people who are like, I drink 20 Diet Pepsis a day, right? I'm like, okay, that's not normal, right? And then the minute they cut it out, they're like, wow, I lost like 10 pounds. I'm like, yeah, because it wasn't that
Okay, more nonsense. Cool story, bro.
Diet Pepsi had calories. That's not the point. It was the hormones, whatever is triggering that sweetness was triggering off your cravings so that you ate more calories and greater than calories out.
This is not supported by any research, by the way.
Which is what led to your weight gain, right? So that's the whole point of trying to get behind what's behind the calorie. And I think it made it brighter or something like that.
You can come to those radically different.
All right. Let's see.
Every screen you look at is something horrible. I would see roughly 80 to 100 child sexual abuse material images, or if it's on call, I could be seeing from 10 to 10,000 in a day. I think that most of these promises from the social media companies to clean up their acts are just lip service. In the multiple years I was working there, I believe that we were only responsible for catching one pedophile group.
Is pork healthier than beef? They're roughly the same.
I was a contractor working for WhatsApp through Accenture. I was not directly employed by Meta. I was always paid by that contractor company. My job role was to look at images and to discern whether that is child porn or a non-offending image. WhatsApp is actually end-to-end encrypted. Nothing will be shared. Unless one person in that party reports that message, I would get a ticket explaining what has been reported, and then I would have to look at the ticket, and I would have to press one of 3 buttons to decide how bad it is from a scale of non-offending to really, really bad. I would to just press the button on my keyboard that says it's a red image, and then after that, I would never hear a thing again about that. It only took me about 2 months to realize there are systematic failings in the company when it comes to how we action child sexual abuse materials. Whenever we make decisions, a staffer from Meta would give us feedback, and then they would go through this chain of command where client gives the feedback to the QA, and then the QA regurgitates it onto the agents. I would never hear what they had done. I'd never hear if they'd even taken an action. There were many times where I would have seen content that I would have believed is offending. I saw a picture of a boy in Africa in a tire, and he was naked, in distress, crying.
Yeah, I just gotta go take a piss. I'll be right back. Jake Bro has a new video? Alright, we'll watch that too. I'll be right back. What are you up to, Gum Gum? What's my Gum Gum up to?
Crying his eyes out, like some sort of public humiliation ritual. I can clearly see the people around him kind of mocking him and jeering. For me, this is child abuse of some sort. It might not be child sexual abuse, but I can clearly see a child in distress. And when I tried flagging it, they just told me the client said that it's just a green CEI image, meaning that we only delete and we do not report it to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. Just because it wasn't sexual abuse, it was just physical. That child is in distress. You know, I can see it on his face. He's bawling his eyes out. And like, I'm just meant to just move on and pretend like nothing has changed and that I've done a good job. Like, I'm meant to pretend that I actually did what was in my power to help him. And I clearly know for a fact I didn't. Sometimes the background checks on contractors for Accenture clearly must have missed something. When I was working in the child sexual abuse materials team, a German national had joined and he had sat looking at the worst content. He was known for going into the X-ray queue, which is the worst queue of all. You're going to probably see 90% child sexual abuse materials in X-ray. Everyone hated doing X-ray. This man, he was a beast at X-ray. He could spend 9 hours sitting on that queue from start to finish in a little cubicle drinking cans of Coke. He would always sit in the room alone. We had no idea about his background until when suddenly we were told by management, don't speak about this guy anymore. For 9 months he had worked in this child sexual abuse team with us, and nobody had known that he was a pedophile at all. police had figured out his location and extradited him from Dublin to the UK to face the courts for these charges. The one thing I noticed was a glaring omission in the news. It mentioned that he was a social media content moderator. It mentioned that he worked for Accenture. It mentioned that he worked for a social media company, but it failed to mention that he worked on a child sexual abuse materials team. He was paid to watch child porn.
That's pretty retarded.
We would get tickets from regions in India, Russia, or Arabic-speaking countries, and we wouldn't have the manpower or anyone that had native translation skills. So often we would have to rely on Facebook's translator tool. And Facebook Translate is not exactly a reliable thing. So say if the translator is not working, a lot of the times we would have had just to let it slide. If someone is banned, I'd also be going checking it to see what ban reasons they violated, and then deciding whether they can come back to our platform. That ban only is in effect for about 90 days, because the theory is that after 90 days, the offending actor would ditch their phone number and probably get a new phone number. If the user returns and emails us and says, "Hey, I want to reopen my account," I keep the account closed. But say if the user, they themselves, did the registration process, they can theoretically sign up to WhatsApp just again as if they were a fresh user after those 90 days and come back and reoffend. I have to treat them as a new user, even if I can see in the registration notes it's the same device, same SSL fingerprint, same IP. Meta told us don't treat them like they're a reoffender coming back, treat them as a new user. Even if morally every fiber of my being is saying, fuck that guy, he shouldn't be on our platform at all. Since I was in the child sexual abuse team, the only content I was looking for was child sexual abuse. In my multiple years working there, I had never heard of a team specifically actioning gore. I saw very violent cartel killings. I saw a child, an 8-year-old boy in India, decapitated and dead on the street, in a ditch, and I would be like, here, is there anyone that can action this person for that? And every single time I would be told, there is no team for that. That's a child, and we're the child sexual abuse team, so therefore, like, what the fuck are we doing? We can look at a decapitated body and be like, you know, it's not child porn. Nobody's fucking the dead body, so therefore it's okay, so. Like, it seemed to me that they were more interested in defending intellectual property rights than they would have been into child sexual abuse materials. The only sort of updates that they wanted to focus on was this intellectual property. And they're teaching us, like, oh man, you gotta beware of, like, fake Disney brands or, like, Nike counterfeiters. And I'm like, you guys have completely ignored the child sexual abuse material problem that you have. Like, why the fuck would I care about your intellectual property? I don't give a damn about Mickey Mouse. One thing I had noticed while I was working on call was a predominant workforce that came from India and Brazil. Most of these people would be offered visa sponsorship by Accenture. So the main gimmick would be, hey, come to Ireland. In 5 years' time, you can be a naturalized Irish citizen. And one thing I had noticed is a lot of them were being pushed into on-call. They would be exposed to way more traumatic things in a way shorter, dense time because they don't know that this level of exposure is not normal at all. I would describe the job as a swanky office, and every screen you look at is something horrible. Me personally, I dealt with it through a lot of substance abuse, and that was not unheard of on the floor at all. Or the slow descent into alcoholism, where you see everyday people going to the same bar over and over again. The resources mainly provided to us would be this half-an-hour counseling session with this counselor that they would call us like a wellness coach. They were all lovely people, but they weren't really equipped to deal with these heavy topics. It was clear to me that they were ticking the boxes to see whether I was suicidal or not. And since I didn't hit the threshold, they considered me fit to work, even though I was suffering with a lot of mental health problems at that time. And it seemed like no one cared. I definitely don't think I'm the same person I was when I started this job. I think
Yeah, they gotta hire psychopaths for that job. They should find prison inmates that are like on death row that have diagnosed psychopathy, who've committed like horrible killings or something. Get them to do that job and then just give them, you know, like video games or something as a bonus. Don't even have to pay them.
I've got PTSD off this now. I think that's something that'll carry with me for the rest of my life. That'll be something that will affect my future. I think that most of these promises from the social media companies to clean up their acts are just lip service. How can you go to a government and tell them that we are addressing the issue when you don't even address us on how to address these issues? I'd imagine the client will always think whenever they see these child porn problems, oh, we have a contractor. They're the ones working on it. It's out of our hands. There were so many kids that we...
Let's see.
Welcome back, Defenders. Today we hit another milestone. This is a big one. And officially now, over 10,000 Russian tanks have been destroyed by Ukraine over the last 3 years. 10,000. That is a huge number. And your first question might be, how many tanks does Russia have? And our best estimate prior to the full-scale invasion in 2022 is that Russia had 17,500 tanks. Now, the majority of these tanks were not operational. They were in long-term deep storage, some not being moved in decades. And over the last 3 years, all of Russia's deep storage sites have been emptied to try and fit these tanks and get them to the front lines in Ukraine. And they just keep being destroyed by FPV drones and javelins and NLAWs and artillery and landmines. It's not a good place to be, the modern battlefield, if you're a tank. So Russia has severe shortages of armored vehicles across the front lines, which explains this picture.
Oh, poor little camel. Oh, he shouldn't be drove into battle. He should be given nice cactuses to eat. Oh, poor camel.
This is a real photograph of Russian soldiers on camelback, using camels in the occupied territories to fight this war. Camels.
Yeah.
So Russia has a problem with...
Dude. When you resort to using camels when all your tanks are destroyed, I mean, I think it's time to pack it up.
With a shortage of vehicles and a shortage of supply trucks, tanks, everything.
Hope that camel's
Russia installs anti-drone nets to shield supply routes in Donetsk. The scale of the project remains unclear, but if proven effective, Russia will likely expand these protective nets everywhere they can put them. And I don't think this is the solution. I don't think this is the answer, to just put nets up supply roads to protect all your trucks. Ukraine drone production tops 2.5 million a year. Aircraft numbers on track to grow. The deadliest weapon in the Ukrainian military is manufactured domestically 96.3% of the time, and it's almost always a cheap quadcopter toting an explosive. This benefits the defender. The Russians have to expose themselves. They have to go out in the open in order to advance.
No gum.
And Ukraine is waiting. They have surveillance drones covering the entire front lines. They then launch their FPVs and quadcopters, and they use simple explosives to destroy all of these vehicles. To put this in perspective, I love specific numbers. Ukraine deploys 200,000 drones monthly to counter the 5-to-1 Russian infantry advantage near the city of Pokrovsk. This is according to the Wall Street Journal. So let's check in on the city of Pokrovsk. The city of Avdiivka fell almost a year ago. And this is the next major city down the road. I think the pre-war population of Pokrovsk was close to 50,000. And everyone was screaming 5 months ago, the city is about to fall, the city is about to fall. And Pokrovsk still stands. In the era of FPV drones, would you rather be in an open field or a tree-lined trench, or in concrete structures? The Ukrainians have a tremendous advantage being in the city. Now the Russians are gobbling up the farm fields surrounding the city. They're trying to cut off this supply road, but they're exposed. There's nowhere to take shelter from simple FPV drones in these open fields, these small villages. So yes, the Russians still have a tremendous manning advantage, but every time they come to one of these mid-sized towns, Avdiivka, Bakhmut, Pokrovsk, it's a kill zone.
Do you donate $2? Let me see. Canadian cities of 75K plus population tier list. Hamilton, Dumple, Quebec, Dumple, Vancouver, Snoozetown. Never heard of it. Winnipeg, boring. Thunder Bay, boring. Kamploops, never heard of it. Montreal, boring. Belleville's pretty nice. Bradford, well, that's like Dumple. Edmonton, boring. Calgary, boring. Windsor, bad. Cape Breton, it's nice. Peterborough, boring. Chilliwack, I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is. The letter's too small. Kitchener's actually really nice. Montcalm, average. Drummondville, never heard of it. Fredericton, never heard of it. Never heard of it. Guelph is nice. Halifax, boring. Kawartha Lake, I don't know about that. Don't know about that. Kingston, average. Lethbridge, don't know about it. London, oh, that's a shithole. Medicine Hat, never heard of it. Never heard of it. Niagara's, it's not great, that area. Yeah, I'd put it horrible. Oshawa, Snoozetown, Ottawa. I haven't been to enough of Ottawa. I'll put it in like nice, because there's some nice areas. Prince George, I don't know. Don't know. Don't know. Don't know. St. John, Dumple. I don't know what that is. Saskatoon, Dumple. Sault Ste. Marie, don't know. Never been to Sherbrooke. Don't know about St. John. Sudbury's a Dumple. Barrie is really, yeah, Barrie's nice. Toronto's great. Victoria, Dumple. And I don't know what that is. Alright, there's my tier list. Thanks for the donation, D.
You remember that guy Milo? 5-1 losses, just trying to get into the city. It's a nightmare for the Russians. According to Zelensky, the Kursk incursion stopped the Russian invasion of Zaporizhia. We don't know what the intelligence is, but yeah, I would imagine that over 6 months ago, if Ukraine hadn't launched this offensive into Kursk, Russia would have used their reserves to probably start more offensives in the Zaporizhia region. I do know they were experimenting with trying to get across the Dnipro River to the North Bank and Kherson. So there is debate. Was this a good idea for Ukraine to invade Russia? And we'll never know what would have happened if they hadn't. But yeah, I would argue if you're going to fight the Russians, you can either do it on your territory, near the city of Zaporizhia, or you can do it on their territory. this has been a disaster for the Russians. Ukraine is still sticking with their game plan of knocking all of Russia's oil refineries offline. Drones hit 6 million ton Afivsky oil complex in southern Russia. This is in the Krasnodar region. Fire breaks out at Russia's Saratov oil refinery after another Ukrainian drone assault. Last night, Ukrainian drones again targeted key facilities in the Saratov Oblast, striking an oil refinery and causing explosions near the Engels air base. There are videos, as always, I'll link them down below. And it can always get worse. These attacks are not going to stop until Russia stops this war. So here comes the political segment. Everything is changing by the day. Trump's envoy on Ukraine and Russia, retired Lieutenant General Keith Kellogg, is going to visit Kyiv next week. So not this week, but next week. High-level Trump officials are all going to be in Ukraine. General Keith Kellogg, as well as, I think, the National Security Advisor, the Secretary of Defense, and the Secretary of the Treasury.
Love you, Gumbo.
You could really increase the sanctions. Trump confirms rumors on U.S. envoy visit to Ukraine. So here's the tweet, and this is good news. I am sending Secretary of the Treasury Scott Bessent to Ukraine to meet with President Zelensky. This war must and will end soon. Too much death and destruction. The U.S. has spent billions, blah, blah, blah. We like the Treasury Secretary. During his confirmation hearings, he said that sanctions on Russia to this point have not been tough enough. Keith Kellogg is in favor of increasing sanctions. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent is in favor of a Republican from the state of South Carolina, a strong supporter of Ukraine. Today, I will introduce the Freedom First Lend-Lease Act to give President Trump flexible authorities to send war-winning weapons to our partners, including Ukraine, to deter the war criminal Putin, why the first Lend-Lease 3 years ago was never used. According to Trump advisor, Europe must take lead in security guarantees for Ukraine. I've not shown a clip of the National Security Advisor Mike Waltz in a while, but he was on NBC's Meet the Press. I am going to play this clip, and we'll talk about it.
The president's prepared to put all of those issues on the table this week, including the future of U.S. aid to Ukraine. We need to recoup those costs, and that is going to be a partnership with the Ukrainians in terms of their rare earths, their natural resources, and their oil and gas, and also buying ours. Those conversations are going to happen this week, and I think an underlying principle here is that the Europeans have to own this conflict going forward. President Trump is going to end it, and then in terms of security guarantees, that is squarely going to be with the Europeans.
If there is a ceasefire, if there is negotiations and Russia agrees to something, Trump is saying that Europe has to enforce it. European peacekeepers have to be deployed to Ukraine to prevent any kind of war from starting again. But Mike Waltz used this language. We need to recoup those costs. What does he mean by that? Trump claims Ukraine essentially agreed to give the United States access to its rare earth minerals. These are not rare earth minerals. I mean, there's like a little bit, but these are just natural resources. Calling them rare, I think, just tricks Trump into wanting them more, but no, these are not rare earths. Yeah, iron and titanium and lithium are not rare earth elements. But here's the map. Here is the map that everyone is staring at, and Trump seems to think he's going to get something. So every day he does interviews and he says stupid things. I'm not going to deny this. And he said something incredibly stupid in this interview. But we're going to talk about the money aspect. So I apologize, but I'm going to have to play this clip.
I want to have our money secured because we're spending hundreds of billions of dollars. And, they may make a deal, they may not make a deal. They may be Russian someday, or they may not be Russian someday, but we're going to...
They may be Russian someday? No, I don't think the people of Ukraine who have their own...
Cat brain rot video to any tellers. What about the vows made? Is it wrong to divorce my disabled husband? Oh god, here we go. Try it on Gum Gum. Oh my god. Oh. Oh my god, cats really like that. Oh. Oh, that's amazing. I gotta try that. I remember there was this adorable video of a cat that really liked kids' cartoons. Cat demands cartoons. Let me see if I can find it. cat obsessed with one movie. Some lady, I think it was Teletubbies?
Okay, come on. Show me the way. I'm coming. I'm coming. Let's go. Ella, what do you want? You want to watch a movie? My husband is a cat person, but I've always grown up with dogs. She was a senior cat. Really started coming out. Hello. I thought it was interesting how fast she acclimated to having some sort of white noise in the background. The movie that was coming on was The Grinch, and she paused. She just stared at it the entire time, and I was like, what is happening?
Oh.
She's obsessed. Ella. I'm so sorry.
That cat likes watching The Grinch. What is it, Teletubbies? That's not it. Yeah, some cats like watching movies and cartoons. Gum gum. Gum gum. Gum gum. Gum gum. Come on, gum gum. Gum gum. I got something to show you. Come on. Gum gum. Gum gum. Gum gum. Gum gum. Come here, gum gum. Gum gum. Come here, gum gum. Come here, gum gum. Gum gum. Alright, I'll leave this open. When he hops on my lap, I'll play it. Thanks for the donation, Cat Brain Rat videos.
All right, let's go out to Denver, Colorado, and talk to the great Diane. What's up, Diane?
Hey, John Deloney, how are you?
I'm so good. How about you?
Good.
What's up?
So, I have got a kind of moral, ethical dilemma going on in my personal life, and I have a son-in-law and daughter who listen frequently, and he said, you know who you need to ask is Dr. John Deloney. So
here we are.
Here we are. And
I'm not a very
hoping,
moral or ethical person, so just so you know.
Well, I have listened to you enough to know that is not true. So I'm gonna kind of lay it all out there. It's a kind of a long story. I'm gonna make it as brief as I can because
Go for it.
It's been a long few years.
Go for it.
5 years ago, first of all, I'm 49 years old. I'm married for 30 years to just the most amazing man. We have 8 incredible kids. And 5 years ago, we took the kids up to the mountains about 3 hours away from home, went mountain biking, and he crashed his bike, very, very severely suffered a traumatic brain injury that almost killed him. We spent 2 months in local hospitals, 5 brain surgeries, had half of his skull removed, coma, everything, just horrible couple of months. He regained consciousness enough that they accepted him to a rehab hospital 8 hours away. They said for 2 months, we'll do rehab and do the best that we can. So I packed up, left my kids with family members, and I went to this rehab hospital for 2 months. And that 2-month stay, due to a very serious stroke and seizures, turned into a 7-month stay. And we finally got to go home. He came home with a trach in, a feeding tube in his stomach. I had to learn how to put a catheter in. I learned how to take care of him so we could bring him home. I had so much faith, John, the whole time he would be healed. I knew it. And I'm a religious person, and we had so much faith, and we worked so hard. I knew he would get better, at least better enough that we could carry on a conversation with him. He would be somewhat himself. And over the next 2 years of having him at home, it was a lot of work. And he just never really got better. He did learn to walk again. We taught him to walk. But ultimately his injuries he lost hearing. He's completely deaf. And he has no short-term memory. So we can't even teach him sign language because he can't learn new things. He knows my kids. He knows anything that happened 10 years ago or more, but anything that's happened about 2 years before the accident and anything current, he has no idea. He doesn't remember. He's had 3 kids get married. He has grandkids. I have an 8-year-old. He was kind of our surprise baby, and he knows that he has an 8-year-old, but doesn't really know him. He forgets their names sometimes. He has no concept of space or time or age or distance. All of that part of his brain was damaged. And 2 years ago, I decided, for the sake of my kids' lives moving on and mine, that I needed to put him into a facility. So he's in an assisted living facility just a few miles from home. We go see him all the time. A couple months after we put him in that facility, we made some medical decisions, decided it was time to let him go. And we put him on hospice and thought the time would come that he would pass. And it's been almost 2 years. And despite all medical odds, science, everything, he's still with us. Pretty much no quality of life.
Jeez, why don't you just, like, put him out of his fucking misery? Holy fuck. Bro, come on.
We've prepared ourselves.
Dude, if I was ever in that state, yeah, fucking kill me. Give me a break.
To let him go so many times when it looked like everything was heading that direction. And he's still with us. And it's just been so hard to know how to move on. Through this process, I got my master's degree. I went back to school. I've become an LCPC, so I'm able to work now and provide for my family.
Awesome.
So my question is, sorry that took so long, but here's my question.
Hold on, before we ask you a question.
Okay.
Can I just sit with you in that for a minute?
Yeah.
That's so much.
It's a lot, and that is just the tip of the iceberg. This could be a whole Hollywood movie that would last 10 hours. So
my oldest best friend on planet Earth is a traumatic brain survivor, and when I'm with him now and we go out, I still have to help him go to the bathroom. Still have to have people take care of him and help him. And I can't imagine going up 100x that with building a life with somebody, because it changes everything, right?
Oh man,
changes the way you breathe.
Yep.
Maroon Blue, Donny Tillers, is Waterloo nice? Heard that's where BlackBerry is headquartered. Yeah, Waterloo's nice. It's basically the same as Kitchener. It's right next to each other. But yeah, Kitchener-Waterloo is really nice. Thanks for the donation, Maroon Blue.
And my guess is, as a mom of 8, you've been solving and fixing for 5 years.
Yeah, I have been.
And you went and got a freaking master's degree. Like at some point.
I know.
Have you exhaled?
After about year 1, I did, and I still had so much hope and so much faith, and we would work with him every day, work on walking, work on brain stuff.
Sengoku Donny Tillers, would you say someone's ability to earn wealth is more determined by their skill set or their relationships and who they know? Well, I'd say it's mostly a matter of intelligence and motivation. So, I would say, kind of who you know and what opportunities are kind of available to you through those circumstances might create like a ceiling. So like Jeff Bezos, he grew up poor, but then his mother remarried, and she married this like super insanely rich guy. And that's one of the reasons why he was able to start Amazon with the help of his stepdad. If that had never happened and his mother stayed with her first partner, Jeff Bezos probably would have still became pretty wealthy, but he wouldn't be like a mega billionaire and like the top, 3 wealthiest people on the planet. He very likely still would have become a millionaire, maybe even a billionaire, but yeah, like having certain opportunities and knowing certain people definitely counts for a whole lot. Like same with Bill Gates. He grew up pretty wealthy, and the big thing for him, his mother actually knew like the CEO or something of IBM. And again, that's how he was able to get a huge start in the computer industry. So, like, again, if Bill Gates didn't have that sort of business connection with his mother knowing that person, he may have never become, like, the world's wealthiest person at one point. So, I think that creates an upper ceiling, but, yeah, it's mostly intelligence and motivation that allows you to make money. The kind of personal connections, and shit like that just creates like an upper ceiling. Thanks for the donation though, Sengoku.
Like, don't let him just sit in front of the TV. Like, we got to work with him. It's going to get better. It's going to get better. And then after about year 3, I just really had to shift my thinking.
Do you think the Botez sisters are hot? Botez sisters. No. Yeah, no, not at all. Yeah, they're mid. I wouldn't notice these girls if I saw them walking down the street. Yeah, just mid. Bend over, donate $2. Check out this new revised position paper from the Academy of Nutrition Dietetics on vegetarian vegan diets in adults. Alright, that's cool. I'll save that and read the whole paper later. Thanks for the donation, Tash. Or not Tash, Bend Over.
Can you react to this Asian cutie for a couple of seconds and then rate her from 1 to 10? I timestamped it.
The tram.
Easy there, got Jim Beam advertisement.
Dodo, donate $2. Gummy, put your tail on VG's hairline again so you can fix it from receding. By the way, VG, are you gonna take minoxidil or something? Not like it's that receding, but to prevent it from getting worse. I'm asking you. This is a friend not trying to be mean or something. My hairline has not started to recede, but I'll probably go on finasteride. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. It's pretty good drawings. They were accurate.
This John guy rubs me so wrong. Why do you have anxiety help books with your own face on it and then have it in the background? Is that not weird?
Don't think it's that weird. Thanks for the donation though, Nutmuffin. He is a cuck. Tash $2, that was a clever one, you gotta admit. Have a nice day. Yeah, it was. Thanks for the donation, dude. If I send you a corn link and donation, will you do commentary on it while you watch it off screen? As long as it's legal, sure.
So he dumped Jasmine for an Asian chick already? Damn.
Cats are liquid.
That this isn't going to turn out how I thought it would. So we've come to peace with it. In fact, we came to so much peace with him passing. That is what we've been praying for the last 2 years. That it would be better for him. I mean, you know, you talk about your friend and how that is with him. My husband is the same way. He would be humiliated to see what he has become. This is not what he would want.
At every job I've had, I've always held people accountable to some degree when they were fucking up, and as a result people feel some type of way about me. I don't want to be a cuck just to be liked, but I do feel lonely. Is it better to be right?
Well, why in the hell would you ever want a relationship with lazy, lying, dishonest fucking losers who don't have their shit together? So, I don't think you'd ever feel any less lonely if you started cucking to just dumbass losers. you just realize you're surrounded by fucking morons that you don't share anything in common with. So I would say, yeah, it's usually better to be right than have friends. Like, what type of friends do you want? Just fucking asshole loser dipshits who lie, steal, cheat, fuck you over, don't work well in their job, you know, just do dumb crap. So there's a big difference between being lonely and being alone. I think you're going to have to learn to appreciate yourself and have self-love and not rely on validation from other people. Thanks for the donation, though, R.
This is not the kind of life. I mean, if he had his right sense, he would say, why didn't you just let me go 3 years ago? Why did you keep me alive? And I listened to your last caller, and it breaks my heart, the loss that she feels. And do you know what I'm thinking is, why can't I be one of the people whose husbands get to pass? I'm in the position where I'm jealous of women whose husbands just get to go peacefully and don't have to live through this pain and agony that my family lives through every day.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah, so divorce him, move on.
Okay. So I recently, one of my husband's old friends that I didn't know before we knew each other reached out. I had a Caring Bridge account, Facebook. I kind of would keep friends and family up to date, and I haven't posted anything for a really long time. So he just reached out and said, how's he doing? How's the family doing? So I responded, and we kind of struck up this friendship.
No, Diane.
No. Listen,
All right.
does not go where you think it's going. That's my dilemma. But it was just nice.
It was
awesome. Nice to have somebody talk to me on that level. It was nice to have somebody check in at night saying, how are you doing? He's divorced, so he's single, but I'm married. And I promise you it has not gone anywhere. You know what I mean? It just,
listen to me. You're not crazy?
Dude, your husband's a literal retard. Why in the fuck would she care about fucking some other dude when she's technically married? Like, you put him into a fucking, care home, then now he's in a hospice, supposedly on his fucking deathbed. Like, what are you fucking doing? Yeah, suck his cock. 21st Savage donated $2. Yeah, I'm not watching that. Thanks for the donation, dude.
You're not a bad person.
Okay. Here's my question.
Okay.
It's kind of a doozy.
There's no doozies on the show. Go for it.
I am considering getting a divorce so that I can move on with my life.
Okay.
Nothing with my relationship with my husband would change. One thing I didn't say about his, kind of his personality is he's very apathetic. He doesn't care about anything. I walk in, he smiles at me. I could tell him his kids took his truck and wrecked it or whatever. He wouldn't care. He isn't capable of caring about anything. So we go see him. It's mostly for us. He doesn't remember. He doesn't really care. And just this little encounter I've had with this man
made you feel alive again.
Really
made you feel alive
question.
Again.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, would it be so bad if I divorced him just for the sake of getting my feet out of the concrete? I feel like I'm stuck in.
The answer is yes.
Imagine a future, because for so long we thought he's going to pass any day, and we've lived thinking he's going to pass. And now I'm thinking he could live another 10 or 20 years. Like, his heart and lungs are pretty dang good. His brain's pretty shot, but he could live a long time like this. And what does that mean for me and my kids?
It sounds like in all of if I was to distill down, well, let me say this. I want to be careful how I do this, because I don't want anyone listening to this to think this is the right path for somebody who's having this conversation. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So I am collapsing from the booth at each other.
The answer is yes, divorce him, move on. Like, why would you waste your time? It's just dumb.
Sounds like through all of your prayers, the chief prayer over all has been, I want this to be exactly as I want it.
Dude, supposedly, according to God's will, he made your husband a literal fucking retard. What is prayer going to do? Why would God allow that to happen in the first place? It's just so fucking stupid. And, again, of all the things you could pray for, there are large-scale wars going on right now, in Ukraine, there's the war in Gaza. So many people are getting their fucking lives lost. And you think God is gonna give a shit about your retarded fucking husband? Like these people are just fucking deranged. Like, prayer just does not make any fucking logical sense to begin with, but again, it's just fucking weakness. Like, get fucked, get over yourself. There's no God that fucking cares about you. If he did, he wouldn't allow this to happen in the first place. You're on your fucking own, so deal with it. Divorce your stupid fucking husband and suck his friend's dick. Rate the corn. Donate $2. Rate each vid 1 out of 10. Oh, that's a pretty nice MILF ass. Got good titties, too. She's not exactly my type, but, you know, for a MILF, pretty good. I don't know if I don't know what I'd rate that vid out of 10. Like, I mean, I wouldn't jerk off to it. Iranian kitchen anal fuck. Oh, she's got a nice butt. I don't know how the hell she can cook food doing that. Yeah, again, it's nothing I jerk off to. It's kind of funny, but I wouldn't jerk off to it. Thanks for the donation, Rate the Corn.
I want the outcome of this to be exactly what I want it to be. And wrestling with, praying for, and I've done this, praying for someone that I love to go ahead and pass, and then they don't. And then I have the guilt that I prayed for them to die. Must feel to have somebody check in on you. If you say, no, I'm in for
divorcing him, what did you? And I just was like, absolutely not. Like, that is a ridiculous idea. And it's just been long enough. I know if the roles were reversed, knowing what I know now, I would tell him, go find somebody. Go find somebody to be with and be happy with. And one thing, I am a religious person. I've talked a lot about prayer and faith. And my religion, my husband and I were married in our temple. And we were married for what we call time and all eternity. And so one thing I know is if I were divorced from him, it would separate us for this life. But I know and fully intend on living with him in the next life forever. And I know that that's something in my religion that some man would be very cautious to even date me, knowing that I have been sealed to my husband, because that would mean that whatever marriage.
Yeah, I just want to get, like, fucked and suck dicks and everything, but, like, in the afterlife, I'll be with my husband again and I'll suck his dick. Oh my god, these people are just hilarious. What in the shit? Like... Oh, what are they doing? Yeah, I just need to get pounded, while I'm still alive. Like, what am I gonna do? Not get fucked? But then in the afterlife, I'll be with my husband again.
Which we have here would not extend beyond this life, if that makes sense. Just, kind of as a frame of reference for where I am at.
Sure. I mean, I don't have any reference point for your religious tenets. One of your core into this guy for a bit.
Oh my god, that's just so fucking stupid.
Ethnic, cultural, and language identity are ever going to be Russian someday. But he said it, whatever. We need to get to the second part of this clip.
Have all this money in there, and I say I want it back. And I told them that I want the equivalent, like $500 billion worth of rare earth, and they've essentially agreed to do that. So at least we don't feel stupid. Otherwise, we're stupid. I said to them, we have to get something. We can't continue to pay this money.
We have to get it back. I said I wanted the equivalent of $500 billion. So no analysis was done. Trump just tossed out a very large number he thought was good, and Ukraine agreed to it.
That's got to be way above their GDP.
But $500 billion is more, way more than the United States has provided to Ukraine. To this date, $183 billion has been allocated, $130 billion is still obligated, and $86 billion has been dispersed. So Trump keeps saying we need to recoup our losses because we've spent money back. Biden allocated. He keeps saying it. So he's on Air Force One now. There's airplane noise in the background, but he's once again saying, I'm committed to buying and owning Gaza.
I'm committed to buying and owning Gaza. As far as us rebuilding it, we may give it to other states in the Middle East to build sections of it. Other people may do it through our auspices. But we're committed to owning it, taking it, and making sure.
Who's paying for this? Is the American taxpayer going to buy Gaza from Israel because Gaza is an occupied territory? Who's going to clear out the 2 million people? American soldiers? This is a new forever war in the Middle East. Nobody in America voted for this. He's also talking about annexing Canada again. This is not going away. He's saying we're making our country larger.
I have more time to do what I want to do. So we're making our country larger. We're making our country stronger. And in the case of Canada, if this should happen, I don't know how they can do it without us. Because without the U.S., Canada really doesn't have a country.
Rate the corn, donate $2, rate 1 out of 10 each vid. The Queen's a scammer. Well, that is a nice big white butt. I don't know. I fuck a hot chubby girl. She's not chubby. Yeah, that one's boring. Just sucks. Oh, hey, Gum Gum. You want to watch some cat brain rot? Gummy, come here. Come watch some cat brain rot with me. All right, Gum Gum. You see this? Didn't really seem to care. You don't like cat brain rot? Gummy likes cartoons, but he doesn't like cat brain rot. That's a good boy, Gum Gum. Let's watch this last one. Podcast Smash Lena the Plug.
But she is smoking. Big old boobs. She's always wearing.
I'm all the way out here to do this podcast.
I mean, 7 minutes is
Yeah, don't like it. I'm not really into Adam 22's wife. Thanks for the donation though, rate the corn. Street Vegan donate $2, Brian Johnson hanging out with RFK Jr. Yeah, nice try. Thanks for the donation, dude. Oh, hey, Gum Gum. Gum Gum, what are you up to? Oh.
Without the United States, Canada doesn't have a country. This is not a gaffe. This is not a negotiating tactic. This is not about getting concessions about border security. He actually wants to do this. This is American imperialism. This is about empire. The leader of our country is talking about making our country larger by expanding into our neighbors with hostile force. He said it again with an interview with Brett Baer. I think Canada would be much better off as the 51st state because we lose $200 billion a year to Canada. This got community noted because Trump is lying. The United States does not lose or subsidize Canada by $200 billion. This is a completely made-up number. The U.S.-Canada trade deficit in 2024 was $63 billion. Having a trade deficit of $63 billion is lower than our trade deficit with China, the European Union, Mexico, and Vietnam. Because the trade deficit with Vietnam is greater than Canada, are we going to annex Vietnam so we're not losing money? Trade deficits form from consumer preferences. If you don't want to have a trade deficit, you don't have to buy their stuff. But if we have capitalism, if we have free market, how stupid this is. By national poll, most Canadians and many Americans oppose Canada joining the United States. Nearly all Canadians, 77%, strongly or somewhat oppose Canada becoming part of the United States. Only 15% are in favor of it. Meanwhile, in the United States, 42% of Americans oppose this idea, 36% support, and 22% have no effing clue what the hell is going on in the United States anymore. And neither do the Russians. So let's go to the latest clip from Russia Media Monitor. Vladimir Solovyov says Russia doesn't care about Trump's peace plan. He made two promises that he couldn't fulfill: to drain the Washington swamp and improve relations with Russia. This is Solovyov talking about Trump's first election in 2016. But this Trump is different. If we don't reach an understanding, we may clash. He understands this. He understands strength. Unlike Europe, Ukraine, and many others, we do have strength. Trump's main fear is World War III. He openly says it. I think he doesn't fear anyone yet. He is euphoric from coming to power. That's what I think. And I think that you're wrong in your thinking. What are you basing it on? Studying Trump's books and his speeches? His psychological portraits? What are you basing it on? Trump is not your average incoming president of the United States. By the way, Trump also promised to make peace between North Korea and South Korea. He even arranged a meeting on the 38th parallel. They were even shaking hands. We all know how it ended. Perhaps this is how he is envisioning the end of the conflict in Ukraine. Someone from the Ukrainian side will shake hands and he will say, I made peace. Now I'm out of here. You guys figure this out. For obvious reasons, this absolutely doesn't suit us. I mentioned this in my video when Trump was first elected in November. I immediately thought of these weird summits between Trump and Kim Jong-un. Back in 2018, Donald Trump believed he could broker peace on the Korean Peninsula. He really wanted to win a Nobel Peace Prize. But shocker, the North Koreans lie, and the North Koreans have no interest in opening up or becoming a normal society. So Trump just gave up. He just walked away from it and hasn't spoken about North Korea really at all since 2018. So these are the Russians saying the exact same thing might happen. Donald Trump could give his best effort for a couple of weeks, realize that Russia doesn't actually want peace, and then he's just going to walk away from the whole situation, tell the Europeans they're on their own, and then he'll never talk about it. He'll just pretend like the war is not happening and everything in the United States is normal. But everything in the United States is not normal. Elon Musk spreads false claim about US control of Ukrainian media. This is Elon Musk promoting WikiLeaks, and at this point, guys, WikiLeaks is just Russian intelligence. It's the FSB guiding everything they do. So WikiLeaks claims that USAID was funding over 6,200 journalists across 707 media outlets, and 9 out of 10 media outlets in Ukraine are being controlled by USAID. This is, of course, insane. This is false. The misinformation started from an interview with Oksana Romanuk, director of the Institute of Mass Information. During the conversation, she stated that almost 90% of Ukrainian media survived thanks to grants. Grants from foundations, institutions, other countries. Some of them, yes, came from USAID, but that doesn't mean USAID controls them, let alone 9 out of 10. That's insane. But it doesn't matter. Every day on social media, Elon Musk is lying. He is the biggest spreader of disinformation and lies ever in human history. And he is trying to overload everyone and everything with lies to destroy everything. He's trying to destroy Western democracy, to empower China, to empower Russia.
This guy really needs to be fucking locked up. Hopefully fucking Tesla self-driving car just rams right into him.
I really do need to make a dedicated video why he's doing this. I know today in the United States is that Elon Musk is attacking the judiciary. Members of Trump's administration every day now are complaining about judges and complaining about the courts. Elon Musk changed his name on Twitter to Harry Balls, but this is the richest man in the world with 217 million followers. Democracy in America is being destroyed by a judicial coup. An activist judge is not a real judge. This is the shit he is saying every day to his 200 million followers, to get them to hate federal judges, to hate the judiciary for enforcing and upholding the law and the Constitution. And Elon Musk is so evil. He is going after the children of federal judges who rule against him.
Oh my God.
Judge John McConnell, the federal judge from Rhode Island who ordered the Trump administration to unfreeze billions of dollars in federal grants, has a daughter who works for the federal government. That is not a conflict of interest when you have a child who works for the federal government, because tens of millions of people, American citizens, work for the federal government. So Elon Musk is posting her picture, her name, her position, her job, to scare and intimidate this federal judge and any federal judge that might rule against him in the future. Now I read the comments, guys. I know what you're saying to me, and you can't bully me in the comments. I stand by my principles. I served as an active duty officer for 6 years, and I took an oath to the Constitution. We don't swear oaths to presidents, kings, or dictators. This person who was subscribed to my channel said, "Grow up, Jake. When you're trying to save a country, you use any and all tools available. Survival comes first." My response to my subscriber: spoken like a true fascist. I will resist you, and I will defend the American Constitution. Years.
Atheism donate $2. Let me see.
Finn in Germany uses theist pronouns or he, him, that wants to ask us about why we didn't build our faith on a strong foundation like Christ said we ought to in the Sermon on the Mount. Hey, Finn, welcome to the show. You're on with Matt and David Fitzgerald.
Hey, Matt and David Fitzgerald. Can you guys hear me all right?
We can, yes.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, so you might be wondering what I'm talking about when I say why you didn't build your faith on a solid foundation. David, I don't know much about you. Are you a former Christian or are you just a lifelong atheist?
In fact, we're both former Christians. Matt, did you go to seminary?
No. I was
no, okay.
I got
yeah, same here. Yeah, we were both very devout Christians.
Oh, awesome. Oh, you guys were devout. Okay, awesome.
Yes.
Interesting. So, awesome. Did you guys, yeah, it's really awesome to hear. So, did you guys read your Bible a lot, or were you guys Catholics?
I was a Southern Baptist. I not only read the Bible, but I've taught it. I have them open all the time. I've lectured and taught on this stuff for ages. What is it you're trying to get to? Because you don't seem to know anything about this, and you're like, why did you not build your faith on this? Faith is not a virtue. I don't have faith, and I don't find faith to be a good thing. But if you just mean what are you building upon, I'm building upon evidence and scientific inquiry and reason and critical thinking, which isn't supported by Christianity.
Okay, man. I think I agree with you. Those are all virtues. And I think if you look at those things in the right light, you will come to Christianity. But I did want to talk about that specific verse that Paul didn't talk about.
Well, Finn, I want to get to whatever verse you called to talk about, but why on earth do you think that we'll get to Christianity through those things if we used to be there and now we're not because of those things?
I think it's a matter of if you have a hardened heart or not. If you are open to Christ, then you'll find him very easily. If you're not, if your heart is hardened, you will not be open to the truth.
Finn,
how is that any different? Go ahead, Dave.
I was going to say, do you know how many personal friends we have who are members of the Clergy Project, who were former pastors, former rabbis, former priests, you name it, who all to a man or woman lost their faith, basically, after years and years and years of service in Christianity and other religions, but primarily Christianity.
That seems like a little bit of a fallacy.
Well, what's the fallacy?
What's the fallacy?
The fallacy would be that just because someone was a pastor or part of the clergy, that therefore they are the ultimate authority on Christianity.
What we're responding to, Finn, is you seem to be asserting that there's no such thing as non-resistant non-belief. And David is pointing out that we have plenty of people, including not just us, but other people who are former clergy people. And are you suggesting that their non-belief is all resistant as well? Is there such a thing as non-resistant non-belief in your worldview?
I'm not familiar with that term, non-resistant non-belief. What does that mean?
It means that you're not convinced, but not because you have hardened your heart or your heart is hardened, but because you haven't been presented with sufficient evidence. That if in fact you were presented with sufficient evidence, you would believe. That's what is meant in the philosophical world as non-resistant non-belief.
I would fundamentally reject that notion. And if someone does,
what is your justification for basically asserting that there's no such thing as an honest person who does not believe in a God? That everybody who doesn't believe is dishonest. What is your justification for that?
So I know you're not going to like this answer, but I'm a fan of presuppositional apologetics. So I would presuppose
that's ridiculous. Yeah. So first of all, presuppositionalism isn't apologetics. If you presuppose God, there's no argument to be made, and you don't get to presuppose that all the rest of us are liars. Why would I continue to talk to you if I know that you think I'm lying about and dishonest about my disbelief? What purpose could we possibly have having a conversation if you
So presuppositionalism doesn't assume that people are lying about not believing in God, but presuppositionalism is just retarded. Like, it's become so rampant too. It's like the go-to Christian apologetic, debate tactic. And it holds no fucking water. Like, they're literally saying, well, God exists because I say so. And then, like, it just goes nowhere.
Presuppose God, and you presuppose that David and I aren't honest when we say that we are honestly not convinced.
Yeah, well, that's why I said I know you're not going to like that answer, so I'm happy to go more of a William Lane Craig route, where I'm willing to give you the proof, as such as the apostles willingly died.
Does William Lane Craig agree with you on non-resistant non-belief? And what is his argument against non-resistant non-belief? And how are you going to present William Lane Craig's argument against non-resistant non-belief when you didn't even know what the fuck it was until 5 minutes ago?
Okay, well, I will concede on that point because I don't even know what that term means, like I said a couple minutes ago. So do you want to move on to what I called it for?
Let's do.
Okay. So I did want to call and talk about Matthew 7:24-27. If you want to pull that up, if you want to pull that up, I'll read that. Okay, awesome. So I'll read that. Do you want me to read that? Or do you want to read that?
Please, sure. What version are you going to use?
Okay. I'm going to use the New Living Translation.
Horrible translation, but go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, it's a good one, man. It's a good one. Mike Winger gave it his. What's your preferred translation?
Don't be referencing Mike Winger as the authority on what's a good translation, but go ahead.
Mike Winger is a great guy, so let me continue. Matthew 7:20.
A recognized scholar that can tell you which version of the Bible is most accurate in its translation of the originals, so that we know we don't have the originals. Is that Mike Winger's area of expertise? Because he didn't have that area of expertise when I debated him.
Well, when he debated him, I think he represented Christ very well. So let's just move on, please.
I didn't ask whether or not Mike Winger represented Christ very well. You're citing what a particular Bible version is good and using Winger as a reference, and I'm asking what are his credentials that would make him demonstrate that the version you're using is a good one. And David says it's not a good one. If David says it's not a good one and Mike says it is, how do we tell which one is right?
Well, Mike has the Holy Spirit speaking to him. I don't think David.
No, sir. You do not get to assert mystical proof. You don't. First of all, you don't know that Mike Winger has a Holy Spirit, even if there is a Holy Spirit, because according to the Bible, only God knows that. Correct? Correct. So when you said Mike Winger has the Holy Spirit, you were not being honest, were you?
No, because the Holy Spirit is speaking through Mike to me. So I would say, of course, Mike Winger has the Holy Spirit.
No, you don't know that.
I received the Holy Spirit from Mike.
You don't know that. How do you know that you have received the Holy Spirit? How can you demonstrate that to anybody? Because if you're going to assert it as part of your argument, that you know Mike is telling you
that. Whatever. This is boring. It's just stupid. Thanks for the donation, atheism.
And it's this form of government that has made us the wealthiest and most powerful nation in the history of the world. So I'm not willing to give it up. I'm not willing to give up separation of powers and checks and balances to Elon Musk and Donald Trump. And at the moment, we're having a constitutional crisis. Now, the Republicans control Congress, and they're willingly giving up their power to the executive branch. Except constitutionally, they can't do that. The Republicans in Congress are cowards, and they're scared of Donald Trump and Elon Musk. But only Congress has the power of the purse to tax and allocate funds, and any government agencies created by Congress, the executive can't destroy, cannot delete, cannot fire, cannot remove, unless Congress debates and votes on it. If the executive branch can make all decisions concerning taxes and revenue and the creation and destruction of agencies, then why do we have Congress? What are these people for if the president legitimately has the power to do whatever he wants? So Congress has already given up. Congress has been defeated at least until the 2026 elections. So the only thing remaining, standing in the way of Elon Musk and Donald Trump, is the independence of the judiciary. So every day, Elon Musk, to his 200 million followers, is attacking federal judges and attacking the independence of the judiciary, threatening their children.
Atheism, donate to lawyers. You just got to the good part. Go back to 723.
Speaking through Mike to me, so I would say.
Okay, fine.
Of course, Mike Winger has the Holy Spirit.
No, you don't know that.
I received the Holy Spirit through Mike.
You don't know that either.
Of course I do.
How do you know that you have received the Holy Spirit? How can you demonstrate that to anybody? Because if you're going to assert it as part of your argument, that you know Mike is telling you the accurate thing about the Bible, because you know that the Holy Spirit speaks through Mike, we need to know how you know that. How do you know the difference between the Holy Spirit speaking through Mike and not? Can I finish my question? How do you know the difference between the Holy Spirit speaking and not?
Yeah, so it comes down to personal experience. And I know you're not in the business of denying personal experience, because I know you're one of those wokies. Well, we should go down that line, because you're one of those wokies. So
yes, I'm woke in the sense of it's compassionate and it's supported by evidence. But I asked you a question about how you could prove the Holy Spirit, and you dodged it by suggesting that I'm woke.
You are woke, obviously, but that's not what I call it.
I am. Are you particularly dense when I just said, yes, I am woke, and you said, well, you are woke? Why would you reiterate what I've already said? I'm as woke as you can woke fucking be. What's wrong with that?
That's awesome. I don't think being woke is a virtue, but you think it is. So that's an epistemological difference we have. Let's move on, please.
It's not an epistemological difference. It's an ethical difference. It's a moral difference. It's a passion difference that the two of us have. But meanwhile, you still have avoided the question, which is, how do we tell that the Holy Spirit is in fact speaking through Mike Winger to you?
How do we know that women are men, Matt?
Women aren't men, dumbass.
Okay, that's fine. Can we just talk about what I called you for?
The problem is that you're not equipped to answer questions, and you have already accused me of being. No, you're not, and you've accused me of being dishonest. And so I've asked you why I should continue talking to somebody who wants to accuse my disbelief of being honest, who wants to distract things by appealing to trans issues that they don't understand, and who refuses to answer the simple question: how do we tell if the Holy Spirit is speaking through Mike Winger?
First of all, Matt, I've read more trans theory than you have, so I doubt you would know shit about that.
Okay, so I'm going to mute you, Finn, and when I unmute you, you're either going to get back to on topic and stop being a little Andrew Wilson cuck and answer the question about how we can verify the Holy Spirit, and then get to your verse in Matthew 7 about building a house on a rock, or you're going to say something incredibly foolish and off topic, and I will hang up on you. Let's see which one it is. Finn, welcome back to the show. You're on with Matt and David. How do we tell if the Holy Spirit is speaking through Mike Winger?
Obviously, we can't know that. I know that as a Christian because
no. If we can't know it, then you can't know it. How is it that you can claim to know something but you can't demonstrate to the rest of us?
You know what, Matt? We can't know that, and can I just concede my point so we can talk about the verse? I will concede that point. I was wrong.
I don't need to talk about a verse. I don't need to talk about a verse.
Okay.
Why would I have a conversation with someone? Why would I have a conversation with someone who repeatedly is dishonest while accusing me of dishonesty, and then concede points in order to get to Matthew 7:24 through 26 or 27?
I'm willing to concede that I was a dishonest interlocutor, and I would like to move on to the thing I called him for.
All right, go for it.
Okay. Let me pull the verse real quick. Do you mind if I use the New Living Translation, or do you guys really have a preference?
No, go ahead. Go for it.
Okay. So Matthew 7:24. Anyone who listens to my teachings and follows it is wise, like a person who builds a house on a solid rock. So the rain comes in torrents, and the flood waters rise, and the winds beat against the house, and it won't collapse because it is built on the bedrock. But anyone who hears my teachings and doesn't obey it is foolish, like a person who built a house on sand. When the rain comes and the flood and the wind beats against the house, it will collapse like with a mighty clash. Therefore, my accusation is that you guys built your faith on a mountain of sand. And when the first thing that came, yeah.
Matt,
go ahead. No, go ahead.
Finn, what do you know about the person who wrote that story?
So we're talking about Matthew. So I know if we're talking about the historical record, the Bart Ehrman types would say that was plagiarized from Mark. So yeah, that's obviously bullshit though. I think there was someone named Matthew who wrote that.
Who do you say Matthew is? Who do you say Matthew is?
I think someone named Matthew who lived within the region of modern day Greece.
Let me ask you this: how do you know who Matthew was? What are you basing that information off of?
The Holy Spirit.
No. That wasn't a trick question. Who wrote Matthew? When did they write Matthew? What do we know about that person? Like for instance,
I believe,
where in the Gospel of Matthew does it talk about who Matthew was?
I haven't been to seminary. I can give you an answer to that, but I'm sure there is an answer to that.
And I'm not trying to put you on the spot. What I'm saying is the answer is it doesn't. All our Gospels were anonymous originally. All of them were written generations after the time they depict. And all of them seem to be based on the first Gospel, Mark. And that's not just something atheists made up to be churlish about it. That's what
biblical. How do you know Caesar Augustus existed?
Because we have multiple lines of evidence.
Finn, hang on. No. I'm going to mute you, Finn. We're trying very, very desperately to let you get your point, just because you finally acknowledge that you're just being dishonest. I'm going to ask you one question when I take you off mute. And I really need you to answer this question. So pay close attention. Here we go. What difference does it make how we know anything at all about Caesar Augustus? How is that at all relevant to the author of Matthew?
Because if you deny the authorship of Matthew and you deny the person of Christ, therefore you must deny everything else that we know about history.
Wait, when you say denying,
that is one of the stupidest things anybody's ever said. Denying X part of history does not mean that you have to deny all of history. But whether or not Caesar Augustus lived or we have an understanding, an accurate understanding of him, is completely irrelevant to who wrote Matthew and how we know that. Those two things are not connected. Do you have a way to show that they're connected other than that you're trying to make a dishonest argument?
Do you have any nicknames for Gum Gum? Like Gummy, Gumster, Mr. Gum Gum, Gummalicious?
Well, Gum Gum's technically his nickname. His name's Gummy, and I call him Gum Gum. Sometimes I call him Gumgus. That's another nickname I have for him. But thanks for the donation, Janya.
Would you like to talk about the empty tomb?
Would you like to answer my fucking question, or would you like to avoid it once again so that I can make another clip out of your dumbass avoiding simple questions because you're afraid of the honest answers, and so you want to deflect to Caesar and an empty tomb? Prove there was an empty tomb and that it used to contain Jesus. Go.
Yeah, Barman will
That's
prove
what
that
I thought. That's what I thought. You can't prove it to anybody. And even if we had an empty tomb that we knew 100% used to belong to Jesus, that doesn't in any way demonstrate that he rose from the fucking dead.
And no,
So why didn't you keep the same?
All right, whatever.
And this is really putting the carriage before the horse, even for Elon Musk. The guy has no chill, and he's honestly so dumb. He's making this really easy to stop him. And U.S. district courts have ruled against him. Now, for supporters, I know I'm going to get a lot of hate comments for this. Make the legal argument. Make the constitutional argument why Donald Trump has the power to do any of this. And they're not. Donald Trump's own White House counsel are not making constitutional arguments. Elon Musk is not making constitutional arguments. So they have the power to appeal all of this. And I believe they are. Right now, Trump and Musk are getting smacked down in district courts. They're going to appeal to the appellate courts. But eventually, in like 6 months, this is going to make it to the Supreme Court. And the Republicans have a 6-3 majority on the Supreme Court. 3 of those judges were appointed by Trump in his first term. So what is going to happen when the Supreme Court upholds the Constitution and rules against Elon Musk and Donald Trump? This is going to happen this summer. And America is going to be ripped apart because Donald Trump and Elon Musk are not going to respect the courts. And the courts have no way to enforce a ruling. It's the job of the executive branch to enforce rulings by the judicial branch. This is going to be a nightmare year, guys. It's only going to get worse here in America. So Ukraine has to hold on. Ukraine has to keep fighting. Russian Volunteer Corps commander says Moscow may wage war against Ukraine for another 10 years because it doesn't care about its own casualties. I think at the rate they're going, even 10 years, like they're not going to have enough Russians to lose. So they're getting creative. Russia falsely promises work in the occupied areas to migrants from Central Asia, but then sends them to the trenches instead. Russia lures migrants from Tajikistan, Uzbekistan, and Kyrgyzstan by offering them high-paying jobs in reconstruction, only to then be press-ganged into the Russian military to fight on the front lines. Nobody should be going to Russia thinking they're going to get a high-paying good job.
Holy fuck, dude.
Russian soldier convicted of killing 4 fellow servicemen sentenced to life in prison. Here is a hero of Russia who got drunk one night and then killed his entire leadership while they were sleeping. This happened in November of 2023 with the 17th Tank Regiment. His name was Nikita Pasmentukov, and yeah, I would say he was probably upset about something that his leadership was doing. Russia is sending hundreds of wounded soldiers.
Well, after the war, hopefully he gets out.
To North Korean hospitals for medical treatment. Russia has so many casualties, so many wounded men. They're now sending their own soldiers to North Korea for medical care and rehabilitation.
Wow.
That's a hard no for me, even if I was a wounded Russian soldier. I would choose to stay in Russia than to go to North Korea for medical care and help. It's just crazy, guys. Russia probes explosion on an oil tanker. So an oil tanker in the Baltic near St. Petersburg, there was an explosion in the engine room. It's unclear if this was accidental or sabotage. Given the state of this Shadow Fleet tanker, I'm guessing it was negligence and lack of maintenance and safety regulations that caused the explosion. But there is concern. Finland braces for potential oil spill after tanker explosion in northwestern Russia. I don't understand why the Baltic states are continuing to let these ecological bombs pass through their territorial waters. Emergency crews mobilized as Chinese cargo ship runs aground in Russia's Far East. This is a ship carrying Russian energy exports that ran aground off the Sakhalin Island. And yeah, I'm just going to direct you guys to the fantastic YouTube channel, What's Going On with Shipping. Sal put out a video this morning explaining what's going on with these 2 ships, as well as the damaged icebreaker that...
Yeah, I'm okay after that sneeze. Began $20. Would you divorce Jazz if she did this?
My husband had improper contact with a minor at our church. The girl is 13 years old.
Yes, I would have divorced Jasmine if she touched a child.
I found out that he held hands with her.
What's the narrative that how they ended up holding hands?
The girl's dad helps operate the sound booth at our church.
Mm-hmm.
He wanted to learn how to work it as well, and she was back there, and this is no justification whatsoever. She was kind of making moves at him where she was
13? I don't know about that.
Yeah,
biting her lip.
Not a thing. Not a thing.
No.
At all.
Oh,
Because she's a child. Don't even go there in your head. Okay. I know you want to protect your husband.
Yeah, no. A 13-year-old girl isn't going to do that. Unless her husband is fucking, what's his name? Henry Cavill. None of that ever happened.
And more importantly, you want to protect your sanity right now. Okay?
Yeah.
I don't care if that 13-year-old threw herself at him, sent him a bunch of inappropriate pictures. I don't care what that child did. The adult in that situation is the adult in that situation.
Yeah, just no way. Like, you want a better husband looked like this? Like, her husband probably looks like just average bald dude. Yeah, like this. Like, guess what? There ain't no 13-year-old who's getting horny over that. Like, give me a break.
For me, the secret of a great gazpacho.
This is the best vegan steak sandwich.
Well, I've already seen this. It's not really worth watching.
Dean is in Indiana. Hi, Dean. How are you?
I'm all right. It's an honor to speak with you.
You too. What's up?
Hey, it's looking like that I'm going to be going through a divorce. And I sat down and talked with an attorney. And basically my wife is going to be entitled to a half of my pension because it's a 30-year-old pension. But we've only been married just shy of 15 years. It's going to amount to about $15,000. It would be her half of a half. But it's a municipal pension, so it's going to be structured out, or I'll have to just make payments. What would be a fair cash offer on a $15,000 structured settlement like that?
Well, the technical way to calculate it would be to figure out when she would actually receive it. When would she begin receiving it?
Well, the attorney said it need to go two ways. I'm 49 years old. I can't retire, you know. I mean, I'll have my points in when I'm 54.
Yeah.
So I could actually start drawing then, but I don't plan on retiring then.
Okay, but that affects when she would get this.
I think so.
Okay,
because
so
there's it's being municipal pension, they allow no early withdrawals for nothing.
Okay.
Like I think like every other 401k does. But I've been a municipal employee all these years, and they allow withdrawals for no reason.
Right. Well, if you have an investment advisor, they can put it into a financial calculator, and what you would say is you're going to get $15,000 12 years from now, or whatever the number is, right? And you're actually not even going to get it then. You're going to get payments for the next 15 years, beginning 12 years from now, or whatever it is. But those factors, and they can put in a discount rate. I'd probably use about a 6% interest rate because that's what most of the pensions grow at. And then that discount rate would tell you what the present value of that lump sum is, or what the present value of that future stream of payments is. And that would be the appropriate discounted amount. I doubt that that is going to be very appealing to her. It's going to be a very low number.
Okay.
So if I were in your shoes, I probably would offer. I mean, I'm thinking that's going to end up being $3,000
total.
Yeah, that's the present value of her receiving a stream of payments from a $15,000 portion beginning 12 years from now, and she'd probably get the payments for 15 or 20 years. So it's not going to amount to squat, is what it amounts to. Instead, if I were in your shoes, I would rather have the clean break. I'd probably offer her $5,000, $7,000, which is probably a lot more than that's technically worth. 50 cents on the dollar would be a nice offer.
Okay, well, I was thinking 10 would be real fair, so.
Yeah, very.
Okay.
I mean, you can actually get someone. I can't do it here on the air because it takes a few minutes to put all those numbers into the into the calculator and make it spit back out your answer. but I would tell your financial guy to put it in a financial calculator. What payments would she receive over what period of time, beginning when? And that will tell you what to put in there. And the payments beginning at this stage, and then they bring back the value as of today. In other words, if she had that $7,000 or that $3,000 and invested it today and on her own, it would create more money than $7,000 for sure would create more money than this pension will create for her. Because you would invest it, it would grow between now.
I don't know why you sent me that. That's...
Gazpacho is overripe tomatoes, peppers, cucumber, a little bit of heat with the garlic.
Was he gonna, like, gaslight you and say, it only takes 7 minutes, and then there's, like, 50 ingredients, and you have to, like, do 20 steps?
You gotta leave it to marinate.
First, peppers. Cut around the flat edges to minimize waste. Then chop.
And the nice thing about making a gazpacho, there's no set recipe, because you can put it together purely all tomatoes.
Well, with ripe tomatoes.
Out. I remember, does exactly.
Of all. This gives it a glossy, creamy flavour.
And the sherry vinegar. That's the perfect vinegar for the gazpacho. It's a strong, acidic complement to the flavours. Then just mix it up. And the smell already is incredible. It doesn't look.
That does look nice.
We press the marinade down overnight, a couple of big pans on top, and we crush all the ingredients, and then like this sumptuous, rich. Now that basically keeps...
Sprinkle of vanilla salt and arrange the pineapple in a flower shape.
Vanilla salt just flavor slowly. Oh.
And wine vinegar. Take a handful of chives.
Wasn't very good. Thanks for the donation, Began.
Hit another ship in the Arctic last week. Russia's shipping industry is having a catastrophic event almost every week now. Let's get to the good news for Ukraine. Latvia to send armored vehicles with a 700-kilometer range to Ukraine. Cool. Thank you so much, Latvia. Japan to provide Ukraine with $58 million to rebuild infrastructure. Thank you so much, the fantastic Japanese people. Lithuania provides nearly 33 million euros for tuition for Ukrainian refugees. Thank you so much, the fantastic people of Lithuania. Final clip I want to share with you is once again a Georgian protester. This is a girl who's been standing on the streets every night for 74 days. And she was joined by a Georgian man with an instrument who's going to play a familiar song. This truly is a solidarity moment for everyone in the world that doesn't want to live in a dictatorship, that doesn't want to live under autocracy, that wants real representation and real freedoms.
Well, I hope Russia gets defeated sooner rather than later.
Jan Anopoulos, we haven't heard much from him. He was drummed out of the conservative movement for a while because it turned out that he was gay and married to a man, and they were looking for a way to get him out. And then he was like, he was basically sort of espousing that libertarian view that pedophilia is really just sort of is a social construct. I mean, it is, but it's not necessarily one that we should probably get rid of. But Jan Anopoulos is on with Tim Pool. And who's this guy?
This is Nick Ox. He is the founder of the Proud Boys Hawaii chapter.
Oh, okay.
Oh, nice.
Excuse me. Formerly known as the Proud Boys.
Yes, right.
The not so Proud Boys. Right. The Nazi Proud Boys.
Hawaii
not so Proud Boys.
Surf, you loser.
Yeah, right? How could you be unhappy and like angry in Hawaii?
Many of you know the backstory of Tim Pool's recent scandal, where it turned out he was getting millions upon millions of dollars from a company known as Tenet Media, which was a front group for, or a cutout, I guess as they say, for Russian intelligence. And which is not to say that Tim was told what to say, but rather that they enjoyed his commentary enough to support it beyond a typical membership level. And But here is this exchange, which is pretty funny because, Tim wasn't the only person who got snowed by this. Dave Rubin did too. And that guy, Benny Johnson. Oh, right. They all made a ton of money, like just an enormous amount of money from the Russians unknowingly because they didn't do due diligence per se as to where they were getting all this money. But this happened.
And just a content warning if you listen at work, this is Milo, so you know the score.
This direction. What we have is an indicator in USAID that establishes $38 billion, mostly being used for the most ridiculous things you've ever heard of. It's all transsexual theater in South America. That's not just one thing. It's all that. Okay, cool. Not too surprising that this is connected to U.S. and foreign influence. My question is, how much money total of our entitlements is not just the classic welfare in the form of, say, food stamps, but grant money for just the most corrupt and ridiculous transsexual theater in regular America, not just South America, right? We need to find out what this final number is because it's everything. It's like USAID, the National Park Service.
I have a question. Pause it 1 second. We have to address the level of ignorance that was in there. When he says regular America, he's talking to about the United States of America. Regular America. That's honestly, I think,
it says the Hawaiian Proud Boy.
Yeah. the punchline of the joke in the past. But he's saying now we need to look into entitlements, which traditionally people have referred to as Social Security and Medicare. And he's now claiming that all that money is actually going to transsexual dance parties in regular America. This is a person who honestly, I think, in any other context.
Oh yeah, Gantz is worth reading. More than anything else I've ever read, as soon as you get into it, you just want to keep reading. It just gets crazier and crazier and crazier, and each chapter just ends on crazy fucking cliffhangers. And when you think the insanity reaches a peak, it just gets even more crazy. It's totally worth reading. I would say it's the most exciting read for sure.
Context. People would alert this person's relatives and said, you've got to come and pick this guy up.
Somebody watching this guy?
An episode.
I mean, by definition, Social Security and Medicare are in its own pool of money and can't go to the kinds of things that he's talking about. This is just basic understanding.
Supposedly.
And,
relatedly,
from earlier this morning, Trump has signed an executive order pausing enforcement of the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act, which forbids companies in the United States from bribing foreign officials. So, I don't know, I guess this is not really about rooting out corruption in the federal government. I mean, well,
it's rooting out corruption in the federal government and transferring it over to corruption in foreign governments.
Okay, all right, just making sure I got this straight.
Theater in regular America, not just South America, right? We need to find out what this final number is because it's everything. It's like USAID, the National Park Service.
We're never going to get there. I have billions a year. I have a question for you and for everybody who's listening, or I should say I have a tip, I suppose. We know for a fact that there are many popular liberal podcasts that run nonprofits or have nonprofits buying ad spots.
Oh, wow. He's gonna go there after he was receiving fucking money from Russia?
Liberal podcast. Whatever you want to call it.
We're going to find out.
There's no popular. But let me, this point I'm making is that.
Let me just take this moment to say that our membership and our subscriber numbers did not go down after the election. But go ahead.
Some did.
There are any popular liberal podcast. Whatever you want to call it.
We're going to find out.
There's no popular. But let me, this point I'm making is that who is funding these shows and how are they being propped up? One, obviously YouTube is propping them up, despite the fact they're clearly not popular as we just saw the results of the election. However, we do know that many of them sell ad space to powerful nonprofits. I believe that if you track
I doubt that Tim is talking about us, even though I brought this up with him and he was completely embarrassed by it. But you've heard our roster of ads today. One was an organization in Rhode Island that hires refugees to make granola. And the other was, what was it? A cleaning product.
I mean, is Give Directly what he's referring to? Or, well, I mean, we also had that Biden-Harris sponsorship. Where
a secret one.
We had,
by a crusading journalist.
I mean...
Okay. As we just saw the results of the election. However, we do know that many of them sell ad space to powerful nonprofits. I believe that if you track the government spending through these nonprofits, you will find it goes from government to NGO into the hands of liberal pundits. David Pakman.
I don't.
Now, he might not even know, and that's the important thing.
Yeah. Can we react to these ments at normal speed? This one is good.
Let me take a look.
Warning. The Big Lenny Show features stunts and drugs performed either by professionals or under the supervision of professionals. Please do not attempt to recreate.
All right, I'm here hitting it hard, as you can see over there.
All right, thanks for the donation, Rabbi Burgess.
Somebody's slacking off, so... Hey, mailman! Let's see some intensity over there. Or I'll be over there in a second. I'll take care of you. You forgot my circulars the other day.
I like that. You're showing some intensity finally, yelling at me across the gym.
Look at that.
But be careful.
One of these, be careful. That's another my favorite thing.
One of these.
Be careful of what?
One of these twinks might report you to the front desk.
I know. We had a little problem yesterday.
Exactly.
He actually told us, I'm going to tell. Well, he tells, I'm going to know. And he's not, when I confront him in that parking lot, he's going to be talking to the hood of somebody's car.
You should work out chest every day like you do calves.
Why?
Look at, get a side.
That's who cares to, yeah. What's the matter, Brad? My chest doesn't turn you on anymore?
No, it doesn't.
You like to cuddle up there? Like a little bird?
I want to motorboat those tits.
Come on, Brad. You wouldn't want to face this in the octagon.
No, of course not. I'm not,
See this?
I'm not stupid.
See
Actually,
this?
I'm not a total moron. I should say.
Let's see when he tries to kick me. I'm going to get cut. He's in for some.
Don't give away your secrets now.
He's in for some surprise.
That wouldn't even have got my knee. Good funkin'. Whoa, that's actually pretty good. Ooh, that almost knocked me over to win.
Come on.
Listen, I'm actually really good. Well, he just leaves.
I'm actually impressed by that.
He just leaves his bag full of eggs there.
It's on his face.
Say it again.
Brad tells me to hurry up, I'm going to piss in his face on cam.
Are you educating the maniacs how you turn a 20-minute fucking workout into 2 hours?
Brad, are you ready for a golden
The amount of
shower?
shit that he actually does takes the normal person 20 fucking minutes, the amount of exercise he does, and it takes 2 fucking hours.
Brad, I don't lift like you with the refer to
No
places, Cadillacs.
intensity. This guy wants to preach about intensity. Zero. Fucking zero.
I don't know what you've been saying.
I've been seeing, not saying. I'm witnessing it. Look at you.
I'm witnessing
You're
your
hardly even
cheeks.
sweating.
Your cheeks about to explode. Oh, by the way, Brad.
You're obsessed with my cheeks. You want to put your dick between my cheeks. Exactly.
Both of them, actually.
By the way,
what did you do yesterday for St. Patrick's Day? Me and the Misfits are dying to know. I speculated on film. I want to see if I'm right.
You won't believe if I told you anyway.
I would.
I actually sat at home and did my taxes.
Boring.
There you go. Yeah. Hey. This is the first. That was the first St.
So how
Patty's.
much are we getting back, Brad?
How would you know if it's boring? I don't think you've done it ever.
Yeah, he doesn't know what filing taxes
That's
is.
true.
I think this is the first St. Patty's Day that I haven't drank since I was probably a teenager.
The first one, well, thank God that's a step in the
Believe
right
that?
direction.
Exactly.
I'm actually shocked.
I actually trained when I got home. She actually made corned beef. Fucking excellent.
We didn't get an invite?
Corned beef, potatoes, cabbage.
Wow.
According to Jay, you bribe us over with food that we can't afford.
He loves
so.
to come up with his, scenarios. Gives a shit. He also said that Lenny's a bitch and a loser too. So what does that tell you?
Well, that's good. That's good motivation. He's right.
You can watch anybody watches one of his lives, you actually will feel drunk after you watch it.
I glanced around, but no, I couldn't do 6 hours of anything.
No, of course not.
Although he has a nice, what I should call hypnotic voice. He's a good teacher.
He's a shit stirrer.
If he was a teacher, his things he says are good. You can retain it for the way
He actually could be a teacher.
It's an interesting voice.
He has a degree.
He's like watching that guy paint back in the day. He's relaxing. You ever see that guy in the
Bob
opera?
Ross.
Yeah. Boys, look at this.
Now they'll
I'm gonna
Photoshop his face on Bob
We're going to
Ross.
put this together. That's going to come out a beautiful white.
Put this little steel reserve right here.
Yeah.
Put a little crack pipe over here.
Mel Murray. Yeah. Come on, Mel Murray.
Do it one more time.
What?
Why, you didn't get that? You didn't get a shot?
It's so fast you can't even see it.
Yeah, you can't.
I finally got that one here.
I'll be wearing a cup and a mouthpiece. Shin guards, maybe.
That's it. Nothing else. Why don't you just go out to the ring naked and he'll run away?
Since he loves cookies so much, that looks.
You donate $2. Let me see.
I need you to step out to my car right now. You understand? No. Okay.
Child predator caught twice in one day. Best foods by country tier list. Canada. Maple syrup, pancakes, poutine. Put it in meh. France, meh. Thailand, yeah, that's good. Spain, I don't think I've ever had Spanish food. China, there's definitely some bangers from China. United States, D. India, banger. Mexico, I've actually never had it. Like, I've sort of had it, but I've never had legit Mexican food. Japan, Italy, Australia, yeah, that's D tier. Germany, D tier. Jamaica, actually Jamaican food's dope. Lebanon, definitely good. Turkey, meh. Korea, banger. Vietnam, banger. Brazil, I don't think I've ever had Brazilian food. Greece, it's alright.
You can either walk out
Thanks
there
for the
or I'm going to
donation,
escort
dude.
you out there. It's your choice. Let's go.
Okay.
Let's go.
Jesus, I'm coming.
Today, watch police give this creep a reality check not once, but twice, for trying to talk to minors, and all within 20 minutes too. It all started when officers were responding to unlawful or suspicious activity at a commercial plaza, to which the callers had this to say.
So, we both hired a gentleman, his name's Kareem. He's been told, because he's been fired, he's been told not to come back into either one of our stores. He repeatedly does so.
Okay.
2 nights ago, he was harassing one of my 16-year-old minors. I was not here, it was that night. The employee that was there and witnessed it, Kayne, she's at the store right now.
Is this him right here or what?
No. Dude is over at Walgreens with a 14-year-old right now. My minor that he harassed and was calling her sweetie, honey, sugar, everything. He followed her home. My son walked her home. He lives in his car over there in the parking lot. I have his license plate. And he walks in and out of our stores constantly, doesn't buy nothing. And we've been repeatedly asked not to come in our store.
Okay.
And he lives in the, he's homeless and he lives in his car.
Does the person he's with right now, does she have a cell phone and stuff?
I don't know who that little girl is.
But she left with him willingly?
Yeah. He was talking to her, trying to spit his game to her. And she asked her if she was 18. He said, no, I'm only 14. She said, and then off he goes with her. So if we find her dead and murdered, it's okay because she willingly went with him.
Yes, people are allowed to be friends with other people.
No, grown adults are allowed to be friends with
She is not called that. We're looking for them right now, but I'm just saying,
They're
right now, all we know
They're inside Walgreens. The little girl has a blue shirt.
is he a male black or
yes,
male
he has
white?
a backpack on.
Another officer heads into Walgreens to search for the suspect and encounters him with the underage female right by the door. Watch how he immediately begins to play dumb and hide his true intentions.
You got ID on you?
I'll be right back. Yeah, is everything okay?
You guys know each other? Okay, so I got a call. How do you know each other? How do you know each other?
They're clear at Walgreens.
Correct, that's the third time I've asked. How do you know each other?
Is everything okay, sir?
Okay, you're refusing to answer, that's fine. If you how old are you? 18 at least? Yep. If you come out here to my car with me,
Is everything okay, sir?
I'm investigating something right now. You have been named and everything. I need you to step out to my car right now. You understand?
No.
Okay, you can either walk out there or I'm going to escort you out there. It's your choice. Let's go.
Okay.
Let's go.
Jesus, I'm coming.
Let's go. You can stay right there.
Whoa.
Take your book back off and have a seat. Take your book.
It's on recording, by the way.
As mine.
Right.
14.
I'm a regular citizen. You're harassing me. I'm not doing it.
Start me a car, Walgreens. Have a seat. Oh, there you go.
Why are you being so hostile?
I'm investigating something right now, and you are not complying with me whatsoever, okay?
You're not saying nothing. That's kind of suspicious.
I need your ID.
Okay.
All right?
I haven't done anything.
Black male with a backpack, and then she's a light-skinned female black with a blue.
How would someone not hear know that?
I haven't done
Walk
anything.
with them over Walgreens. We're in the office right now.
Look, you're arresting someone for no reason.
Who said you were under arrest?
It's just how hostile you have been towards me.
Nothing hostile.
Yes, you have.
I appreciate you.
I've never said I wasn't
You pulled
hostile.
away from me. I told you I was investigating.
Legally, this would be considered a detention.
You're pulling away from me.
Right, and I'm
Not
trying to
technically
agree to your
an arrest.
terms but you're not giving me any information. I'm not following blind.
I told you that I'm investigating something.
Right.
Okay.
I have no right to as well. Like, what is she still recording? That's kind of embarrassing.
Everything's recorded, bud.
Right. That's
Everything
cool.
is. It doesn't bother me one bit.
It's been recorded, but I'm just...
Okay. Is your dad home? Is your dad home?
I don't think that's the situation.
At this moment, I can't speak freely about that, okay?
That doesn't make sense. You're here
It
to
absolutely does.
serve and protect, not distress.
You need to hang out for a minute. Go have a seat in the car for a minute.
Is everything okay? Can I have
Yes,
that?
everything is okay. Right now, you are not under arrest. You are detained. I'm investigating something, okay? So I need you to have a seat in the car. Have a seat in the car. Get in the car completely. I am shutting the door.
Wow, brute force, huh?
Nothing's brute force.
That is brute force.
I explained everything to you so many
You have
times.
not. You said you were investigating.
Correct. That's all you need to know at the moment. I can't speak freely right now.
But if it's
Get in the car.
information on me, why not?
Because it's an investigation. That's why. Go. Get in the car.
It is everything's okay. I haven't done anything.
Watch your leg there.
After detaining the suspect, the officers speak to the juvenile female to try and teach her a lesson about talking to strange older men.
Is your dad home? I can call him right now. I'm trying to be very civil, very easygoing.
At the house.
Why aren't you allowed at home?
It's none of your business. I don't know why you're...
So we received a call. Okay, you're still juvenile, correct? Okay, we received a call that an adult male elementary. Well, first, how do you know that?
How do I know that?
Correct.
Because he lives on it.
So if I called your dad right now, he'd be okay with you being with him. You're a juvenile, he's an
I
adult.
literally just was talking to him outside. Am I not allowed to have a conversation?
Listen,
I'm
you're being silly. You're being silly.
No, I'm not being silly because I was having a conversation. Go ahead and tell me why.
We received a call. There.
This is why so many children get victimized. They're that stupid. There are kids who are literally never told about stranger danger.
Was a male harassing female juveniles, and it's been an ongoing issue. They described you two to a T. Okay? So that's why I'm investigating.
Oh no, I promise you nothing. No.
So how do you know him?
I know, like I've seen him around here. I was being nice. I want to have a conversation with somebody. I'm Christian, so I see somebody and I want to have a conversation, be nice and have a conversation. I'm gonna have a conversation. Okay. And I just wanted to. I was just talking to him. I saw somebody my skin. He seemed cool. I wanted to talk to him. That's that. Like there's nothing going on. And I don't know why that person couldn't came up to me or said something or whatever because that's just not adding up. Like what? Okay. It's just nothing like.
The other officer explains how the male suspect was fired from both establishments owned by the callers for habitually trying to flirt with customers who were clearly underage.
Is this your first time having contact with him?
Kinda. I've seen him before. I just was having a conversation.
Okay. So you're well aware of what's going on. You've been fired from Jersey Mike's. They don't want you back. You're harassing juveniles. That's a report we're getting. Listen.
Whoa! I don't work at Jersey Mike's. No.
Not anymore. Correct. Listen.
I'm listening. What else? What else? Last minute.
They don't want you back at Jersey Mike's.
I haven't been there.
The complaint that we received is that you're an adult. You are an adult.
I am an adult, and I'm being treated up. Like what's
not at all.
Yeah, it is.
Look, body cam's been on the whole time. I'm not concerned about it. Okay. I've explained things to you. I told you what I needed you to do. I told you I was investigating something. It's very plain and simple.
Right.
Okay.
And I'm following with your procedures, but at the same time, you're giving me no information.
Okay.
You can't just lock someone up and then.
Are you locked up?
If Kanye had my cookbook and Turk Builder, he'd be cured in a week. Turk Builder adds 5 inches to the dick, even brown boob dicks with purple tips like yours. Turk Builder will make your black brain smart and white and pure. Hail Turk Builder. Kisses.
If Greg came out with a supplement that made your penis bigger, he'd be a fucking billionaire. People will buy any stupid fucking horse shit, dude. Thanks for the donation though, Coach Greg.
Yes, the door's locked.
You were detained. I told you I was investigating something.
And I was walking out.
I'm not going around with you.
Okay.
Jersey Mike's doesn't want you back.
That's cool.
They've been saying that you're harassing. Listen.
I'm not harassing anybody.
Female juveniles. Okay, that was our call. Here you are with a female juvenile. You guys don't even know each other.
She came to me because she needed help. I had peace. I was gonna give her some food, and I don't know her background.
So why wouldn't you tell me that? Where I have more venues to help her.
Where?
Say again.
You said, what was you about to say? A warrant?
Why wouldn't you tell me that? Is what I said.
I didn't want to throw her business out there in the public, and then you just harass me in there.
No one's harassing you. We had a call for service.
What you call it? Detaining?
Detaining?
Detaining? Yes.
That's not harassment. I'm investigating something.
You came up to her.
You heard on my radio they described you to a T, correct?
Right.
Someone not even here.
Over there. I was literally over there 2 seconds ago.
So
at Dollar Tree.
Correct.
And then the lady who came over there ran to my face. She's harassing me. Right.
No, she felt something was going on. A male adult is hanging around female juveniles.
No, I'm hanging around myself. She came towards me and I was asking her, did she need any help?
Okay. So
if you take sport, everyone know who I am. I'm just saying.
But I'm not concerned about that.
Okay.
So you're banned from over there. They don't want you back.
That's cool.
You, so don't go back over there. My understanding is your car's still over there, correct?
Yeah, my vehicle's there. It's mine.
Good deal. All right.
But it's not over there towards Jersey Mike's.
Okay.
So
well, this is what I'm going to say. It's obviously a shared parking lot. There's lots of businesses there. It is. When this could have been a conversation inside Walgreens. Could have been.
No,
but
that's throwing my business out there. It's throwing my business out there.
That's absolutely silly.
What you just did was silly.
Not at all. It was my job. So you're good to go. Go get in your car. Go about your business.
Thank you.
We're not allowing a female juvenile to go with you.
That's cool. That's peachy cream.
Okay, you want me to drive? Is your car?
No.
Go. Hey,
What is your guys' problem? You know what? You guys are messed up because I just was.
If we called your dad right now, what would his reaction be? You threw it out there that he works for the county. He's a sheriff's deputy. If he threw it out, if I called him right now, I have his number. If I called him right now and said, hey, I just located your daughter.
I'm not even talk. So I'm not. I wish I had cameras. I wish I had room on here right now. And
This has been on the whole time.
Okay. Well, your light's not on and his is.
It's
okay. I don't know why you're.
You are a female juvenile going up to male adults. That is not okay. On any level. You don't know who he is.
I was having a conversation with him. I wasn't in the car with him. I wasn't holding his hand. I wasn't none of that. I was nothing. I wasn't doing anything wrong. I was having a conversation, walking with somebody. It's just like walking with. There's literally nothing wrong with that. I was walking with him. So it's not like I'm sexual with him. I just met him. I didn't get out the car with him. I wasn't doing anything. It's fine to walk with somebody, and it's totally fine.
So you don't know.
I'm done because I need to rule my anger right now because I just met somebody and you messed it.
An adult male.
Because I wasn't doing nothing. I'm not gonna do this with you because I already told you I wasn't doing shit.
Did I say you were?
No, yes, you were like you're walking around with. Dude, he didn't do nothing. I was telling you that. I told you he didn't do nothing wrong.
Did you?
I told you he didn't do nothing wrong. You said he harassing me. He didn't do nothing.
No one's harassing me.
That's what you.
Man, these kids are just asking for fucking problems. Holy shit. Like, I remember when I was a kid, my mom always told me, don't talk to strangers. If anybody comes up to you, don't talk with them. Don't go with them anywhere. They're gonna try to steal you, kidnap you, like, rob you or something. Like, Are there, like, apparently her dad's a cop, too. Like, maybe she's just insane, and, like, she literally just doesn't listen to her parents at all? But, like, my God, imagine being that ignorant when you're a kid. Like, somebody who's over the age of 18 is talking to you when you're 14, and the guy is clearly a fucking creep.
I responded for a call for service.
Okay, you just told me you can't be next to me.
No, we're good.
He's an adult male, you're a female juvenile. You guys do not know each other. You're not family friends, anything like that. There's nothing good that can come of that.
In your mind? Yes, but in mine. Because I'm Christian and I'm calm and I do all of this where we become friends with people. You guys just did way too much. Like, yes, you did. He wasn't doing nothing.
Did you hear the report that he's been harassing female juveniles from his workplace? I don't know. Do we know if that's why he got fired?
Then this means he worked there, which that's
Correct, he got fired.
No, he just moved here. I lied when I said I didn't know him. I've known him for a month. So, you can...
No, we're good. We're good. All right. Have a good day.
The officers tried their best to explain to the juvenile how nothing good can come of a relationship like this, especially given the suspect's habitual harassment of underage females. The officers returned to their normal patrols. However, not even 20 full minutes later, they received a call about the male suspect back in Dollar Tree trying to talk to more juvenile females. Officers returned to teach him his lesson, and for good this time.
He's back.
Is he back?
Yeah, he went back.
Okay. 4-boy 11. I'll be out with that trouble laugh again back out of Dollar Tree. Ma'am, you want him arrested, right? Put your hands behind your back.
Whoa.
No, come here. Do not walk away from me. Do not walk away from me. Put your hands behind your back. Put your hands behind your back.
Excuse you?
I need another unit over here.
I can't use the
Put your
restroom?
hands behind your back.
Hold up, sir.
Now, I'm not asking you. Put your hands behind your back.
Yeah.
Stop! You're gonna get tased, dude. Stop it.
Don't touch my stuff. Put your hands behind your back. Come on.
Stop. Stop. Lord. I need to put...
Stop resisting.
Stop it. Stop resisting now. Stop it. Stop resisting now.
That's pretty silly. Double lock.
It's not. You guys said Jersey Mike's. I went here to use the restroom. That's racist.
What are you reaching for?
That's racist.
Did he reach?
Watch your hands. Watch your hands.
I don't have anything on me. Leave your hands behind your back.
Go ahead. Shot my pockets.
Whoa. That's got a hole in the pocket.
Hold on. Cuffs are tightening down.
You can check my ID and everything.
No, you're fine.
That's cool. But when I said Owens, I am recorded.
You're under arrest.
Well, I'll start because you're hanging out with female juvenile. But I wasn't hanging out with female juvenile. And it's all the recorded. Let's go.
You need statements from any of them or anything like that?
What did you guys think of this arrest? Do you think that officers should be allowed to...
Well, that guy is a dumbass. Hopefully he just stays in jail.
Looks like a chocolate chip cookie.
Yeah.
He might bite your ear off.
You ever see this scene in Borat where he's wrestling with his fat friend, the dick's in his... You should do that.
I can basically do anything in that match.
Show up naked and end up in a 69.
If Jacqueline's there, I'll do it.
As a ring girl, we have to get that made happen.
Put the leather mask on and your Speedo.
Yeah.
How much more do you got?
40 minutes, 35.
We're talking about, say it again?
How all these, like what your
90 Day Fiance she watches.
Don't be nervous, Brad. You're on the Big Lenny Show.
I'm shaking. What the fuck would I be about?
Tell the viewers.
I would have liked to have been with you in South Beach.
Why didn't you?
Yeah.
I extended the invitation.
Sundays, you know.
I know what?
I got stuff to do.
Stuff? Like what? Stuff. We had some stuff. I got my stuff squeezed.
I know. That's right. By the way, did you stuff your trunks?
No, I didn't. Those posing trunks are cut that way. I mean, I had 6 girls honestly told me.
Because the week before, Rob slipped and let the mushroom cap appearance.
Well, it varies, Brad, and I was getting stimulated, but the thing is, I had 6 girls come up to me and told me I was gorgeous, I was beautiful.
He's not lying either. You're sexy.
And the best is walking down and girls...
The black girls love you.
Absolutely, yeah.
Because they're not approached like
and I love them now.
Plus, they're not shy either. They don't give a shit.
There's so many that go down and the guy doesn't even bat an eye at them.
You're right.
Because
how many armpits did you take?
3.
They're all good. They're delicious. Never licked an armpit I didn't like.
One of them had deodorant all over.
Yeah, I don't like that. I
was gonna say, yeah, I've licked an armpit before. She had deodorant on.
What do you mean? That is
like
bad.
soap.
I'd rather
Soap
have.
in the mouth.
I'd rather have
Do any of them have hairy
the
pits?
musky. Yes, I got a hairy pit in Delray.
No,
but I lick in her pits. No, none of those girls.
No.
Oh, that's
There's a girl in Delray that I lick her hairy pits. It's funny.
I know. I don't know what.
It's all musky.
I don't know what.
It's a different thing. Getting into it. It's like licking ass.
No, I know, but I'm saying I don't know why a lot of them choose to have hairy pits.
Well, in Haiti and certain places, the word is considered sexy. You know, it's fun.
Sexy.
First time I licked a hairy Haitian armpit, I loved it.
Let's see. Proof, donated $2. Proof Dr. Phil is a fraud.
Congrats on being on Dr. Phil. I was so shocked to see that you were on there, watched all the clips that you had put out, and was just so grateful.
Yeah, it was. I thought it was a lot of fun doing it. I was. I wouldn't say that I was nervous going into it. I was, was not receptive to what I was saying, and I was right about all of that. The unknown was I wasn't really sure, Dr. Phil himself and his people behind the scenes, how would that all play out? And actually, I found.
Dr. Phil is a fascist Republican, and he brought on Matt Walsh to make transgender people look fucking stupid. I don't know how.
That all as far as that goes, they were very fair, and so I was impressed with that. And I thought he kind of played referee and was just kind of fielding the questions back forth. I thought he did a pretty good job of that. But the thing is, our position on this topic is so basic and so simple and so obviously right that there's really no reason to be nervous. You could walk into a debate with anybody because your point of view is so simple. I mean, if it was a more complex topic that required me to actually be smart to address it, then I think that would have given me some pause before walking into an environment like that.
Did they cut out much of what you had to say? Did you kind of watch it when it released and thought, goodness, they cut out that excellent point I made?
Yeah, unfortunately they did. Well, there was, I would say they cut a lot of stuff for time, so there's probably at least like 20 minutes of conversation that didn't make it onto air, and they cut the points that everybody made. The one thing that didn't make it in that really was a gut punch is that at the end of the show, they brought in this woman who I think identifies as non-binary, but she's a woman, and she has a child who she's raising genderless. And so she got a chance to talk about raising her genderless child. And at the very end, I had a chance to jump in there and address some points that she made, including, she for much of the show, they kept saying that, there's a difference between sex and gender, and these are two different things, which of course, and I addressed that during the show, but the whole claim is, it's nonsensical, number one. And number two, they always contradict themselves as far as that goes, because then she comes along and says, oh, well, my child's birth certificate, there's an X, there's no sex listed. Well, hold on a second. But I thought you said gender is what's fluid. Sex on the birth certificate is your biological sex. So now he gets to determine that too. So I was able to call her on that. And I also asked her, if your child is able to choose his gender, then have you also given him the option to choose his race? And if not, then why not? And she just said that she said she wouldn't dignify that question with an answer. But
whatever. Thanks for the donation, Proof.
You'd be good.
Just how you
pluck the hairs out with your teeth. You could pluck the hairs out with your teeth one by one.
True, it's just like a pubic hair.
Yeah.
I'm surprised. If you could actually lay down and get back up, I'm sure some of them would have sat on your fucking face too.
Yeah.
Get to that.
Yeah.
Okay. I couldn't. I didn't want to get down for a white gal to sit on my face.
No, but I'm talking about the black chicks. I'm sure a few of them.
Well, we could be round 2 this Sunday somewhere else.
How the fuck are you gonna be in a fight and you can't even lay down? And
What do you mean? I'm not going to lay down. I'm going to be putting him down.
All right, good.
Let me show you something, bro.
Yeah, he's gonna take you right to the ground. Sure.
I haven't started. But look, we started going like this.
Do you think Sigmund Freud theories have a value? Do you agree here that all men are attracted to their mothers? Have you ever been attracted to your mother? Be 100% honest. Have you ever had fantasies about your mother? We can tell with you lie. Don't lie.
Did Sigmund Freud say anything like that? I thought that was a misquote. Sigmund Freud, kids attracted to their parents. Oedipus complex. After a man that knowingly killed his father slept with him. Freud said that a boy develops an unconscious infatuation towards his mother, simultaneously fears his father to be a rival. Well, that was, yeah, so Oedipus complex was like a psychological condition he was talking about. Oh no, every child goes through a stage of loving their opposite sex parent, hating their same sex parents. Yeah, I don't know why he had that idea. Probably projection. I've never had any attraction to my mother. Thanks for the donation, though, Proof.
How about this? When he comes up, they kick him, they get him. Out goes that knee.
I think you and Jason need to fight.
He comes close and they get him like this, like Alexander.
Don't leave your secret. Don't reveal your secret.
I won't. Yeah, I've been watching a lot of Alexander Karelin, that Russision Olympic wrestler, who's probably one of the toughest men in the world. Have you ever seen him? He's an absolute monster.
I thought you got him a trainer.
Oh, we have a couple, yeah.
Aladdin's got one
When
too.
does that start?
Aladdin's got everything lined up.
When are you going to start?
It's whenever we want, really. I mean,
I'm going to do the Ruby and this. I'm going to prove everybody wrong. I can do both.
Why not?
I'm going to be the two-sport star. I'm not going to, I'm not falling for that nonsense. I'm training with UFC fighters. He's a black belt. He's connected
you could be training with UFC
to the
fighters
Giacchio
too.
family.
Yeah.
He's a Green Beret. That's all I hear from them.
Well, they like to name drop. Some people have to name drop. It makes themselves feel important.
I heard that all my
drop.
life. I was 185 pounds in the Air Force.
It's just like the assholes that speak of themselves in the third person. Like if Lenny was like, "This is Big Lenny says."
You know when this started?
Fucking
When I kicked out of the Air Force, the training instructor's name was Mon. He was a black belt. He looked like Sting. He was like 230, 6 foot.
And you sucker punched him.
I beat the fucking hell out of him. And then, the military police came and beat me up. But the point was, when I was walking around in closed custody, which is basically jail after that, cutting grass with like scissors in a scorpion-infested field in San Antonio. When we went to church, I adopted to go to church. I'd come in and other guys would look at me. You're the guy that took down Sergeant. It's like, yeah, whatever. He's a black belt. I said, well, didn't work that day.
Whoever gave him his black belt.
Yeah, exactly. So everybody uses those terms. I've heard it before.
He probably went to the store and bought his black belt. Like, here, I got my black
Yeah,
belt.
exactly. There you go. I'm working on the bike sprints, which are killing me, but I got a few tricks up my sleeve.
Oh, hey, it's been getting warm out.
Give me a decent next artist country.
we're going to have to add an E.
They'll tell you.
Okay.
Well, this is important. You can accuse him of knowing, you can accuse him of intentionally.
Pause it for a second, right there. Now, the reason why Tim wants to have that clarification is because sometimes people like Tim end up getting paid by the Russian government and don't realize it. So just so you know, again, I also want to reiterate, we don't sell any ad space to any not-for-profit that is sponsored by the U.S. government. The only one I think is GiveWell, which is a charity navigator thing. But
and yes, we do not sell. That was facetious earlier. Any ad space for political campaigns or take money secretly, as Tim seemed to have done, and not disclose
although
it
I might
publicly.
take ads and run them free for that guy running against Nancy Pelosi in San Francisco.
Yes.
That if you track the government spending through these nonprofits, you will find it goes from government to NGO into the hands of liberal pundits.
David Pakman.
Now, he might not even know, and that's the important thing.
Oh, yeah, well,
this is important. You can accuse him of knowing, you can accuse him of intentionally.
I would never accuse David Pakman of knowing anything.
Sure. There very well may be.
That was coming.
There very well may be individuals.
What happened with those guys? Did Pakman and Milo have Milo on recently and embarrass him?
It's just Pakman's thing after the election that they're talking about.
No, you can accuse him of intentionally.
I would never accuse David Pakman of knowing anything.
Sure. There very well may be.
That was coming.
There very well may be individuals who their ad person comes to them and says, this NGO wants to spend $100,000 in ads on your show.
And they say, doing that conservative thing, giving too much credit.
No, I'm saying in general, big picture.
No, they knew exactly where the money's coming from. Dave Rubin knew where the money was coming from when it was coming from Russia. He used it to buy his children.
That is 100% false, and you know that ropes me into it, and I can verify it's 100% false.
All right.
Completely untrue. And this is important big picture stuff because USAID is funneling money into NGOs.
Irresponsible in the extreme to the point of ludicrous negligence to not know where hundreds of thousands of dollars are coming from. To not even ask. Oh, pause it for 1 second. Pause it 1 second. Now, let me explain to you what's going on here. Milo does not realize that Tim Pool was roped into this. And when Tim says you're roping me into this now, Milo still doesn't register. Yep. Now, I just want to make this clear, just so that Tim has some cover in this conversation. Milo is saying it is the height of irresponsibility to not know where hundreds of thousands of dollars are coming from. Just to be clear, Tim got over several $1 million. So maybe once you cross the threshold
right, no
of 1 million,
left.
you have less responsibility because it's no longer several hundred thousand.
It's called the responsibility donut hole.
Exactly. Responsible in the extreme to the point of ludicrous negligence to not know where hundreds of thousands of dollars are coming from. To not even ask.
And that's not the story at all. So if you know what you're talking about, maybe it sounds smarter.
All right. Well, I will.
But clearly, as the story has already been reported and you haven't read any of it, which involves me, which I find particularly insulting, is that certainly Dave, I, as well as Benny, did ridiculous due diligence in digging and trying to figure out what the source of the revenue was beyond your typical ad deal. So when I get an ad sale person who comes to me...
Pause it for a second. This ridiculous due diligence involved demanding to see a colored PDF one-page CV of Mr. Edward Gregorian.
Yeah, we know it's ridiculous. It's why we're ridiculing you about it.
Yeah, I think he meant ridiculous the other way. So is he?
It's
Is Milo trolling?
worthy.
Does he know?
No, Milo doesn't know.
I don't
And now
know,
Tim is
but-
getting offended.
He's a troll. He might. I mean, he's got those glasses on. He could be messing with him.
I don't.
I'm
think
not
so.
ruling it out. I'm not ruling it out.
All right. Let's go back a little bit because I want to watch Tim get very, very angry. Tim thinks that Milo knows, but I'm pretty sure that Milo.
I think you're probably right. I'm just saying it's possible.
Extreme to the point of ludicrous negligence to not know where hundreds of thousands of dollars are coming from. To not even ask.
And that's not the story at all. So if you knew what you're talking about, maybe it sounds smarter.
All right. Well,
but clearly, as the story has already been reported, and you haven't read any of it, which involves me, which I find particularly insulting, is that certainly Dave, I, as well as Benny, did ridiculous due diligence in digging and trying to figure out what the source of the revenue was beyond your typical ad deal. So when I get an ad sale person who comes to me and says, this company
I didn't remember you were involved in that.
This company wants to sell, they want to buy 100,000 in ad rates over this amount of time. No one, anywhere in media says, tell me who their investors are, get me on the phone with him. And when this stuff went down, Dave, Benny, I, and many others said, we want to know what this is all about. Who is this involved with? And when you get a prominent conservative
I just want to say we've actually had sponsors who we found out that they had production facilities in the West Bank and cut them off.
Right.
Now maybe that's different from who the investors are.
And even then, didn't that go through a third-party person with ads, right?
Oh, our broker came to us and said we were selling ads to them, and then we found out that they were doing business in the West Bank, and I went back to the broker. I'm like,
and it would be a little different if that company, which will go unnamed, was coming to us directly via maybe, I don't know, Bradley, and saying, we're going to give you multiple millions of dollars, and you don't necessarily need to do an ad read. This is just to subsidize your show because we love it so much.
Oh, I wouldn't be suspicious of that at all. People do that every day.
Yeah, it's a normal thing.
It's a totally normal thing. A couple $1 million, and you're just going to replay the show.
Who the hell are you?
Hello?
Hello.
1 second. Kill niggers, behead niggers, nigger.
Show on your platform? Oh, okay.
And when this stuff went down, Dave, Benny, I, and many others said, we want to know what this is all about. Who is this involved with? And when you get a prominent conservative personality based in Nashville with an American company and says, here's the investors, they're going to talk to you, explain it. Here's the proof. We go, okay, well, like a prominent conservative personality is running a company out of Nashville.
Lauren Chen.
Lauren Chen.
Was she a prominent personality?
Certainly was. Hundreds of thousands of followers on the Blaze. Everybody knew she was, and she had a story. And so we did some digging.
I've never heard of her before.
And so this is the point.
I didn't remember you.
This is the big.
I remember you were.
Keep him up there and go back a little bit because this is where Milo backs off. Doesn't realize that Tim was going to be so sensitive about it. But we actually have a tape from Edward Gregorian who's talking to Tim. We just have the Gregorian side. Let's just roll that tape. Hello, is this Tim? Tim, it's Edward Gregorian. I'm here. Just wanted to call and tell you that the money is absolutely fine. Don't worry about the thing. I'm from Belgium, but if my accent sounds strange, it's because I moved around a lot as a kid. Army brat.
I'm the kind of person who, when a Blaze flunky tells me they have 600 or six-figure offers for me, I'm like, say no more, Lauren.
But Tim, I commend you for all the great work you're doing in investigating me. But I have to go now. Bye-bye. Great outgoing voice message you have.
You go, okay, well, like a prominent conservative personality is running a company out of Nashville.
Lauren Chen.
Lauren Chen.
Was she a prominent personality?
Certainly
he's so
was.
catty.
Hundreds of thousands of followers on the Blaze. Everybody knew she was, and she had a story. And so we did some digging.
I've never heard of her before.
And so this is the point.
I didn't remember you.
This is the
I
big
didn't
picture.
remember you were a victim of that. So
victim?
Crossing explosions if that was your impression.
So to imply,
I didn't remember you were a victim of that. But
now let's go to the big picture.
Pause it for a second. It's interesting because Milo's just changed his whole tune. Literally 90 seconds ago, it was beyond the height of irresponsibility to not discover where hundreds of thousands of dollars came from. And now he's saying, I'm sorry, I didn't realize you were a victim of that.
It's so funny. Tim just desperately wants to do all this dumb smearing of like, oh, look at all this political USAID money. That's just like subscriptions of people who work for the political.
Except for Tim has this big sort of monkey on his back, and Milo just basically, Tim was sort of like tiptoeing along the nice edge. And I'm going to do this. I'm actually going to be able to deliver this, and no one's going to remember that I am actually the flunky.
Yeah, I'm the genuine article.
I am the genuine article of being bought and paid for. And Milo brings it up. I was a victim. Go.
I apologize for causing aspersions if that was your impression.
So to imply,
I didn't remember you were a victim of that. But
now let's go to the big picture on USAID and other NGO funding.
Tim looks like
now certainly that affects us. When someone, I'll say it again, we right now have probably 30 advertisers who've come to us and wanted to buy ads, and we said we're in a holding pattern right now doing negotiations. They're offering us $50,000 sometimes for one ad read. One company says we'll give you $50,000 to promote our company. Do we say I want the CEO on the phone? I want to know who funded them. I want to know where that funding came from.
I just want to make something clear here. This was not an ad buy. When we do an ad, it's quite clear who's paying for it. Now, if, for whatever reason, Hello Tushy has a secret agenda of selling a different bidet product from their rival, but they promote their own. But they have a secret, or maybe Hello Tushy buys an ad from us and they promote the bidet. But the reason why they're doing it is because they have a specific resentment against the toilet paper company and they don't want people to use toilet paper or whatever hidden agenda is. That it's silly because it's laid out there. The problem with what Tim is talking about, he's comparing apples and oranges. It's one thing to have a sponsor that you think is problematic and decide we don't want it. Different, people have different sort of like thresholds in which they, we may not do any type of finance advertising. We may not do, but we'll do a day advertising. Okay, different people. This is funding that was completely hidden from the listeners and viewers of his program.
Yep.
To the tune of millions upon millions of dollars. And he never, you never reveal like we're getting this show is subsidized by blankety blank blank blank. It was completely unclear. Now, Milo seems to think it is completely irresponsible and doesn't believe that someone could actually be duped in that way. And I think that's a
fair assessment.
I think that's a fair position to have. But Tim is arguing that's not. But the weird thing is that Tim keeps changing the category of which he's talking about. Nobody said anything about advertisers.
But he's talking about USAID, and I guess this is just really just a quick brief aside. I sent this, Bradley, like the Barry Weiss tweet. This is like the end goal of all of this is to make more news like Tim Pool, or to make more news like the Free Press, that Barry Weiss's outfit, where she's talking about NPR and PBS funding. Okay, it's just $535 million, she says, and she's basically casting aspersions on the idea that NPR and PBS should get public funding from the government. And they're using this veneer of corruption to make this argument, where the Free Press was literally invested in by Mark Andreessen and Andreessen Horowitz early on. What they want to do is create more and more incentive for private money to take over to take over our media institutions. When PBS is funded by viewers like you, instead they wanted to funded by Palantir or something like that. What's more corrupting? Tax, like a set small amount relative to the federal government of tax dollars that are allocated towards this kind of media, or private for-profit venture capital money going towards these outfits? Which would you like to decide? Because the latter is when you get Barry Weiss or you get Tim Pool. Anyway.
Barry Weiss is partnered with a descendant of Henry Miller, the Cattle King of California, one of the largest landowners of the United States.
Also financed by Harlan Crow, who, he's the guy who owns Clarence Thomas.
Anyway.
They're like Rogan is in on this too with Brett Weinstein. All of our people who criticize us are fake because they know that they are all they all have sugar daddies.
Yep.
One ad read. One company says, we'll give you $50,000 to promote our company. Do we say, I want the CEO on the phone, I want to know who funded them, I want to know where that funding came from?
Nobody does that, but that wasn't quite...
And this is the point when I say about David Pakman.
Milo was about to say that.
I'm saying, when we know those things happen, take a look at where USAID was giving their money and see how much of those NGOs were buying ad reads in media, because you know they are.
Well, you're not going to like this, but to take money from somebody so obviously ludicrously insubstantial as Lauren Chen and ask more questions seems stupid to me.
Except there were questions asked.
I don't want to continue this because I'm not trying to attack you. I didn't remember that you were
the big picture is,
I didn't remember you were caught up in this.
When we have 30 sponsors, do you think it's reasonable for any media company to say get their investors on the phone, or do you only talk to their sales reps?
I've been interviewed once by Lauren Chen, and
okay, we're beyond that.
I certainly
the point I'm making is no company, David Pakman, Kyle Kalinske, Dave Rubin, me, or otherwise, is going beyond the sales rep and their press.
Kyle is fully funded by subscription and doesn't take any advertisers and says it like every second that he can. So it's a horrible example.
So the NGOs haven't been able to get into him yet.
Yeah, he doesn't even do what we do with Hello Tushy. He doesn't do any ad reads.
Look at Tim Pool surrounding himself with other people to hide behind them. I don't want to offend him, but I also have to maintain some personal
company. David Pakman, Kyle Kalinske, Dave Rubin, me, or otherwise is going beyond the sales rep and their press kit to figure out that USAID or any other government or any other country is funneling things into media to prop them up.
At this size, no, that's true. At this size, that's true. But
that single company does. I'll tell you, that absolutely.
Jufag, don't tell her this is what I would say if I wasn't a Russian asset.
Ukraine is the enemy of this country. Ukraine is our enemy, being funded by the Democrats. I will stress this again. One of the greatest enemies of our nation right now is Ukraine. They are expanding this war. Now, don't get me wrong, I know. You've got criminal elements of the U.S. government pushing them and guiding them and telling them what to do. Ukraine is now accused, a German warrant issued for blowing up the Nord Stream pipeline, triggering this conflict. Ukraine is the greatest threat to this nation and to the world. We should rescind all funding and financing, pull out all military support.
Dude, Tim Pool is such a fucking retard. It's just like... Thanks for the donation, Jufag. CDG donate $2. Bicep flex, please, for your biggest fan. There you go. Bicep flex. Thanks for the donation, CDG.
So I bought billboards through Outfront Media.
I've bought billboards. I've done Times Square just like you have.
Absolutely. And never once in any of the ads that we've bought have they come to me and said, we want your P&L and we want to know if you have any investors and we want your board of directors. Nobody does it.
Nobody's saying that. I think you have to make room for the possibility, however, although you may have been taken in by a particular scheme, that other people went into it and were very happy not to look too deeply. I don't.
It's not the case for Dave Rubin.
Why are we stopping here? This is
have you considered?
Oh,
an ad.
They got the guy with the same accent.
We're monetizing this. We can't really.
Oh, this is secretly all by like a hearing company.
Other people went into it and were very happy not to look too deeply. I don't.
It's not the case for Dave Rubin. Well, nor Benny nor me. You can speak of anybody else. I can those guys.
I don't necessarily take the views of people who concoct Franken babies for paying women to birth them as a high moral standard. Or
sure, but in this regard, I can tell you.
No, I don't really take his word for anything. I don't take his word for anything for all kinds of reasons, particularly how he treated me. He's a liar. He's a liar. Sure. He's a slippery, slimy, gross.
I can say in this one regard that involves me.
I don't.
Oh my God, he's so defensive.
People don't know. But it's not an unreasonable supposition that.
I have never ever contemplated. It has never occurred to me for
CDG donated $2. Holy shit, dude, your arms are massive as fuck. You look like He-Man. Whatever you're doing, it's working. Well, thanks, CDG. Appreciate the donation, man.
a moment that I would like to have a conversation with Milo Yiannopoulos until today at this time, when I would love to go deeper into his understanding of Dave Rubin, and also whether he actually in this moment go ahead.
It's not an unreasonable supposition that Dave Rubin did. I think we can move on from this. It is no secret that a lot of bad money has gone to people on the right and on the center right, but it's typically the case that right-wing people will go and get investors rather than do advertisers. Fake it till they make it, and then
Jalen donated $2. Googly eyes. Well, thanks for the donation, Jalen.
Get, so the big ticket advertisers. So the way Ben Shapiro, the way Candace get famous is they get Wilkes Brothers, or they get some other kind of billionaire money, and they buy engagement, they buy followers, and they sort of propel themselves to the top of the heap, and they fake it till they make it, and then eventually it's kind of sort of a self-fulfilling prophecy, right?
Everybody does that.
Everybody does not do that.
Well, we've just never done anything like
everybody
that.
does not do that.
Pause it for a second. Interesting turn. Tim says, and we've been saying this about Ben Shapiro for a long time. They bought millions of dollars of Facebook ads several years ago, and it propelled them. Yep. And then Tim says, everybody does that. And then says, but I didn't do it. Everybody does that. And then realizes, like, whoa, wait, no, I didn't. That's fascinating. I will say right now, definitively, we have never done that. We did one ad buy for $1,500. Now, I've been meaning to do a second one for 6 years, and we're going to. But we just haven't gotten around to it.
Two people who did that.
Go back. I want to see Tim's little turn. That's fascinating to me. Everybody does that. Oh, I didn't do it.
Do advertisers fake it till they make it, and then they'll get sort of big ticket advertisers. So the way Ben Shapiro, the way Candace get famous is they get Wilkes Brothers, or they get some other kind of billionaire money, and they buy engagement, they buy followers, and they sort of propel themselves to the top of the heap, and they fake it till they make it, and then eventually it's kind of sort of a self-fulfilling prophecy, right?
Everybody does that.
Everybody does not do that.
Well, we've just never done anything like
everybody
that.
Everybody does not do that. I said two people who did that, who are demonstrably did that, right? I didn't say everybody did that. I never did that. When I was cancelled, I had the same number of followers as Ben Shapiro and everything. I was growing faster, he was growing more slowly, and 60% of his followers were fake. 100% of mine were organic. In fact, we ran things to get rid of the bots, right?
Jalen donated $2. Who's your favorite music person or band? I will listen to them. Favorite? I'm not entirely sure. I really like Haircuts for Men. Haircuts for Men is dope. I don't know what genre of music this would be, but they have the most relaxing music you can ever listen to. I like listening to them when I'm riding my motorcycle. Yeah, Haircuts for Men is great. Here's some. So that's some really good, relaxing music. I like Rammstein. Yeah, I guess those would probably be the two. I do have a public music playlist for workout music. Where is it? Oh yeah, here it is. So this is a public playlist I have of just some music I listen to when I work out. Really like Anvil of Crumb. That's from the. But thanks for the donation, Jalen.
So that's one of the reasons they took me out. I didn't say everybody did it, but those two did it. And so on the right, typically, people will take startup capital and they'll invest that way, and then they'll get the big advertising.
CDG donate $2. Vegan gains ban septic, please. Look at what he's sending. Read it backwards. Thanks for the donation, dude.
That are safer, right? On the left, people will take money from pretty much anywhere, and they won't ask too many questions.
All the billionaires want to get
right, yeah, all the billionaires, all the big billionaires.
I think that's.
Hey, Mark Cuban, stop getting into my DMs and asking to give me money, please.
Reed Hastings just keeps giving me a direct deposit every day.
That's
awesome. Great. I mean, Milo has some tea to spill. Wasn't he all across the Kanye and the?
Milo blew the whistle on Kanye's dentist, basically addicting him to nitrous oxide and wanting to have him lead a campaign to legalize nitrous oxide so he could dose everybody else with it too.
Just so you know who the Wilkes brothers are, turns out Dan and Faris Wilkes, their estimated net worth is, between the two of them, close to $4 billion. They sold a 70% stake in their fracking company, Fractech, for $3.5 billion in 2011. They were frackers. And they have acquired more than 670,000 acres of land in 6 different states. They are the nation's 12th largest landowners. Well, there you go. I wonder why guys who are so interested in fracking would be excited to pay Ben Shapiro so much money.
They love to frack free speech, too.
There you go.
I just love it. It's fascinating to see Milo.
All right, let's play some games. $80 GB update. What the fuck is that? New game plus. Added the ability to begin a new game on a difficulty level you previously cleared. Weapons and info you. Photo mode. Lowered HP of enemies, bug fixes. That is a massive fucking update. Holy shit. Ugh. Hey, Gum. That's a good baby. Yeah, you're a sweet little baby. Street Vegan donated $2. Let me see, or sorry, $3.
He was a fast machine. He kept his neighbors clean. He had the best damn breeders that I've ever seen. He was a fast machine.
That's good. Thanks for the donation, Street Vegan. Nobody's up there, right? Oh. Fuck. Oh my god, what in the fuck? Random Gal Donateller's made a new video about you. Think you're pretty dumb sometimes. What do you think of gays and trannies, honestly? Think they're just fine. Thanks for the donation, Random Gal. Damn it! Oh, what? Oh my god. I hate how they execute the fucking hostages if you don't kill them quietly or fast enough. It makes this so much more, like, slow and drawn out. I've got arrows, right? Yeah, I think I'll just try and shoot him. How in the fuck could he have possibly seen that?
You're going to be all right.
Random Guild Only Tillers, I think you're quite transphobic and even homophobic sometimes. Yeah, that makes no sense. Why do you say such hurtful comments after the LGBTQ community, dude? I don't. Especially coming from you, the anti-Trump guy. I respected you more before I knew that side of you. I have no fucking idea what you're talking about. Thanks for the donation.
What a relief. Thank you, Lord Sakai.
You're safe now.
It's gone numb. Can't feel a thing.
That was not the real Random Gal, just a regular gal. Anyways, here is a fun little jungle.
Yeah, I'm aware. Let me see.
Do the work today. I don't really wanna do the work today. I don't really wanna do the work today. I don't wanna do the work today. What? What's this? Uh-oh, I don't really wanna do the work today. I don't really wanna do the work today. I don't really wanna do the work today. I don't wanna do the work today. Do the work.
That makes sense. Thanks for the donation, Street Vegan.
When is the next Andrea stream? So I can jack my penis to her once more?
She might be coming over this coming weekend. Can't make any guarantees, though. Thanks for the donation, Cat Daddy. Oh, did they see me?
Please help!
Random gal donates $2. Now that you kick Jasmine out on the street, can I be your new girlfriend? I've been lurking in chat for years waiting for this opportunity. I don't think so. Thanks for the donation, though. Ah, shit. What in the fuck was that?
You'll be free soon.
Free at last.
Go, and stay safe.
Middle of the night. Could work.
Jerry.
Oh, give me a fucking break. That is bullshit. The stance change thing is so stupid. As soon as you change the stance, it doesn't let you input any other attack buttons. There's like a delay. It's so fucking bullshit. Oh my god, that irritates the fuck out of me. And then, when you don't do the stance change, the game literally fucking pauses and forces you. It's so fucking horseshit. That is fucking garbage, dude. Like, that's just so fucking bad. Why did they even bother with the fucking, like, make you hold a button or something? Like, do something other than, or just do it automatically, depending on the fucking enemy you're fighting. It's so dumb. Like, why do they even let you fucking change it if they force you to fucking use the thing? So dumb.
Please, Richard, I'll be the subservient girl you've always wanted. I'll cook for you and clean the house on my hands and knees naked and let you fuck me anytime you please. Please, Richard, my king. I'll do whatever you want. I want your cock in my mouth.
I'm not opposed to having a trans girlfriend, but no guarantees. Thanks for the donation, random gal. Cat Daddy donate $2. I want to be your new trans girlfriend. Well, again, no guarantees.
Hold still.
You are the equal of Gosaku, my lord. As a sign of our gratitude,
I don't have
take this key to
Spotify.
his armor.
I will wear it in defense of the people of Tsushima.
Holy fuck. If every farm is like that, this is gonna take forever. Oh, Gum Gum. I love you, Gum Gum. Okay, I get it. Oh my god. Wow, I get it. Let me play the fucking game now. Holy shit. Oh man, every single one of them is like that? Fuck me. Why? Let me fucking play the game!
Good Nobu. Quickly, Nobu.
Richard, please. My name is Random Gal, you know how loyal I've been to you. I need your cock in my pussy and my mouth desperately, I'll even let you use my anus to your liking. Please Richard. I want to be your slave, tie me to your basement stairs.
No thanks. Thanks for the donation though. Random Gal. Is this a different headband? What is that? Oh man, I might have to take a shit soon. Oh Jesus. That's a really bad straw hat. Ronin attire? Let's wear that. That was kind of cool.
I was Lord Shimura. I'd take the first boat to the mainland.
Faster, Nobu.
Richard, don't worry about Chef Pappy. He's my gay retarded brother that doesn't know any better. I know that I really, really need you to come in my mouth while I stick out my tongue and look up into your dreamy eyes, my king. Please come in my pussy, king.
No guarantees. Thanks for the donation though, Random Gal. Oh, I can't stand off now? What the fuck?
What's the noise over there? Surrender! I might let you live.
Damn it! Oh! The playlist is on YouTube. Just look up my YouTube playlist.
They'll challenge me.
So we're fighting Straw Hats now.
Yeah!
I am Random Gal and I want your cock in my mouth, Richard please. I want your cock in my mouth. 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 I want it.
Again, can't make any guarantees. Thanks for the donation, though. There's gotta be more. Yeah, there's more. Holy shit, there's a lot more. Fuck me. There's two over there that I can take out, I guess. Ah, fuck.
I won't stop.
Nice try. Hey, Gum Gum. That's a good boy, Gum Gum. Gum Gum's my friend.
Has to be him. Let's see.
Ой, өөхөг чи хардаа. Харахгүй бай. Бидний хотоос агнахаар шийдэж. I'll take heading for cover. Die.
Oh shit. God damn it! Oh my god, that is so fucking annoying! Are you kidding me? Oh! I didn't even see he was right fucking there. Suck my asshole. What a bitch. Fuck you, bitch.
Let's move. Come here and fight.
Damn it. Yeah. It made me swim and then get back out of the water. Thank you. I appreciate that. I just love stupid, silly, ridiculous nonsense.
Archer! Won't let him slip past me. Go.
I'll suck your asshole, Richard. Please let me. 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 Jerry, I'll suck your asshole, Richard. Please let me. I'll suck you.
Maybe I'll take you up on the offer later. Thanks for the donation. Oh. Looks like they're like all in there. That's weird, it wouldn't let me assassinate him.
Make him bleed!
There we go. Oh, dude, I'm gonna have to take a fat shit soon. It's like demanding to come out.
I wanna blow you while you take a steamy dirty shit. I wanna blow you while you take a steamy dirty shit. I wanna blow you while you take a steamy dirty shit. I wanna blow you while you take a steamy dirty shit. I wanna blow you while you take a shit.
You know, I wouldn't be opposed to doing live streams where I'm just on the toilet taking a dump if I'd actually make money from it. Like, if people would pay me thousands of dollars to shit on camera, like, obviously I'd fucking do it. I'm gonna take a shit anyway. Thanks for the donation, though, random gal. Somebody sent me some, like, fucking poop porn on stream, and it was some vegan girl taking a shit onto like ceramic plate, and then this dude who had some like shit fetish said that was like the best turd he had ever seen. I don't know why I randomly get... Why does my phone just randomly make fucking noises? Street Vegan donated $3, let me see.
Dude, if you take a shit just filming chest up and we can hear everything, I would watch and donate the entire time.
Yeah, YouTube actually has specific policies about stuff like that. Even if you obscure it, it's still considered TOS. So, like, if I were to stroke myself, you know, my camera's like chest high. If I were to jerk off on stream, that would still violate TOS. Thanks for the donation, though, Anon. That's funny. That guy's clever.
Challenge me! Dash samurai! Bastin chamak! Odo yagar balokwi!
Gum Gum, what are you looking at? Hey, Gum Gum. You know I love my Gum Gum.
Okay, film neck up and make it covered that you're shitting except for the audio. Please do it. Please. It's not a fetish, but I really would enjoy it. You like money, don't you? Not even asking for much, just the audio and the experience of watching you shit.
Yeah, I don't want to take that chance. Thanks for the donation though, Anon. Let's see, is this a Mongol camp? Maybe not. This looks like is one that I already liberated? No gum gum! No gum gum! Gum gum, no! No gum gum! No gum gum! No, no, no gum gum! No gum gum!
Did you see the Golden Goat idol wrapped in $100 Trump gag dollar bills? The hypocrisy with evangelical Christians is staggering. Lol, they're demanding 10 Commandment public displays and violating them.
Dude. Oh. They're just unhinged and completely fucking deranged, dude. Evangelicals are just absolutely psychotic. Thanks for the donation, Ben. Gummy, what are you doing? Get down from there. No gum gum. Patreon has policies against obscene content, so I can't upload like turd videos on Patreon. Same with OnlyFans, they don't let you take a dump on camera. They don't even let you piss on camera, actually. They have a no piss policy on OnlyFans. It's really weird. You can cum, but they don't let you fucking piss. So cum's fine, piss is crossing the line, apparently. Cat Daddy donated $2. Do you refer to your penis as she, or is that just me? I refer to my penis as my penis.
Don't you wanna make hundreds of dollars just for taking a shit? Richard, please realize that you have so many ways that turn me on. Don't you love money? Please can you at least have us in the bathroom with you filming the ceiling and we can listen?
I'm not gonna bother doing that right now, but thanks for the donation, dude. Where's that bird going? Where'd the yellow bird go? Flew up this hill. Just be nice to have more quick travel points around this map. What's all this glowing shit? There's some weird statues. You know, I wish taking care of horses wasn't so, difficult and time-consuming and expensive. Horses are pretty silly. Kinda be nice to frolic with a horse. God damn it. It's not saying that's a camp. That looks like a fucking camp.
Okay, but please can you consider doing more stuff like that? Piss and poop vids? Somehow can we watch? I have a lot of money and I would love to spend it on you and pleasure myself. Please Richard. I want to watch you take a steaming dump and show us toilet.
Maybe next stream. Neon. Thanks for the donation, dude. Yeah, why isn't it showing me the... Maybe I just have to get in closer or further in.
Random gal, show yourself, you slut. We know you're still here, you little horse gang.
Wow. Thanks for the donation, silly time. Oh, I got a shit. Okay, I'm gonna have to take a shit now. Thanks for the donation, though, silly time. I'll be right back. Might just take a couple minutes. All right. Poop complete. It's a pretty good poop. Didn't even have to wipe that much. I don't know why, but it's super satisfying when you take a shit and you wipe and like nothing comes off. It's like perfectly clean.
Okay, Richard the First would love to see your humongous steaming shit after you eat a large meal. I wanna smell it too so bad. Jurian Rider. I wanna blow you.
Fuck. Okay, we're gonna have to be a fair bit more precise here. Whoa, they just obliterate you, dude. What is the deal with this fucking base? Holy shit. Dude, the fucking archers are just garbage. The archers are just so fucking lame.
Dude, please, I'm getting hard thinking about you taking a shit, dude. Please talk about your shits more. Please consider showing us. Also, I didn't donate the forbidden phrase, that's a different guy. I genuinely want to see your delicious, steamy shits.
Okay, maybe, donate enough to me on OnlyFans and I can shove a bunch of marbles up my ass and poop them out. Thanks for the donation, Anon. Yeah, dude, what the fuck is that? It's not even showing up on the fucking map. Entering an area of overwhelming enemy forces. Okay, so it's like impossible. Like, what is that? Is that part of a mission? I don't even understand. Like, I got shot from a, like, an area where I don't even see anybody. That's super fucking weird. There's a... one of those curbs.
Are you being facetious or is that a genuine offer? How much would that cost? I would love to see something like that.
One still lives.
Black dye merchant. I'll just leave that for later. That'd be a lot of money, dude. I don't know if you'd pay it. Thanks for the donation, though. What is that? Oh, fuck. Black dye merchant.
A samurai?
Oh,
no.
no.
Are you alive or a spirit?
Alive. For now. And wondering what you do here.
I feared the secrets of my dyes would go to waste. But a samurai lives. My colors are midnight. Trees blackened by fire. Eyes dark with yearning. Bring me the right materials, and I will clothe you, my lord.
Yeah,
you have my thanks.
Trust the shadows.
Are you cowards?
Also, do you know what happened to Random Gal? Why was she sending so many horny messages earlier? Is she on her period? And she's not in the chat anymore. Come on, let me know the amount you would need to do marble shits during Rider. I wanna see you shit.
Quickly, Nobu.
That is horrifically irritating. Also, why in the hell don't they let you, Are you kidding me? Okay, this should be a fast travel point now, right? Yeah. I really wish they'd let you change time of day, because it's just so dark. If you're playing in HDR, the lighting is just...
Pillaging the cemetery.
Oh my god.
These thieves have no shame.
Oh good, got a leader. Yeah, and there it goes. It for whatever reason, it locks up and it doesn't let you change stances, just randomly.
How much would it cost to get you to take a shit on my chest? Can I meet you in real life in Ottawa? Have you ever met a client or fan in person and did something for them? Can you please take a shit on my chest? Also, what's your address?
Sure, I can take a dump on your chest, and I'll come to you. Thanks for the donation, Kazma. Or Kasama, whatever. Damn it! Oh my god, that's fucking annoying! Like, one last guy! Holy fuck! Jesus fucking Christ.
Mongols pillaging the cemetery. These thieves have no shame.
Why can't I come to you? What's your address? I want your shit on my chest. Why can't I come to you? What's your address? I want your shit on my chest. Why can't I come to you? What's your address? I want your shit on my chest. Why can't I come to you?
'Cause I don't want to give out my address to random people who want me to shit on their chest. Thanks for the donation, Death of Rabbit.
하루.
도와줘! 도르고! 알았어, 나!
They were
So-
searching him. What were they looking for?
So is there something I'm supposed to find here?
Have you ever had someone find out your address? Please take a shit on my chest. Have you ever had someone find out your address? Please take a shit on my chest. Have you ever had someone find out your address? Please take a shit on my chest. Have you, Eve?
We're trying to hide it. He gave his life for whatever he was hiding. I should see if I can find it.
Yeah, people have found out my address. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. So, what am I supposed to be looking for? I have no idea if there's something here to find. I don't know. Let's just do the thing.
Let's go, Nobu.
What is this crap?
Really? What happened? Did they knock on your door? Did they stalk you? What did you do? I remember when the cop found your address and swatted you at your mom's house. How did they even find out your address, Richard? Do you like it? Take a shit my chest.
They never explained how they found my address. That was actually a question the judge had for them and they refused to explain. Thanks for the donation though, Mint.
It is an honor to
Duel of
meet you, my
Crashing
lord.
Wave.
Prepare for battle. I'm ready when you are.
Straw Hat.
We don't have to do this. I promise to face you. I may only be a Ronin, but I keep my word.
As you wish.
Damn it!
Are you worried about stalkers finding your address? 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 Are you worried about stalkers finding you?
Surrender, and you can live. Thank you, my lord.
If you can open the door,
But
you're
I must
welcome to
decline.
come in.
Okay, thanks for the donation, Kratos. Thanks for the donation, Stalker.
This is foolish. Surrender, and you can live. Thank you, my lord. But I must decline.
Damn it! Damn it! Oh, fuck. Damn it, fuck.
Why are you avoiding the question? Can you please tell me what you would do to someone that stalked you and found your address and watched
Surrender,
every
and
move
you
of
can
every
live.
day of every second of every moment? Richard, please take a shit on me chest. Address? Smile.
If somebody was stalking me and they wouldn't let up, I'd probably just beat their ass. They're gonna have a hard time stalking me if their knees don't work properly, so. Thanks for the donation though, D.
I hope you find true honor in your next life.
I have no idea how the fuck to get out of here, so... God damn. Wait. Shrine. How the fuck do I get up there? I don't see any... I don't see like any grapple points. Well, at least we killed a guy. Hey, steel. Tonto upgrade available. Oh my god, I can't see fucking anything.
How do you know you can beat them up when you have elbow pain from bench pressing once a month? Also, what if you're being stalked right now and you don't even realize? Have you considered that? See you at the grocery store, Richard. Smile. I love watching you.
Well, I mean, that's possible, but I wouldn't assume somebody is just stalking me if I have no evidence. And I bench twice a month, or not twice a month, twice a week. And, I don't really have any elbow pain from benching, so I think I'm good. Thanks for the donation, D. I have no idea how to get up there. I have no idea how to get the fuck out of here. I guess I'll just go to a fast travel point. Fuck it. We'll do it live. How's all that shit?
LOL Freudian slip, you bench twice a month. You're worse than Jason Blaha. Also I'm glad you're so oblivious, I love watching you. I love watching you. I love watching. I'm gonna install spy mics around your house while you're not home so I can hear you.
Okay, well, I'm flattered. Thanks for the donation, dude.
You're going to be all right.
Oh, at last. Thank you, Lord Sakai.
Find somewhere safe.
Hey, Gum
Be
Gum.
careful.
You wanna come shit on my lap, Gum Gum? Yeah, come on, Gum Gum. You're a good baby. You know, you're so handsome and I love you. Gummy is always in search of snack. Gummy can never have too much snack. Snack and too much do not belong in the same sentence, and don't jump on my computer. No! Get the fuck off! 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 No! 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 Oh my god, he climbs up on my fucking monitors.
Oi, ودوكك شحرته هلا اخوي وين
There's two of them. No, Gum Gum. Gum Gum is quite troublesome. Oh, there's another.
Hold still.
I thought I'd die here.
Go. Be well.
They don't scare me.
I bullshit. bull fucking shit. One, I hit him. He should have fucking staggered. And two, I fucking blocked it. What a load of fucking cunt fuck. Absolute dickhead. Isn't there like a thing that I have? It's like a bomb that I've never used because like the thing doesn't fucking work? Yeah, is this that sticky bomb? No, that's not it. Black powder. Select to throw. What? There's like a 3-step fucking process?
Just ready.
Great. Gummy, get the fuck down! Oh my god, get down. Oh, sweet, more steel. Great. Gummy, stop. Get the fuck out of there. Why are you messing with that?
VG, what is this? You're supposed to be black and running around killing Japanese people. Are you playing the racist version of Assassin's Creed? WTF. Also, when will you be on Piers Morgan?
Yes, I'm playing racist Assassin's Creed, and I don't know when I'll be on Piers Morgan. I'm sure I'll make the news someday. Thanks for the donation, dumbass. Gummy, no, don't chew the wires. Get off. Get off. Oh my god, no! Get down. You're being naughty.
Just ready.
Wow, you're kidding me. That's great. That's amazing. Holy mother of a fuck, that's so stupid! Bitch. How do you like an arrow to the face, you fucking cunt? Absolute dickhead. So, where are the other hostages that I have to free? Getting a lot of steel here. Yeah, what the fuck? Oh, they're over there? Wasn't I just over there? The fuck is this?
Hui! Harbo!
Oh my god. How do you like that? Fire arrow, cunt. Yeah, there you go, dickhead. Enemies nearby. Oh, that guy.
You're going to be all right.
We thought our farm was lost, Lord Sakai.
Did the Mongols take your key to Kosaku's armor?
No. You may have it. If more Mongols come, they'll get nothing from us. Lady Masako.
Here we go. 10 minutes of pointless fucking cutscenes that just waste your time that you can't fucking skip. So I should learn a new sword stance now. Wind
Gods will
chime.
investigate odd sounds. These chimes can be a distraction or a lure.
Is there another sword stance, or is that it? Is it just 3? Okay, I fucking get it. I still can't move. Still can't move. Still, now it lets me move. Holy crap. Well, now I know how the black powder bombs work. Probably makes sense to invest in that. Got a good amount of steel, which is nice. So I need 3 more gold and quite a bit more iron, 49. Do have a lot of steel though. Wow, it's just making me go all over the fucking place. I'm totally fine with doing side missions as long as they're fun. These side missions are good. A lot of them are actually better than the main campaign, because the main campaign is like gay-ass follow missions. And like, this game's fucking hard as shit when you're playing on the hardest difficulty, so you feel like you're being productive playing the side missions because you get to upgrade a lot of shit. What in the hell is going on? Yeah, this game has a weird problem where if you try, like, if you do something, it'll start the animation, but somebody can move, and even though you're not actually like attacking the person, it'll still do the animation and then not kill the person. It's really fucking retarded. Oh.
Hold still.
I'm saved.
You're safe now.
My family once hired this job.
Yeah, if they could improve like 2 or 3 things in this game, it would be a lot better. Like, one is the jank animations that aren't really programmed right. 2 would be the stupid weapon stance changes. And I think the way they did it is because certain weapon stances have like really OP attacks. So the wind stance, it lets you like just run up to enemies and just hoof them right in the fucking air. And you'd be able to spam that over and over again and wipe out waves super easily. So anytime you use, you know, an improper stance when fighting certain enemies, it'll literally force you to use the right stance. It'll freeze the game. There's nothing you can do to turn it off. It's not like a tutorial thing that you can switch off or not. So that's fucking stupid. They should have like either like it just not made dumb design decisions like that and try to fix it in like such a stupid fucking way. And like there's just like random jank too. Like when you're doing stance changes, it'll literally freeze the fucking controls sometimes. So when you're fighting like 10 fucking dudes, they all have different weapons. Like, you either have to choose between, is the game gonna literally freeze and tell you, change fucking stances, or are you going to like try to change stance in the middle of battle? And when you do that, you have another fucking problem because it'll freeze the controls anyway. Like, the button inputs like just will stop fucking working. Like, that's kind of fucking annoying. And when it comes to resource collection, I think it's fucking stupid. Like, you have to go into like 8 different huts whenever you storm like a fortress and shit. Like, they should just automatically give you resources. They, like, that decision just made the game more tedious than it really had to fucking be. But if they'd fixed that, the game would, like, be pretty fucking close to perfect. Oh yeah, and the unskippable cutscenes, that's also fucking annoying. Why are there so many of these fucking dickheads?
Someone, please.
So that's 2 down.
Be free soon.
Gummy. No. I know what you're thinking.
Sakai,
no, you don't do
have
that.
my thanks.
Be careful up there.
The ghost couldn't.
Gum Gum is quite troublesome.
Ой, өнөөхийг чи харлаа. Лоодэ! Богонцоо! Эцэний явчихжээ. Тэл Бари. Бушо! Дошо! Дусан!
Can this horse get the fuck out of my way? Oh, farted.
You're going to be all right.
For a moment, I thought you were Gosaku himself. Please, take this key. He'd be grateful if you donned his armor. I tell myself.
Yeah, I like the anime Code Geass. It's almost as good as Death Note. The thing that holds it back is, like, Death Note is kind of an anime for people who aren't interested in anime. There's no typical anime tropes. Code Geass has quite a bit. And there's some weird shit with the story, too, especially from the transition to Season 1 to Season 2. It just seemed like... I don't want to spoil anything. Like, it's worth watching. But, it honestly felt like they wrote, like, a really interesting story for Season 1, and then... I don't know, either there's like a manga that they had to follow that they kind of got too far ahead on, or something happened, or they didn't plan far enough ahead, and then they just completely acted like the thing that happened in the final season just didn't happen. And it was kind of jarring going from Season 1 to Season 2. But if you like Death Note and you like anime in general, Code Geass is definitely worth watching. It's a lot like Death Note. It's just more anime-ish with, like, you know, common anime tropes. You know, like girls having sex with tables, shorts that are too small, and it's kind of more, like, colorful and cheery. A lot of dudes here. Fuck. Give me a break. I didn't.
Чи харгу?
Did he literally just get distracted by some good pussy and then not bother to attack me? What in the hell are you doing? Okay, Gummy just decided to knock my glue gun off my table. Gum, what are you doing? Enemies nearby still. Holy fuck. Give me a second. Being so troublesome. Ugh. He's a very troublesome cat. How do I get in this house?
Here, you!
Please, help me!
You'll be free soon.
I owe you my life.
Go, and stay safe.
Our Dito's free. Maybe there's
Hold still.
What's the glue gun for?
My life is yours.
Bunch of different shit. I've had to glue like wires to stuff a few times. It's mostly what I've used it for.
Hoi! Arvo! You wait. Idgi Sanatsov. Tata. Zipsik bir.
There's a guy up top.
Negium Harsinta. You wait.
They'll kill both of us.
Where the fuck? Oh my god.
Here, you. Tish.
Help me!
You'll be free soon.
Dick's Enormous donated $2. Ironically, I would have enjoyed this more than the Super Bowl halftime show this year. Well, yeah, I mean... I think you mean unironically. I'd like to feed monkeys bananas. Thanks for the donation, Dick's Enormous. Donated $2. Is this some more shit about fucking Nazi metal bands?
A little bit of this and a little bit of that.
Yeah, somebody already sent me this exact video yesterday. Thanks for the donation too.
We owe you our lives. Take this key to Gosaku's armor. Put it to good use.
Have you ever seen the armor yourself?
This game's graphics are only good on PC. On console, it looks like PS2. It's terrible. Massive overuse of TAA. It's super blurry on console, even on PS5. It runs at a lower frame rate and worse textures and lighting.
Good. Ryuzo's old Straw Hat camp. He had a chance to fight for our cause. But I can't forgive a traitor. Damn you, Ryuzo.
Here, you!
Oh, what? God damn it.
You're going to be all right.
Nah, I'd say Cyberpunk 2077 probably has the best graphics to date.
Well.
Like, Red Dead 2 looks fine. It's just, like, the primary platform it was developed for was console, so it doesn't have all the crazy modern features and high-res textures and shit that, like, Cyberpunk has. No, damn it. No, ah, fuck! Great. That is super fucking annoying. Jesus Christ, that irritates me. You have no fucking idea. God damn it. Holy Fuck, that's annoying.
There's no honor in this. The Mongols don't deserve honor.
지금 하루 제유 왔어. 너 극자 하르다. 된 내게 못 있어. 야말 내게 말고.
No, fuck you.
Hold still.
Yeah, those black powder bombs are fucking OP as shit.
The best day of my life, my lord.
Go, and stay safe.
Oh, where's the next fucking bunch of dickheads?
소모다 내콘 베텐로 хорватбен. No! Тургаш! Ямар ч улмаар алга. Сум тэрэ барчлаа. Дипсгээ бэрх.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Алек болчич.
No! Oh, you're kidding me! What? Fuck off! Oh, that is so gay. What a load of fucking horseshit. So there's the stupid fucking hostage. Suck my ass.
된 내게 못 있어. 유치 비შვэж.
Can't you kill them first?
Ямар ч улмаар алга.
Not going anywhere until it's safe.
The story in the games, it's not really story. You know, you're just killing dudes who are invading.
You're going to be all right.
Story is like there, you know.
I thought the Mongols would take our heads,
I
my
think they
lord.
also have
The
some
Mongols
pretty
seek the
contrived
armor of a
concepts. They
hero
don't
named
really
Gosaku.
understand
Please take
Bushido.
this key to it. You deserve to wear it.
I won't let the Mongols come near Gosaku's legacy. That's my noble.
Yeah, there's like a plot element in the game where, you know, you're supposed to be this noble samurai and there's like this honorable code to battle. They didn't really... They didn't really understand exactly what that entails. So, you know, the way you kill enemies, you sneak up and assassinate them and shit. Samurai weren't above the idea of killing people quietly without them ever seeing. Oh, fuck, damn it! And on top of that, this is, like, they're fighting Mongols. This idea of, oh, you must fight your enemy head on and da-da-da, like, that wouldn't apply to invading Mongols. That would be... God damn it. That would be more something for other samurai and shit. So I thought those plot elements were stupid and didn't make any sense. This is also after black powder was invented. So, again, it's just very strange that, the samurai who'd been using black powder and shit up to this point would take issue with using, you know, black powder weapons like, bombs or explosives and shit.
No, they'll see us.
Over here! You'll be free soon.
I'm still alive. Thank you, my lord.
You're safe now.
Bandits took my hunting bow. Mongols took my fishing nets. What am I supposed to do?
Мардаж болохгүй шүү. Ой, өнөөгч хардаа. Бари, ой, өнөөгч хардаа.
I dodged that. Give me a fucking break.
Just let me live.
Ah, god damn it.
You're going to be all right.
What a relief. Thank you, Lord Sakai.
Be careful up there.
Hope is all we have left.
Vi har kudben! Solari to the sky! Piracho!
so.
Probably didn't have to do that.
You saved us.
Did they find your key to Gosaku's armor?
They could have the key for all I care. Gosaku is a hero from a children's story.
You don't believe the armor exists?
Not at all. Take our key and see for yourself, my lord.
That's the last key. The musician said the armor is atop a hill in Nakashima.
Oh, it's gonna play the stupid cutscene now. So now we should be able to get the armor. And that should help us not get killed. In all likelihood. And we got some more steel. Sweet.
Doesn't it?
Hey, Gum Gum. You coming here to cause more trouble? That is quite far away. Yeah. Come lie down, Gum Gum. That's a good boy. Lie down. That's a good boy. Yeah, that's my kitty. Gum Gum is my friend.
Send your best warrior.
Oh, hey, there's a gold guy there. Oh, shit. Ah, fuck. How do you do it again? Damn it! Wow. Okay. Do you value cats more than people? Well, yeah, obviously.
Looking for me?
Fucking asshole. It literally just decided not for the attack. It didn't lock on. It just said, fuck you, and it didn't bother locking on. Great. What a dickhead. There we go. Now we got the moon stance. Whatever that does. Highly effective against brutes. Oh, I see.
Mongols got here first. Locked. I should try one of the keys.
Oh, I see. Spider-Man. Nah, nah, nah. Are you kidding me? Why?
There it is. Kosaku's armor.
Wonder if it's gonna look really
The Mongols
gay.
will learn of its power firsthand. Sturdy. Surprisingly light.
Looks okay. Guess I'll stick with that. Moderate increased health, moderate increased stagger damage. Killing a staggered enemy restores 10% health. That's pretty sweet. I don't know. Wish I could make the color match. So, where's an armorer? I'll upgrade that armor.
Norio's here. No sign of any other monks, though.
Probably worth it.
As best you can. I'll find Hochi and the other monks and return them safely.
Don't know if there's an upgrade to the bow.
for a great bow.
The invaders won't stop our
Thank you.
Lord Sakai.
Norio, where are the monks from your temple?
Allow me to keep your katana light and sharp.
Swordsmith. Where's the... Where's the fucking armor?
My armor will dull
There we
the
go.
Mongols' weapons. This will keep you safe. I'm proud to help a true warrior.
Oh, hey, look at that. You get a pretty helmet and hat with it. Look at him, he has a mustache. Oh my goodness. He's got a big fuzzy thing on his head. Let's do a story mission now. I don't know what that is. Need samurai reinforcements, blah blah blah, home something something. Gone to Amagadi, look for co-conspirators. Whatever. Actually, let's do a story mission.
Faster, no.
Let me see. What in the fuck is that?
Heal. Hiya! Quickly, Nobu.
Search for Imugi Cove. This is a very large area. Okay, that's Imagi Cove.
Halt, Ronin. State your business.
I'm not a Ronin. My name is Jin Sakai.
A samurai? Lady Sanjo will want to see you.
Dude, I'm
She's
wearing
in
this
charge of
outfit
Imugi
and he
Cove.
thinks I'm a Ronin?
Please, come with me. This way, my lord. It's important you speak to the lady.
Still can't figure out how Sakai got inside Fort Yapate from the cliff.
Lord Sakai, this is Lady Sanjo.
Welcome to Umugi Cove.
I see the Mongols haven't found this place.
Thankfully, no. There hasn't been bloodshed here for many years. Anyone who draws a weapon answers to my men. Your safety is assured, so long as you abide by that same rule. Now please, tell me how I may help you.
I'm looking for a smuggler named Goro.
Interesting. He's downstairs, having his third bottle of sake. Enjoy your visit with him.
Thank you.
Come see me again sometime. I think we can help each other.
He's real. If he knows a way through the Mongol blockade, why isn't he far from Tsushima already?
He's a smuggler. Why do you think? Money.
I don't know.
has the millet gotten worse?
You're probably just as sick of eating it as I am.
Speak with Goro.
Lord
Who the
Samurai,
fuck is Goro?
Please, I have a message for you.
Where? Who?
I can't believe Juzo tried to rip.
What's wrong?
A demon is going to kill me if I don't tell you his tale.
Don't waste my time. Demons are just legends.
Not this one. His name is Kojiro, and he cannot die.
Why not?
Long years ago, Kojiro was a straw hat ronin. So fearsome, deadly, and bloodthirsty, his own brothers turned against him. From dawn until dusk, dozens of straw hats fought Kojiro. He slew them all. Those who escaped that day disowned Kojiro from the straw hat ranks, but never crossed him again. The spirits of death were so astonished by Kojiro, they blessed his armor to grant him a tireless sword arm. He's now more than a man. He's a slayer of legend. When the Straw Hats betrayed our people and joined the Mongols, they welcomed Kojiro back as a brother. 5 killers from the Straw Hats have joined Kojiro and sworn an oath to kill you.
Kojiro wants me to know I'm hunted. I'll be on my guard.
No need, my lord. Kojiro will grant you the honor of a duel. But you must earn that privilege by dueling the 5 Straw Hats who joined him.
It seems I already accepted this challenge without realizing it.
And you know they're waiting across the region, and will use innocent people to draw you to them.
I'll finish this, and make sure Kojiro dies, as he should have all those years ago.
Be careful. I've never met a man like him before. I'm not even sure he is a man. Everyone said Sakai was crazy to go.
Five locations. Oh my god, what is... Complete journey into the past to reach this area. Is it giving me a... Yeah, what? Is that Goro?
You must be Goro.
We must all be someone. Who must you be?
Lord Sakai.
Aye, the samurai are all dead.
I'm very much alive, but my patience is dying. Lord Shimura asks that you repay your debt to him.
He's alive? What does he want?
To deliver a message to the mainland.
I charged a lot for that trip, even before the Mongol blockade.
You owe my master a debt. This will repay it.
Then I have no choice. After Komoda Beach, I thought my debt to Lord Shimura was erased. That's why I was drinking.
To celebrate your escape?
To mourn the samurai. Those warriors died protecting men like me.
If that's how you feel, find your courage. Help us avenge them.
We need a lot more samurai to do that.
We'll receive them when you deliver Lord Shimura's message.
So Juzo and Sakai were friends.
This is my home. Come in. Getting past that Mongol blockade won't be easy. Do you have Lord Shimura's message?
He has it. At his camp on the Akashima coast.
Ah, I can work with that. One of my boats is hidden near Fort Mitodake. This map shows where I'll wait on the forest road.
Open up, Goro! We're not leaving until you pay us what you owe.
Shit.
I'll deal with them. Get moving. I didn't call for Ronin.
My lord, what's your business with Goro?
Private.
We'll be back.
Has anyone seen my daughter? Please! Has anyone seen Kuma?
God damn it. I'll fast travel.
Heal!
Throw your blades!
It's doing it again. It's not letting me change stances. Fuck's sakes. There it goes. There goes the game. It's exactly what I'm fucking talking about. You press the button and it does nothing, doesn't let you change stances, then you get fucked over because you're fiddling with the stupid fucking controls that don't work. Fucking brilliant.
Come here and fight!
Whoever, like, was responsible for that is an absolute fucking dickhead.
Bossad Samurai Shigate.
Throw your blades!
You're a good horse, Nobu.
Faster, Nobu!
At last, you have news.
Yes, Lord Shimura. I found Goro in Umugi Cove.
Was he drunk?
Not anymore. He will fulfill his debt to you and sail for the mainland.
He may be unsavory, but few know the sea like Goro.
Will these men deliver your message?
Precisely. Kotaro and Jiro are loyal and courageous. I will petition the Shogun for reinforcements.
Goro is ready. He will meet us nearby, then lead us to his boat.
We will ride when the time is right. Take this moment to prepare for battle.
Yes, Uncle.
It is time. To your horses, men.
We are ready, my lord.
Stay alert.
And keep watch for our smuggler. I can always tell when you want to ask me something. Out with it.
I'm curious how you met Goro.
I caught him selling Chinese silk forbidden by Shogun decree. I burned his stock and let him go.
He could have been flogged, but you saw a better path.
A skilled sailor can be a valuable asset.
The Mongols have many ships. Can Goro evade them all?
He has no choice.
What will we do if they catch us, my lord?
Do not fear death, Kotaro. Live with courage. And never forget the people you fight to protect.
Lord Shimura!
Goro, where is your boat?
This way. I'm happy you're alive, my lord.
Thank you for agreeing to settle your debt.
I'll do my best. But I fear the Mongols will sink me before I leave the coastline. There are too many eyes watching the water.
Perhaps we can direct their attention elsewhere. Dismount. We walk from here. Fort Mitodake. My father took that stronghold from Clan Yarikawa.
Now the Mongols have it.
Imagine their surprise when two samurai take it back from them.
If we make enough noise inside the fort...
The Mongol ship crews will look to it instead of the water. Goro, we will draw the enemy's attention to the fort. Sail when you hear the fighting.
My lord, you will be killed.
Your only concern is delivering my message. Horses might give us away. We will go on foot, Lord Sakai. Mongol armies are formidable, but our attack will catch them off guard.
Let's pray that holds true in the fort.
They outnumber us, but they cannot attack all at once.
How long can we keep the element of surprise?
Only until we see the enemy. Then, we strike. Mongols ahead.
We could avoid them.
Turn your back on a foe, and you will die with a sword stuck in it.
Have the advantage! Cross the bridge!
Are you ready, Uncle?
Kill their strongest first!
More coming out of the gates!
Take them quickly!
It's doing it again. It's not letting me switch stances. Oh my fucking god.
Well done!
Oh my god.
That's the last of them. Forward, through that gate.
I don't know why it does that all the fucking time.
Right beside you, Jean. See
Like,
how the
literally
enemy
half
fear
the
you?
fucking time you
You're
try
a
to
true warrior.
switch stances, it doesn't let you. You press R2 and then the thing just doesn't pop up.
Remain alert.
Archers, take cover!
We have to get through that gate. Lord Sakai, with me! Wreak havoc on the fort! We need the Mongol ships to focus here, not on Goro! Dodge! Masterful strike!
Oh my god.
This way!
Why did it do that? Oh my god. I did not press the button to jump the fucking thing. Where are we supposed to be going?
We have their full attention now.
Kill them all! Press forward! Dasha!
They have a Hwacha!
That is our new goal. Fight to the tower, Jin. Cut them down! This will not give ground! Forward! Go, Mongol dog!
Damn it.
Remember all I taught you. I'm proud to fight beside you, Jin. I win the fort today!
It did it again. That's great. Yep. And then it doesn't let me change stances, and then I fucking die. That's great.
More Mongols!
Why do they give you, like, 8 different fucking enemy types, which require stance changes, and then they don't let you fucking, like, do anything? Makes no goddamn sense. Holy fuck, it keeps doing it, dude. I literally have no fucking clue.
Jin, this way! Samurai! Jini in! Ninich Bollen! To the tower! Push through! Forward! Show the Mongols we will not be denied!
Oh my god.
Almost there. Hurry, King.
Oh, give me a fucking break.
Let's finish it.
What in the fuck?
Dasha! Dasha! Now we take the Watcher. There is Goro's boat.
We bought them time, but not enough.
The Mongols have seen them, and their attack ships are faster. Our men are defenseless.
No, they have us. And we have a Hwacha.
A weapon of the enemy, not samurai.
Saving our people is all that matters.
Dude, there would...
You know how to fire this.
This guy does...
I'll learn.
Who the fuck wrote this?
Destroy the Mongol ships.
No, we cannot use the weapon.
Leave the
It would
gods to
allow
me.
us to win.
Uncle.
We will not die here, my boy. The Mongols sent boarding parties. Don't
So,
let their
is this
boats
gonna
reach
take
Goro.
like 8 minutes to load? Dude, I had to have hit him.
It's working! The Mongol ships are in flames!
Don't let up! Goro must outrun them!
Oh, is that one more?
Watchers on the shore. Don't slow down, Goro.
Oh, it loads automatically. Okay. It's like a infinite machine gun. How in the fuck? Oh, do you have to hit him like 80 times? This is a little silly.
More ships on the way. Hold on, Goro.
How are they not?
You made it, Goro. Bring us the Shogun's help. We did it.
I knew we would. You continue to prove the Mongols are not unstoppable.
You taught me to fight. I couldn't disappoint you.
And you never have. I am proud of the warrior. The man you have become. Jin, my message to the Shogun included an announcement. I wish to formally adopt you as my son.
Uncle.
In my heart, you have always been the heir to my legacy. When this war ends, we will make it official. One day, our people will look to you as their leader. You will become their honorable Jito, backed by all the power of the Shogun.
I hope I can serve them as well as you have.
I know you will. We must finish our preparations while we wait for the Shogun's reinforcements.
What are your orders?
Reclaim your father's armor and recruit the people of Yarikawa. We'll see how reliable your friend really is.
I'll meet Yuna and recover my armor from Omi village.
When you're ready, meet me at our staging camp in Kubara. Then we will retake my castle from Khotun Khan.
And save our home.
As father and son, the Shogun himself will celebrate our victory. We will meet again soon. Until then, travel safely.
Captured by the Khan for weeks.
Okay. I think that'll be it for tonight. Hope you all had fun. Big thanks to everybody who donated in Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. Should be on tomorrow night around the same time, so we'll see you all then, and sweet dreams.